The child was lying in bed, on sheets wet with his sweat. His scruffy hair stuck to his forehead, encrusted with dry blood. His breath was irregular, and his skin flushed by a fever. He kept his eyes closed and barely moved, except for the rapid up-and-down movement of his chest and the occasional twitching of his monkey tail. The old man, sitting beside him, had little to do except drenching a towel in cold water, wringing it, using it to cool down the child's temperature, and damning his own stupidity and carelessness. He could have prayed, but was not sure that would help. They say you have only 6 degrees of separation, at most, from any person on the planet. He knew for sure he had 3 from God, and that removed a bit of the mystique from the whole affair. So he drenched the towel, wrung it, put it on the child's forehead, and damned his stupidity. So passed the night. At morning, the child looked like he was improving, which really should not have been possible at all. For all the man had ever known of human physiology, by all means, that child should have been dead by now. But then again, the prehensile tail that occasionally instinctively wrapped around his wrist, as if seeking a comforting touch, remembered him that the child was not human. The head wound caused by that fatal fall off a cliff was frighteningly deep. He had to coat his own hands in a thin layer of key to sterilize them and remove with his own fingers, as delicately as possible, shards of skull bone from the child's soft and exposed brain. And yet he was recovering. He had always possessed this incredible vitality, each wound healing at breakneck speed, skin and bones and muscle growing fast to mend the damage. Without scar, heck, even better than they were before, he would have sworn, harder, stronger. One day he would break his arm in training, and 1 week later he would be back in action, his punches more powerful than ever. The old man had been wondering what the limit of that ability could possibly be, and now he was discovering it, and wished he didn't have to. But at least, the child was recovering. It had taken almost 1 month, but the bone was slowly sealing closed again. The fever was still high, but not as crazy as the first days. He was resting more or less serene, rather than being horribly stiff, and then suddenly jerking like in a seizure, as it had happened for the first days. For the first time in 1 whole month, the old man allowed himself to relax a bit. Immediately, he nodded off and fell asleep. "Grandpa," he startled back up, thinking he must have only dreamt the voice. The child was sitting up in the bed, his eyes open and lively, if a bit confused. He looked fine. "Goku," cried the old man, "enjoy you're awake." "Of course I am," replied the child, a bit perplexed. "If I were not, how could I be talking to you?" The Optimized Wish Project. A Dragon Ball fanfiction by Gon_Hope 326. Chapter 1. Pride, Prejudice, and Dragon Balls. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single girl in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a boyfriend. Usually, finding one would not be a matter of great concern, more so if the girl herself has been well endowed by nature with gifts of beauty and grace. For some, it may be a question of having meetings organized by their families with signs of equally worthy descent until they finally meet their perfect match. For others, the matter may be settled less formally, by mingling with people the same age, at parties or other such social gatherings. Bulma Briefs, being the eccentric, headstrong, stupendously clever, and exceptionally hard to please heiress she was, elected to grab a capsule case, a few supplies, and go on a road trip around the world, chasing after 7 magical items with a radar of her own making. Now, it might be a legitimate question to ask, why would such a smart and ambitious girl, given the chance to have one wish miraculously granted, opt for something as seemingly bland as asking for a boyfriend? Part of it might have been that she wasn't still really sure that any of this was real at all. Shining glass balls that emitted a weak electromagnetic signal and ancient stories read in dusty books were hardly proof of supernatural portents. So she didn't really confront the question with as much seriousness as it may deserve. But it wasn't just that. In her mind, growing up in a house with a vapid mother she couldn't really spend much time with without ending up bored to death, and a father that, while able to provide more stimulating company, would also mostly pass his life immersed in whatever projects he busied himself with at the moment. She had built up the ideal of a boyfriend as a life companion, someone she could finally relate to as an equal, both able to pay attention to her and to keep her interest. And then she had grown up, and she had started meeting boys, and they were all dumb as fuck. Well, she was probably the most brilliant mind in her age group, so that was all very relative, but still. The kind of rich boys she would usually meet were useless, spoiled brats. Whatever brains they had were dulled out by the comforts of an easy, unchallenging life. And so she had started to despair. She was already 16, so she was absolutely, positively sure that if she couldn't find a decent boyfriend right now, she would end up alone or together with someone with half her brain like her father had, and then still basically be alone. And it's not like this was about parental abandonment issues or a desperate plea for attention or anything. Some would have wished for wealth or power or immortality. But she already had the first, did not care for the second, and the third. Well, she wouldn't feel too good about cheating her scientific genius out of such a worthy challenge. But a decent boyfriend? Now that would really take a miracle. The small car was having a bit of a hard time climbing the twisty, steep roads of Mount Paozu. Still, slowly but surely, with a low gear ingrained, it was making progress. Using a flying vehicle would have been perhaps far more convenient, but with the dense foliage and uneven terrain all around, it would have been much more difficult to find a convenient landing spot. I wish for a boyfriend. Said boyfriend must be a male human in an age range between 16 and 20 who satisfies all my internal criteria for physical attractiveness and personal compatibility up to as high a degree as reasonable. He has to not be coerced into becoming such, but take the choice of his own free will upon meeting me. Our meeting can come to fruition through any circumstances that make it the most natural, but not later than 6 months from now. During her trip, thinking about the exact form of her wish had become one of Bulma's best ways to kill time as she drove or piloted lazily across largely barren landscapes. She had read her share of stories about malevolent genies and monkey's paws, and while the legends about the Dragon Balls did not suggest that Shenron, the wish-granting dragon, was malicious, you never knew. And it was a nice exercise to look for all the logical loopholes. Bulma could not stop herself from imagining with a tinge of pride that she may be acknowledged as the one who laid down the best phrased wish in history by an eternal divine being. Speaking of divine, if Shenron could really do anything, did that not mean that he could also probably create human life? I wish for a boyfriend. Said boyfriend must be a male human in an age range between 16 and 20 who satisfies all my internal criteria for physical attractiveness and personal compatibility up to as high a degree as reasonable. He has to exist and have lived and grown up naturally as a human being at the time of this wish, and he has to not be coerced into becoming such, but take the choice of his own free will upon meeting me. Our meeting can come to fruition through any circumstances that make it the most natural, but not later than 6 months from now. There, that was better. The thought of having a sentient being materialized at your beck and call for such purposes felt decidedly creepy. The summit was close now. The radar kept blipping, marking a spot somewhere ahead of her. The third dimension indicator suggested she was almost level now. The signal was very clear and strong, which suggested the Dragon Ball must lay somewhere out in the open, or at most inside a building with thin walls. No caves or deep fissures, luckily. That would have made the recovery much trickier. Wait a second, what if the dragon didn't listen to all of her wish, but just started granting it as soon as she expressed the key request? Dragon, I will now lay down my wish. It is not to be granted until you hear again the words, please grant my wish. I wish for a boyfriend. Said boyfriend must be a male human in an age range between 16 and 20 who satisfies all my internal criteria for physical attractiveness and personal compatibility up to as high a degree as reasonable. He has to exist and having lived and grown up naturally as a human being at the time of this wish, and he has to not be coerced into becoming such, but take the choice of his own free will upon meeting me. Our meeting can come to fruition through any circumstances that make it the most natural, but not later than 6 months from now. Please grant my wish. Fixed. The car entered a large clearing. There was a hut in the middle, some chopped wood left out in front of it, and no one in sight. The Dragon Ball was closer than 10 meters now, and the accuracy of the radar started getting a bit wonky at this range. Bulma would need to follow the signal carefully and keep an eye on the blip's fluctuations on the screen. She stopped the car, carefully opened the door, and started stepping out. The silence would have felt almost scary to her just a few weeks ago, when she had never left the city, but now she was getting used to it. She quietly put a hand on the holster on her belt and drew the gun, with a slightly shaking hand. The rock, almost 2 meters in diameter, flew high in the air, darkening the sun for a moment. Then, as it was falling down, Goku's fist rose to meet it in the perfect spot where every stress would be amplified through its shape and cracks. And Goku jumped through it, while the stone broke into pieces before him and ended up shattered on the ground. He landed safely on a single foot, balancing himself with his tail, so he did not step on any shards with sharp edges. The rock was now many rocks. Did it even make sense to think of it any more as the rock? Goku thought in slight amusement. None of the resulting fragments had any less the properties of rockness than the original did, nor did their shape feel especially more incongruous, though the fresh edges were still to be weathered and smoothed by time and wear. It was time to end the morning training for today and go have lunch, so he went back to where he had left his day's catch. The deer had been cleaved sharply in two by a hit of his pole. Still, there was no mistaking it. Those were merely two halves of one single deer. His identity had not been lost, even when broken. Was it because the deer had such a much more well-defined shape than a rock? Was it because it was alive, because somewhere in his animal mind he still used to have a simple, blurry notion of myself that a rock never would? Was it then right to cleave it in two, to divide what wanted to stay one? Goku sighed, as he slapped the animal's remains on his shoulders. Not the first time his musings led him to consider vegetarianism, nor the last, most likely. But Grandpa had always told him that a healthy martial artist, strong in body and mind, also needed meat to build his own muscle. And it was not like the forest was not full of predators who would kill prey without a second thought just the same. So he would cook the deer and eat it, and its flesh would become his flesh. What would that mean? Where would the deer end and Goku begin? Then he saw the infernal creature standing in the middle of the clearing in front of the house, and next to it, what looked to all effects like another human. He let all thoughts instantly slide away and reverted back to his purely instinctual self. Like one of those predators he was thinking about a moment early, he dropped his catch, in silence, then slid the pole he kept tied to his back out of its scabbard, and carefully walked around until the sun was behind him and the wind came from the front. The infernal creature was now between him and the human, which placed him in the human's blind spot, and that was just fine. He could take one out before the other even had time to realize what was happening, and he did not fear the human, but whatever was unknown was a potential danger. In times like these, he would stop questioning and just act. Swiftly and surely, he emerged from the bushes, and with a scream, he commanded his pole to extend, right as it smashed into that portentous monster. Of all the noises Bulma was trying to keep an ear out for in the middle of this God's-forgotten mountainous wilderness, Scrapyard Car Compactor was not one she expected. Her heart jumped in her throat, and she quickly turned around to see a wild kid with scruffy hair and a monkey's tail systematically turning her car into an equivalent amount of bent metal and shattered glass with a pole that was apparently made of wood and at least 3 times his body length. She blinked. Yep, still the same scene. She rose her gun to the level. "Stop doing that," she screamed. The kid stopped and raised his eyes to meet her. He did not look feral as before, but he didn't seem scared either, though his body language made him look somewhat wary. Rather, his eyes betrayed only a glimpse of genuine curiosity. "You can lower your weapon," he said, "or at least, that is what I imagine that is." "It is," answered Bulma, uncertainly relaxing her grip. She didn't really feel like shooting a young kid, anyway. "Why did you smash my car, but are okay with me?" I know I can beat," he stated matter-of-factly. That felt unnerving, coming from the boy who had just wrecked a car with a wooden staff. "Well, here's to hoping you won't need to," said the girl, putting the gun back in the holster. "Who are you?" An interesting question. What would you expect to be a satisfactory answer? I could give you my name, of course, but that would not convey anything of my true essence. It is, after all, but a conventional moniker used to refer to the person that is myself. In fact, it could be said to be even more devoid of meaning, as right now no one alive knows my name except me. So I could tell you anything else, and it would be equally valid. Or I could tell you about my life. which would probably not be the intended answer and would still not tell you much about who I am, as a simple series of events does not inform you of how those events shaped me, specifically. Nor would the me who lived those events be the same that faces you right now, as this is the me that has gone through them and has been changed by them. He paused a bit, lost in thought. Your name will do fine, uttered Bulma, a bit stunned. Of all things she could possibly expect from a wild kid with a monkey's tail who grew up in the mountains, philosophizing was not one of them. Very well, we shall settle for that for now, answered the kid, shrugging. My name is Son Goku. Nice to meet you, Goku. And my name is Bulma Briefs. She stood still, her hands raised, while Goku slowly walked closer and inspected her. He went around and even prodded at her with his pole. Bulma noticed the pole looked shorter than before, but thought better than inquiring about that at this moment. She needed to get out of this pinch first and earn his trust. Still, she was awfully curious about that. You seem all right, concluded Goku. I don't think you're dangerous. Still, your body is unusual. I assume you're a female? Those look like mammaries. How tactful, Riley commented Bulma. Why? Yes, I am a girl. Never seen one before, have you? Read mentions about them in books, commented Goku absent-mindedly. And I see that animals have males and females, so it just seemed natural to me. Books? You have books here. My grandpa used to bring me lots when I asked. After he died, I haven't gotten any new ones though. Bulma registered this as potentially useful information. She wasn't sure she had any books beyond science texts and instruction manuals with her to trade with, but it should not have been too hard to get more. Very well. You don't seem like you pose a danger, concluded Goku. Can you tell me what was that thing? That thing that you smashed to tiny pieces was my car, answered Bulma, not without a tinge of irritation. You really don't know about them? How sheltered are you? I imagine books would mention them. Mine don't. What was it for? It was a piece of machinery, like a carriage that moves on its own. Oh, transportation. I see. Goku almost seemed disappointed. I guess I got alarmed for nothing. I apologize for destroying your property, he finally concluded, bowing slightly. Seeing his politeness, Bulma finally relaxed and smiled. What's done is done. Don't worry. I have plenty of replacements for it, she laughed. But still, I would say you owe me one, Son Goku. I suppose that's fair. Goku had said he considered her safe, but still, he seemed perpetually on his guard, and he did not stop for one moment looking inquisitive about her clothing, and general appearance. Well, not too strange given this was his first time seeing a girl, and apparently any human at all in quite some time. He sat down on a rock at a couple of meters of distance, and nonchalantly kept his staff out of its scabbard, leaning on his shoulder. You are very strong, commented Bulma. I learned the martial arts from my grandpa. Now I train by myself every day. Well, yes, but you seem stronger than I would have expected still. Human muscles should not be able to do something like that, and she waved in the direction of the smashed car, no matter how strong they get. Well, obviously your knowledge is wrong, calmly replied Goku, because I just did that, in front of your eyes. And I will tell you, my grandpa was stronger than me, and he said his master was stronger still. Bulma got thoughtful. I wonder. I would like it if some day you allowed me to test your strength. In combat, you would not stand a chance. No, she laughed. I have machines. Well, not here. Forget it for now. I see. So, have you come this far just looking for me? Goku's eyes got a hint more suspicious. To test my strength? Not at all. I did not know you were even here. Wait a moment. Bulma turned around, grabbed a sack, and started rummaging into it. She pulled out two glassy orange globes, roughly the size of a grapefruit. They had small red stars shining inside. I am looking for these. Goku extended a hand. Bulma had a moment of hesitation, but then let him take one of the balls, touch it, and weigh it. They're called Dragon Balls. They are ancient artifacts, and I know that one of them should be around here. I know, said Goku, it's in my hut. Mine has 4 stars inside. From this one, that has 5, I imagine there are at least 2 more out there. Bulma blinked. This boy, she was realizing, was pretty smart. He lacked experience and knowledge of the world, What with having grown up alone in a hut on the mountains and all, but still, his logic was quick and ready. More so, he was incredibly strong. He looked peaceful now, but he still was the one who had wrecked her car only minutes ago without a moment's hesitation, nor knowing what it was in the first place. She started seeing potential danger in telling all of the truth. She would have to tread carefully. 4, in fact. They are 7 in total. And I'm looking for them thanks to an invention of mine, a radar. Radar? A machine that tells me where something is. She kept it in her bag, though. The kid would not have been able to tell which was it if she didn't show him. So, why are you looking for these balls? Well, they're rare and unusual and rather pretty. And there's a legend that says when all 7 are gathered, a dragon appears and grants a wish of your choosing. Imagine that, she added as an afterthought and with a chuckle. So you are curious about this legend and find out if it is true? I am skeptical, but I've seen weird things. You are one of them now. And I'm a woman of science, and so I am willing to do the experiment, so to say, and hope that the results are likable, romantic, and with sculpted abs. So you want me to part with my Dragon Ball? Not for free, of course. I can pay you, or buy you anything that can be bought. I am very rich. I do not care much for possessions, said Goku, with a pensive look. You are supposed to own much more than I do. Yet you are the one risking your life, traveling the world to get something that you ardently wish. Wouldn't you say, perhaps, that I am the rich one? Until you can afford to erase the entirety of East City's public debt with pocket money, I wouldn't, replied Bulma, piqued. Not all things can be bought with money. And all that I have does not mean I cannot wish for more. The way I see it, living in the mountains, alone, you don't even know what you could wish for. It's not that you don't have any wishes. Rather, you do not even know your own wishes. That is an interesting thought. Still, I do not want to part from my Dragon Ball for any price. Why is it? It has no value alone. Goku, sitting cross-legged, gazed off in the sky. It used to belong to my grandfather. When I examine my own feelings about it, they are complex. My rational mind knows that it is just an inanimate object, and yet it is like a link to him for me, as if his own soul still resided in my house. I apologize for not making any sense. Bulma smiled. She didn't know if she would have really gotten along with this old man, but the way the kid was talking about him made her sort of wish she'd met him. You are making a lot more sense than you think. I understand what you mean. But, and she got suddenly up, clapping her hands, as if to shake that melancholic mood she wasn't too fond of. We are at a bit of an impasse here. What do you say about this? You come with me, and bring your Dragon Ball with you. When we all 7 are gathered, we try to summon the dragon, and if, as it's most likely, nothing happens, then you get to bring it back here, having had a nice fun trip on the side. What if they do work? What happens to them? Oh well, in that case, wait, why do you think something happens at all? I'm not sure, said the kid, thoughtful. I was just thinking, if they really granted a wish, and could be used repeatedly and kept gathered in the same place, the first one who gathered them would still have them, and rule the world as an immortal god king by now. So I imagine something happens to them. Well, the cat was out of the bag on this one too. After all, it would have been pretty cynical not to tell him anyway. Yes, you're right. Once they're used, supposedly, the balls scatter across the world again, and then they are inactive for a certain amount of time. I see. How much is that? 1 century. Actually, that's where you're wrong, said Bulma with a grin. According to the stories, it's only 1 year. I guess the ancient ones didn't count on me and modern science to break the game so utterly. It might have been a daunting challenge in times past, but now, I can fly around the world in the space of a few days and track the balls wherever they are. So basically, if they do work, I can guarantee a yield of 1 wish per year. That is a lot, said Goku, impressed. It really is. And if I don't do it, someone else will. So it might just be time for that immortal God King thing to happen anyway. The kid was somewhat less impressed at this. Come on, I was joking. I would not go for something that boring, which actually makes it a fair deal better for the world that it is me to have control over this technology. It means I can offer you something else. What would that be? Bulma stretched her hand with one finger out, right in front of Goku's face. 1 wish. If it works, 1 year from now, you get to be the one who gathers the Dragon Balls again, with my help, and has his wish granted. What about my Dragon Ball? I would need to wait 2 years to have it back then. I'm offering you nigh omnipotence, Goku. I thought you were smarter. Forget any dusty old memories of your grandpa. With one wish, you can have him back. Bulma felt slightly bad about this, like she was manipulating him. And to an extent, she was, but it's not like she was lying. She would really offer him that. Heck, if the Dragon Balls worked, she would damn sure find a way to make the best out of them. One wish for the person who helped her make that come true was the least she could offer. Thanks, but no, slowly replied Goku. After a long pause, Grandpa always said that people who die go in heaven and are happy forever. I do not know that to be true, nor see how anyone could be sure, but the idea appears a lot in the books I read, and I cannot know enough to discard it. If he really was in such a place, bringing him back here for my own enjoyment would be an act of selfishness. Oh, come on, you don't really believe. Bulma started saying, but then she stopped herself. Of course he believed he needed to. And well, they were talking resurrecting people with a magical wish-granting dragon anyway. If that was really possible, an afterlife wasn't such a big deal either. Well, what about this? She suggested. Then you come with me. We find the other Dragon Balls and travel together. You get to know more of the world and understand more of what you could have outside of here. Broaden your knowledge. Maybe you'll get some ideas about this, or you will understand better what you want. At the end, if the balls don't work, you get your own back, and all goes back to normal. If they do work, I will give you hospitality in the city for 1 year, and will teach you about the world and science, and anything you'd like to know. You can read any of my books too. Then we'll go and find your Dragon Ball, and you get to decide if we stop when we find it, and then you get custody of it, or if with your new knowledge you will have found a way to use it. Of course, there was a danger to this path, that he might really want to hold on to the ball. That would have meant that using them again would have been extraordinarily hard. But Bulma was confident that 1 year was enough to corrupt this small ascetic philosopher into a healthy desire for some kind of supernatural boon. And then again, she was not taking all of this really seriously at some level. Because, wish-granting dragons? Come on. Goku thought about this proposal, and finally, I accept. He said, this sounds like an experience I might have to gain from. Just looking at you and the things you own tells me there's a lot that my books left out about the world. Come into my hut. I will pick up the Dragon Ball and a few things for the trip. And having just managed to successfully haggle with an orphan over a precious memento of his only father figure, Bulma kept her celebratory fist pump mostly internal for the sake of decency. The hut was tiny and cramped, but mostly clean. All it smelled of was dust and old paper. Bulma finally got to lay her eyes on the books that the kid's fabled grandpa had hoarded for him over years, and it was indeed a weird selection, a hodgepodge of random texts that were probably as much the product of chance as they were of choice. A lot of them looked really old, and Bulma wondered whether there must be some monastery close where the old man went to occasionally barter for a copy of a manuscript, because they seemed mostly religious and philosophical texts belonging to various famous masters' schools of thought. She thought she had heard of some of them. Others were probably simply the result of a purchase from a traveling merchant, or perhaps just found after they were lost by some tourist hiking across the mountains. Still, none of them seemed to go enough in depth or be new enough to teach Goku something as basic as what a car was. In the only clean corner of the entire room, free from all encumbrance, lie a small altar, and on top of it, sitting on a red cushion with gold trimmings, was the 4-star Dragon Ball. It was positioned so that just at this time of day, a ray of light would fall on it from the hut's door, and it was shining like an orange sun in the dim light of the room. Looking at it like this, it did have something holy about itself, and Bulma felt a bit unreasonably guilty at the thought of removing it from there, likely to never put it back again. This, and this, said Goku, finishing his rummaging of the huge pile of texts all around. I have all I need to bring. We can go. Next to him was a meter-tall pile of badly bound yellow old paper. Well, you certainly won't have to worry about running out of stuff to read, huh? Don't worry, I'll carry them. It's good training, replied Goku. Oh no, you're not. We're not walking. I said I had replacements for the car. Goku looked around, puzzled. But surely we must get down from the mountain first. I don't see anything here. Where would those be? Bulma chuckled and patted her back. Right here, country boy. Right here. Material objects have properties like extension and mass that don't naturally change, protested Goku, calmly. Nothing that fits inside that tiny bag could carry us. You would believe so, of course. Bulma was in full-on boasting mode and just generally having a blast. Let me introduce you to the wonders of science, country boy. For I am the daughter of the Briefs family, the heiress to the fortune of Capsule Corporation. And it's all thanks to us if the world has stopped worrying about such meaningless stuff long ago now. She extracted a small box from her bag, opened it, and revealed a number of elongated capsules carefully numbered and slotted inside. She then grabbed one after a bit of consideration and walked outside. Trying to make her gesture as theatrical as possible, she clicked the button on the capsule, pulled back her arm, and tossed it to the ground. As soon as it hit the soil, the capsule exploded in a puff of smoke, and as it dissipated, a huge, powerful motorbike with a big tail pack for luggage appeared. "Tada!" exclaimed Bulma triumphantly. "Oh, so it was a magic item," said Goku, with a laugh. "I did not think that you would have one too." This is not magic. This is just science. A careful and creative enough application of quantum field theory, tweaking around with interaction paths that allow non-equivalent conversion of mass and energy. Awfully convenient. Boy, I remember reading once a paper about how an hypothetical universe whose laws strictly enforced mass energy conservation would look like, and damn, that would suck so hard. I did not understand a single word of that. Are you sure that is not actually magic? It's completely different. Science makes sense, while magic, well, doesn't, or wouldn't, if it did exist. That seems contradictory. You are going on this whole trip to find 7 magical items, and you don't think magic is real? I've never seen it, shrugged Bulma. If I have to find out it does exist, searching for magical items seems a fun way to do it. And I get a wish granted thrown in. You don't need the Dragon Balls for that. I have a magical item right here. My fighting pole, the Nyoibo. Goku grabbed the extremity of his pole and extracted it from its scabbard. "Oh, right," exclaimed the girl. "I have been wanting to ask you about that. It seemed to me that it was sort of longer, earlier, but it's obviously made of simple wood, so it's not like there's any way it could possibly." "Stick, get longer," yelled Goku. And the pole magically extended to thrice its initial length, conking Bulma right in her forehead. Chapter 2. Riddles in the Sunlight. Okay, so try to stretch it again. After a day of traveling, Bulma and Goku were sitting in the comfort of a warm, fully equipped house that protected them from the cold and the potential dangers of the night outside. Inside this house, that had been materialized from a capsule as big as a human thumb, Bulma was losing her mind while trying to figure out how could a 1-meter-long stick possibly become longer than that. This had been going on for a while. Goku held the Nyoibo horizontal, between 2 chairs that Bulma had pushed against it on either side. The chairs were heavily weighted with whatever she could put her hands on, mostly books and tools, so that their mass should be at least similar. "Stick, get longer," said Goku, with a somewhat less enthusiastic voice than usual. The stick glowed with a faint red light and started stretching. Finding itself impeded by the chairs, it didn't immediately zoom out and buckled a bit under the pressure, but then it looked like it picked itself up, stiffened, straightened up, and started pushing more. The chairs were toppled, and the books and tools fell on the ground. Goku comfortably held a now 2-meter-long stick, perfectly horizontal with respect to the ground. Bulma's right eyelid twitched violently. "This thing does not exert a constant force, nor has constant elastic properties," she screamed, in frustration. "How the heck does it even know how long should it get?" "I just sort of picture it in my mind," explained Goku, helpfully. "Arg." She tossed the papers she was taking notes on in frustration, sat on a desk, and grabbed her head between her hands. "Why are you so angry? Your capsules do much more impressive things." "My capsules make sense. They have internal mechanisms and are incredibly complex. This is just a freaking wooden stick. It just means there is something you ignore about it. The wise knows there is always more to know." "Yes, but it drives me mad." Bulma sat for a while, beaten, her head abandoned on the desk. She did not know what was more exasperating, the stick or Goku's absolute jadedness about that inexplicable supernatural prodigy he kept using simply to bludgeon things that needed bludgeoning. She started realizing how different their respective worlds must have been growing up. She'd lived in a city her entire life, and life seemed more ordered there. She had just started peeking in the vast wilderness that were the less urbanized parts of the planet, and had already noticed that there was a bit more of a chaos, less regularity in the laws of social life. Safety was not to be taken for granted. She had ran from bandits and had defended against animal attacks. Now, as it turns out, she discovered the laws of nature themselves seemed a bit more elastic. The sad thing was, she couldn't even be sure this wasn't something that her illustrious predecessors, the people who had written the books she had studied on, had simply ignored and scoffed at. After all, she had heard stories from the Boons too, but no one believed stories from the Boons. If a few ancient relics of great power and people able to wield them existed scattered around the countryside, who would have found out? As long as the people holding them didn't think there was anything special about them. Goku certainly didn't look like he did. "Listen, Goku," she said, "the fact is, people like me, scientists, my father, too, we work on this idea that the world follows rules, that there is a logic to all things, that if you do a certain thing in a certain way, and then do it again in the same exact way, the same effects will verify. Do you follow me?" Goku nodded. "Well, we have found out some of these rules. I will give you books to read about them if you're interested, but it might take some time to teach you the basics you need to even understand them. Point is, once we find them out, we can use them to make stuff happen. But since the rules are not simple, usually it takes a complex machine to exploit them, something that has a lot of parts that do different things. Just like you can understand why a deer moves because it has muscles and bones and organs, but it would be weird to see a wooden statue of a deer just come to life and walk around. Right. I can understand that, agreed Goku. But then, why are you sure that such rules exist in the first place? Or that they are always respected, even in the face of something that does not respect them? Because, Bulma threw her hands in the air. Heck if I know. Because it sounds like it makes more sense, I guess. In a way no one really knows for sure. Maybe your stick really is the only thing that has no rules in this universe, and that's how things are. Guess I will find out when I find out if a magical wish dragon can make me meet the love of my life. Love? Love is only an abstract concept used to describe a state of mind. How could you meet it? Forget about that. Bulma cut short. Now that she had said it out loud, it sounded embarrassing and stupid, and she certainly didn't want to start talking about grown-up stuff with this kid who was, like, at least 3 years younger than her. You should go to bed. It's late. Kids need their sleep. What a weirdly specific observation. So do adults, objected Goku, but he didn't disagree much, as this was his chance to stop being part of Bulma's experimental setup. He shortened the stick back and put it in its scabbard, then went to the room they had agreed before was his to sleep in, and closed the door behind him. Even having never lived in such a modern house, he was quick to learn. All that Bulma had to do was show him once how to do things, and he just picked them up immediately. Bulma was left alone in the room, thinking about dragons and love and magic and the unbelievable conspiracy the universe was setting up just with the explicit purpose of driving her nuts. The next morning, Bulma and Goku were standing outside of the house, in full gear for the next day's trip. Bulma wore a different getup from the day before, a casual but comfortable set of clothes, with jeans, sneakers, and a wind jacket over a light t-shirt. Goku wore the same exact GI as the day before, and the day before, and the one before, suspected Bulma. "How often do you wash that thing you're wearing?" she asked, eyeing him badly. "Wash," was the puzzled answer. Bulma sighed. She'd teach him how to do laundry when they stopped for the next night. For now, all she could do was make sure he was always upwind with respect to her. She opened a small panel on the side of the house and pressed a few buttons. She dismissed hastily the usual warning message about making sure that no living things or other capsules were left inside the house before initiating recapsulation. Then, when the instructions recommended she take at least 10 steps back for her own safety, she barely took one. The house burst into a puff of smoke, and before the smoke was even dissipated, she plunged her hand inside it to grab a flying capsule without looking. She put it back at its place in her case and retrieved another, pausing a little to choose which one. "Today's a nice day," she proclaimed finally as she picked. "Even if it means going a bit slower, I feel like motorcycling a bit longer." As she turned, and she was about to click and toss the capsule, she found Goku staring at something in the middle of the road, followed his eyes, and started staring herself. In front of them was a massive turtle. "Hello," said the turtle. "Hello," answered Goku politely. "Goku," asked Bulma, "why are you talking with a turtle?" "Because she's the one who started. It would have been rude not to answer," explained the boy. "And I appreciate that," interjected the turtle. Bulma took a deep breath and tried to keep calm and cool-minded. Humanoid animal races were a thing, after all. This was hardly much different, except for, well, the humanoid part, since it was just a simple, normal-looking turtle. Who could speak? She decided to just roll with it. "Very well, Miss Turtle." "Mr." corrected the turtle. "Mr. Turtle, I hope that you will have a good day. Sadly, we cannot spend much more time in your delightful company. We have to leave, as we have a long way to go before this evening." "I thought you just picked a means of transportation that is not the fastest at your disposal," pointed out Goku. "How helpful you can be, Goku," hissed Bulma. "Now let's go." She had a bad feeling about this. "I need your help," pleaded the turtle. "And here we go," thought Bulma. It's not that she was opposed in principle to the idea of helping others, really. It just tended to waste so much of her time and energy when she did. Her mother had always said that as a member of the Briefs family, you had to learn when not to think too much about the fate of those less fortunate than you, as that would basically encompass everybody else, anyway. "I need your help," repeated the turtle. "As you may see, I am a turtle, not a tortoise. I live in the ocean. I am not supposed to dwell on land, but I have, sort of, got lost by at least 200 kilometers. The turtle seemed to think about it for a moment. "Well, yes, I suppose. And I thought you were slow creatures." "Oh yes, we are. Which is why going back to the sea is so troublesome for me. I have been wandering for weeks now. You seem to have some sort of transportation, so I was hoping." "Forget it," cut short Bulma, not wanting to listen a second more. "Goku, come with me. Adventure awaits." Goku stood next to the turtle and did not budge. "Bulma, the turtle needs help, and it is within our power to give it to him," he calmly explained. "I really think you should consider this." I did consider it. For all of the 20th part of a second. The answer my brilliant brain came up with is, not my problem. The kid gave her a stern look. You cannot avoid the weight of ethical choices simply by ignoring them. It became your problem from the moment you heard about his plight. Which is why I did not want to hear about it in the first place. Which means you had already guessed it. Which means you were already involved. "The kid is sharp," said the turtle, admiringly. "Oh, like a razor blade," commented curtly Bulma. "In case this helps you make your decision, know that if I will not go back to the ocean, I will die," added the turtle. "At some point in the future." Bulma pressed her hands on her temples. Goku was staring at her judgmentally. The turtle was staring at her pleadingly. There was a marked lack of anyone else around staring at her in ways that might make her not feel like a total dick. "Oh, whatever, fine," screamed Bulma in exasperation. "I guess we can take a little detour. At least I get to take a dip in the ocean, since the weather is so good. It's not like we're racing against someone else looking for the Dragon Balls too, after all." The sneeze echoed across the tall, empty hall of the castle. "Are you feeling unwell, Your Majesty?" asked worriedly a woman with long black hair and wearing military attire to the small blue man sitting on the throne. "It's nothing really, I don't have a cold or anything. Probably just the dust of this place. Clean it up some more." "As you order, Lord Pilaf." "Give me that turtle." The bandit was a huge humanoid bear. He towered all of a couple of meters above both Goku and Bulma, who had first realized his presence behind them when his huge shadow fell on them. On second thought, realized Bulma, a big tree trunk crashed right in the middle of the road, as if to purposefully stop any vehicles passing by should have rung all sort of alarms in her head. She realized she really ought to do some work on her street smarts. If she survived this, obviously. Goku, give him the turtle, she suggested under her breath. Hey, protested the subject of the deal. They had been traveling in a small pickup Bulma pulled out for the occasion from her capsule case. With the cargo bed specially fitted with a plastic tub and few water buckets they had added some salt to in order to keep the turtle fresh. Sorry, she apologized, but really, it's either you or us. Goku stood silent, looking intently at the bandit, with a bit of a puzzled expression. Bulma was learning to start fearing that expression, and this was really not the best moment. Didn't you hear me? I said give me the turtle. I want to eat it, roared the bandit, waving his huge curved sword threateningly. Quick, or I will kill you. I heard you, said Goku, plainly, but I don't understand. Why are you asking? Bulma, the turtle, and the bandit all blinked in confusion. I'm giving you a chance, little runt. Do you want to die? Surely not. But why do you care what I want? It would be far easier for you to just kill us all, get the turtle, and possibly steal our goods too. I understand Bulma is very rich. I'm sure she has something of value. So I die, thought Bulma, still young and beautiful, on a dusty road in the middle of nowhere, because of a stupid turtle with a terrible sense of direction and a monkey boy far too clever for his own good. The bandit growled. Well, maybe I didn't want to kill you if I didn't need to. You're making me change my mind, though. I apologize if I'm being annoying, said Goku, his tone absolutely sincere. Perhaps I have rushed to conclusions, seeing how you seem to care little for moral customs and want to eat our friend Turtle who is, in fact, as much of a sentient being as us and can talk. Wait, it can talk, grunted the bandit. As a matter of fact, I can, confirmed the turtle. Well, that is weird. I am not used to talking food. It doesn't feel right. I am glad we could come to an understanding, concluded Goku surely. Then, you would agree to let us go without the need for any violence? I suppose so, muttered the bear, lowering his sword. I was only so damn hungry. Is it too much to ask to find some dinner that can't speak? Bulma was speechless. She did not know whether to be offended that the bandit ignored all of her extremely valuable possessions in favor of that old wrinkly turtle, or simply grateful to the world for this amazing new chance at life. What she had just witnessed from Goku was simply the most incredible feat of diplomacy she had ever heard of. That's a relief, said the kid. I would not have wanted to hurt you. What did you just say? Never mind. The bandit's eyes now were ablaze with anger. His sword was pointed straight at Goku's face. His free hand was trembling in rage and looked like it was ready to grab and squeeze his skull into a pulp, and it was big enough to actually do it. I said I would not have wanted to hurt you. Repeated Goku, my grandpa told me that martial arts should not be used to hurt or kill if not in time of great need. Well, that's rich coming out of a tiny runt like you. Don't worry, this is a time of need, sneered the bandit, because as soon as I'm finished with you, you're going to need. They would never learn what exactly was supposed to be the conclusion of that threat, because midway through, he had started swinging the sword towards Goku, and that had been the boy's signal to attack. Bulma could barely catch what happened, so fast his movement was. The kid fluidly stepped to the right, pivoting on his foot. The sword hissed through the air so close to him. It trimmed a couple of hair from his head, but Goku extended his hands and grabbed the bear's arm, pushed, and jumped on his palms, landing feet first in the bandit's face. The gigantic beast was sent flying, and as Goku was spinning and landing, his Nioibo slid out of its scabbard and flew out, all in a single calculated motion that found his hand ready to grab it and extend. He screamed, and the pole was now swinging at triple length, aimed straight for the bandit's skull, in a motion so fast and precise that Bulma realized it could only conclude by splitting it in half. And then it stopped. The bandit was breathing heavily, in pain, and grasped his chest. His eyes, wide open, were fixated on the tip of the stick that had stopped just 5 centimeters away from his forehead, and his death. Goku stared rather blankly, then withdrew his weapon, which smoothly shortened itself as he slid it back into the scabbard. The bear got up, turned, and ran away, without looking back. That was amazing, commented Bulma, breathless. I would have rather not done that, said Goku. I don't like it. When I fight, I need to let my instinct take control. And as my grandpa always said, I should always let reason be in control of my instinct. Oh, come on. He totally had it coming anyway, laughed the girl, in relief. What would your instinct have you do anyway? She looked at Goku and suddenly noticed that he was still somewhat different. He was not tired. He did not break a sweat, in fact, but he was somewhat agitated. His cheeks were red. His lips slightly retracted over his teeth. His tail, what was up with that again? Swinging nervously left and right. Kill him, of course, he said. Then he climbed back onto the pickup and slumped into the passenger's chair as a stunned Bulma went back to sit at the wheel. He did not speak any more as they traveled, and eventually fell asleep, and finally his lineaments relaxed in the sun of that bright September morning. Why are we waiting here again? Cried Bulma loudly, stretching her hands to the sky, in the sun of what was now a still very bright and rather hot September afternoon. They were sitting in the middle of the beach, Goku idly observing a pair of crabs as they moved around, Bulma launching invectives against fate for her current predicament. The beach was a very beautiful one indeed, but not exactly a touristic spot. There was plenty of ocean, shells, and palms, but no food or drink stalls. Lunchtime had come and passed, and Bulma had to settle for one of her portable travel rations and some water from a canteen rather than the ice cream she would have really craved in such weather. Shadow was also very scarce, but damn if she could remember in which of 10 luggage capsules she was bringing along she had stored her umbrella. She had ditched her jacket long ago, and now was simply wearing her t-shirt and jeans, but still felt like she was boiling alive. She would have gone for a swim as she had imagined at first, but she couldn't find her bikini either, and even if she did, changing in front of Goku was not an option. Turtle said he'd come back with his master and bring us a gift, said Goku. Then he went back to his crustacean studies, prodding a bit the crabs with a stick and seeing how they reacted. Well, that was hours ago, protested Bulma. I say we should just go. That would be a mistake. Oh, don't act like you know it all. Country boy, burst out the girl. It's always that attitude with you. You didn't even know what a car was until yesterday. That is true, admitted Goku, but it's not really relevant. It would be a mistake because they're almost here. He pointed a finger to the ocean, and sure enough, there they could see something swimming in the water, leaving a white trail behind it, and someone standing on its back, above the surface of the ocean. Is he riding the turtle? Wondered Bulma, squinting to see better in the bright sun. The conspiracy to make her doubt her senses and reason happily continued. Sure enough, he was, and he, in this case, was the peculiar figure of a bald old man, wearing an Hawaiian shirt, shorts, flip-flops, and sunglasses. He held a gnarly wooden club in his hand. When the turtle, or rather, Turtle, that old friend of approximately 5 hours of adventures, was close enough to the beach, the old man jumped, spin-flipped mid-air, landed gracefully on the sand, and howdy, he greeted the two. Bulma and Goku greeted back, and then stood waiting perplexed as the old man carefully shook the sand that had gotten stuck inside his wet flip-flops. I hear you've helped my dear subordinate. He finally started, well done. I am Mutant Rashi, the Turtle Master, and I am grateful for your help. I would like to give you a gift as thanks. Actually, it was mostly the boy, intervened the turtle, who had just emerged from the water herself. The girl took a lot of convincing, and then wanted to give me to that bear bandit. Which I should have done, hissed back Bulma, thus getting to learn what a turtle sticking its tongue to you looks like. Well, I see. Boy, I think I owe you a gift then, at least. Is there anything you would like? I do not know, admitted candidly Goku. I am on this trip to know myself well enough that I can know what it is that I want without knowing, or whether I truly have nothing that I want. The old man stopped for a second to parse all of that. Oh my, what a clever fellow. And wise, for your age. I just have the thing. You might be able to ride it after all. Kintown. A few instants after Mutant called, a whooshing sound came from the sky, and a yellow streak crossed it from east to west. Next thing anyone knew, a little yellow cloud stopped with a loud break right in front of Mutant and remained hovering in midair. I'm not even going to ask how that works, commented Bulma wryly. This is Kintown, announced Mutant. It's a magical cloud that can fly anywhere in the world at an amazing speed. But remember, you can only ride it if you are pure of heart. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. If what you say is the truth, I do not think I would be worth of such a gift, he stuttered, almost a bit embarrassed. Are you saying this can provide me with an absolute, objective ethical standard? Mutant raised an eyebrow. It can take you places. Well, that's only if I pass its judgment. But regardless of that, the implications are amazing. There has never been a way of agreeing on a single universal moral code. Humanity has struggled with that question for centuries, and rivers of blood have been spilled over it. But here is an unfeeling magical item that is able to objectively tell between good and bad people. It means, by observing who can ride it and who can't, we can deduce what good is. The kid was now obviously overexcited. Bulma eyed the whole scene with distinct skepticism, and the old man was simply baffled. I guess, he said in the end, shrugging. Goku kept circling the cloud, thinking aloud more than talking, and occasionally gesticulating. Then, after shutting up and stopping for a moment, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and jumped on top of it. And fell right through, ending up on the ground, his head still wrapped in the intangible yellow vapor. I see. That's how things are, he said, getting up and patting the dust off his clothes, without sounding much disappointed. Mutant seemed pretty dismayed. Oh, I'm sorry, boy. I really thought. Well, I imagine we all have our hidden depths. Say, inquired Bulma, finally butting in, are you able to ride it? Oh no, my goodness, not really. I am just an old man with a rather sinful mind to boot. Huh, and have you ever seen anyone ride it? No, never. Okay, and do you know anyone who claimed they could ride it? I don't think so, he said after a moment's thought, though given the nature of the condition for that, I would imagine they wouldn't be the bragging type. All right, so how do you know that anyone can ride it at all? Well, I've been told so by Corinne, the cat god who gave it to me. You've been told by a cat god, repeated Bulma, slowly. Did you ever stop to think maybe no one could ride it because it's impossible? Why would that be? Because it's a cloud. It's not solid, the girl shrieked, throwing her hands in the air. It's fine, Bulma, stepped in Goku. We don't know for sure he's not right. Truly good people would be very hard to find. After all, I would like to have a few more people try it as a test. In fact, Bulma, would you like to? Don't even think about it, said Bulma, indignant, her arms crossed. I will not subject myself to such humiliation, nor to the judgment of a glorified puff of smoke. As you wish. I can't force you. If you ever change your mind, I'd be glad to allow you to try. Still, I think it's an interesting gift, and I am sure it will prove useful, even if I cannot ride it. Thank you very much, Master Mutant. And he bowed politely to the old man, who blushed a bit and muttered something about how it was nothing, really. Bulma was only glad that this surreal detour was finally over, and more than willing to just drop both Turtle and Master to their collective nonsense to focus on her extremely important quest of love and science, when she noticed a tiny detail. That old fart wore a necklace. And from that necklace, like a big, orange, extremely garish pearl, was dangling the 3-star Dragon Ball. In fact, the detail wasn't tiny at all, and she wondered how the heck didn't she notice earlier, considering her whole life at the moment revolved around those damn things. Old man, she called to him, suddenly more jovial than before despite your turtle friend's lack of appreciation. I helped save him too. Don't you think I could deserve at least a tiny token of gratitude? Maybe you're right. Turtle, what do you say? Perhaps you've been a bit too harsh. If it was for her, I would have died twice today. She deserves nothing. Bulma started considering where she could find a good recipe for turtle soup. I'm sorry, said Mutant. I don't like saying no to a cute girl like you, but I'm afraid that's final. Friendly tactics failed. Time to let the money talk. Bulma dropped all pretenses of joviality. She dug into her bag and whipped out a checkbook and a pen. Okay, let's talk real, old man. Your necklace. I want it. Give me a price, she said, matter-of-factly, while twirling the pen between her fingers. How vulgar! Exclaimed the master. I do not crave material possessions so much that I could be just bought so easily. I am an hermit after all. Bulma stared at him for a second. He stared back. The pen stopped twirling. But he did not stare at her eyes. But maybe we could find an agreement. If you could, huh? The fingers started pressuring the pen, tense, bending it in the middle. Show me your panties? And the sound of the pen snapping resounded like pistol fire across the entire beach. 3 hours later, the sun was beginning to set, and the situation was still at a stall. Bulma was not willing to concede anything, but did not want to lose the Dragon Ball either, so would keep alternating short haggling sessions with Mutant, with long indignant silences during which she merely sat alone in a corner of the beach, arms and legs crossed. Mutant, with the patience of a true hermit, simply sat and smoked his pipe, confident that eventually Bulma would come around. The turtle was busy swimming near the shore, lazily gulping down small fish, and pretending he really had nothing to do with the old man. And Goku was puzzled by the whole affair, and how could it possibly be so complicated? He walked up to Bulma. Bulma, why don't you just show him your panties like he asked? It would not cost you anything, he suggested. Absolutely not. It would definitely cost me a lot. Goku seemed very confused by this. Cost you how? He didn't ask you to give them to him. And you said you are rich anyway. Some things are worth more than money. I will not show him my panties, even if I have to take the Dragon Ball from his cold, dead body. Now, pointed out the kid, that does not sound very ethical. Neither does asking underage girls for sexual favors, screamed Bulma, loud enough for Mutant to hear her, and yet, here we are. Obviously, there was not much reasoning to do on this side. In his efforts to mediate, Goku decided then to focus on the other party of the deal. He stood in front of Mutant. Howdy, boy. Howdy, repeated Goku, politely. I am sorry that my friend seems to be so stubborn about her panties, but I fear it would not do to insist. If you would not mind, I am willing to show you my underwear in exchange for the Dragon Ball, as a compromise. A hysterical fit of laughter came from Bulma's direction. Well, that is a generous offer. You really are a good kid, complimented him the old man. But see, that just doesn't work for me. I want to see her panties, not yours. This is really confusing, protested the boy. She offered you money. You would not gain anything material from seeing her panties. Why do you insist so much? Well, see kid, some things are worth more than money. Goku did understand this concept, but he had usually heard it applied to highly immaterial ideals. Love, wisdom, honor. Panties were a new entry in that category of things. It was as if there was some kind of coded conversation going on between Bulma and Mutant. He was not one for anger, usually, but he could not deny a slight feeling of annoyance at all of this. He found not understanding something so fundamental to all that was happening around him extremely frustrating. All right, let's get this over with. Bulma burst up standing all of a sudden, then walked straight to Mutant. The two stood in front of each other for a while, one standing, one sitting, staring into each other's eyes or sunglasses. Old man, she announced, I challenge you to a game. A game? And why would I accept to play? Asked placidly the hermit, puffing smoke from his mouth. Because it's a game that involves me stripping. Mutant pulled a handkerchief out and started drying his sweaty forehead. Well, I'm listening. Explain, he finally managed to say. All right, rules of the game. Goku came closer and started listening intently, hoping to finally understand what the heck was up with these two. Rule number 1. The game consists of each of us taking turns and removing one article of clothing or accessory from our body. The other person has to remove the corresponding article from theirs. The person who refuses or is unable to remove any article of clothing in response loses. Rule number 2. If I were to win, you would give me the Dragon Ball. You don't get anything for winning, though. That's unfair, protested the old man. It's plenty fair. You can get what you want and more already simply by playing the game well, after all. This, Mutant could not really object to, so he let it pass with a shrug. Rule number 3. To avoid cheating, any clothing must be removed in plain sight. This includes underwear. One must first strip in order to make it visible, remove it, and then can put the other clothes back on. Sounds sensible, approved Mutant. The incredible possibilities that these rules offered to him did not escape his notice. Rule number 4. Any removed matching articles of clothing will be exchanged with the opponent and will be theirs to keep, even after the end of the game. Wait a second, intervened the old man, suspicious. What is the purpose of this rule? Bulma smiled. What? You don't want souvenirs? He did, obviously. Finally, rule number 5. I get the first move. You have ways to get what you want in a single move, so I think that's just fair. Okay, I need to deliberate. Give me 5 minutes. Mutant rushed to the shore, any remain of his composure all but lost. His cheeks were already flushed with blood. He called the turtle next to him, and as the reptile came laying on the sand at his feet, he explained the rules and Bulma's suspicious proposal. She's playing you, proclaimed the turtle. I know she must be, but I can't figure out how. Well, she is. So refuse. You don't know how, but she does. She would not do this if she were not sure to win. You're right, but it does not make sense. Rule 4, for example, looks like it was meant just to draw me in. So there must be a trick somewhere else. But where? Maybe she just thinks that I would be embarrassed exposing myself in front of her. How little she understands, sighed the turtle deeply. You can say that. I know she can win in one move, if she removes something that I can't. But what is she wearing that I am not? Man, really? The turtle seemed disappointed. A bra, obviously. A bra. You're right. She can win instantly by removing that. But Rule 3 means that she should do that in plain view, without her shirt on. So, you would get a full frontal view. I would. Why would she go for this? Is it just a matter of pride, to show herself on her own terms? Or is she less shy about her boobs than about her panties? Mutant was supposed to be thinking, but really, his heavy breath by now indicated that rational faculties were quickly abandoning him. Turtle didn't think any of these explanations squared much with the girl who had spent 3 hours on a hot beach just working out a plan to trick this dirty old man. But then again, it was not like he cared that much and wanted to go back to fishing, so he just let it go. Mammals and their morbid obsession with milk glands seemed extremely crude to him. Okay, I accept, finally said Mutant, walking back to Bulma. Took you long enough. And it was such a good deal, too. The girl smiled again and took place standing right in front of Mutant. She made sure he could see her well and stretched her arms upwards. The old man was completely enthralled. My turn first, then. Her hands moved behind her back, towards her neck, as if to prepare to remove her t-shirt. Mutant began hyperventilating. The hands touched the back of her shirt's neck, moved it a bit, revealed something under. A golden glint. Her fingers searched for it and grabbed something tiny and started unhooking it. And as she succeeded, she revealed it. A thin, long golden chain that was tied around her neck and hidden under her shirt until now, almost invisible. Rule number 4. Any removed matching articles of clothing will be exchanged with the opponent and will be theirs to keep, even after the end of the game. Necklace, she announced, handing it to him with a wide grin. And Mutant could only start slowly untying the rope that kept the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. Chapter 3. The Best Laid Plans of Pigs and Men. The road seemed to stretch unending among the slightly hilly terrain, occasionally turning around in big lazy curves, never really getting challenging. Bulma was driving a small but stylish convertible, one of her most pricey capsules, and Goku was sitting next to her, his gaze lost in the sky. The sun was high, the wind mild, and if there was any speed limit on this road, they sure were not respecting it. Heck, it's not like she was supposed to know how to drive at her age in the first place. Forget having a license. But then again, what cop would police this forgotten countryside? Good thing Goku didn't know much about road safety, or he might reprimand her for it. So, this scientific method you talk about, said Goku out loud, still looking upwards, basically consists of making a guess about how things work, and then checking if they really do work that way. More like checking if they do not work, answered the girl, keeping her eyes on the road. We make a prediction, we try, and if it does not work, it means the guess was wrong. If it works, it means it was only possibly right about that. Could still be wrong a million other ways. and you can never be sure that it will keep working. Say you punched and broke 1,000 rocks. How do you know for sure you will manage to break the next one? Fair enough. So you keep just guessing? Guessing has gotten us pretty far. We all guess all the time anyway. Bulma steered for a tighter curve, taking it at full speed. It was not every day she got a passenger who was unfazed by her style of driving, by sheer virtue of ignoring how an actually responsible person was supposed to do it. As my father says, we keep guessing until we die. Guess well, and that may happen a bit later. I get it. The boy nodded. It's a bit like fighting. You need to understand your opponent, how they think, what they will do next. Catch their patterns. Precisely. I think given enough time, you'll become really good at this. You just need to learn the basics. She grinned. Now, here's a practical example. If the theory I used to build my radar is right, I predict we will find a Dragon Ball very soon. We've arrived, Goku inquired, looking at the screen of the Dragon radar, where a dot was blinking slightly off-center. We're within walking distance, and it's better if we approach more carefully. Hold on tight. The tires screeched and a cloud of dust was lifted from the ground as Bulma braked suddenly. The dust was still settling when they got down, and the car went back to being a capsule in her multi-purpose case. They walked for a bit, Bulma holding her radar and checking it against a map. Integration of the two was one of the first features on her to-do list, Goku taking the chance for a bit of training and moving while doing a handstand. He'd do even weirder things now and then for the sake of packing as much exercise as he could into daily activities, so Bulma barely noticed it anymore. There, she announced finally, pointing a finger, it should be in that village. The village, they found as they walked in, was as plain a bunch of houses you could find, but there was still something very weird to it. Most of it seemed empty. Bulma even managed to pin down the house in which she was sure the Dragon Ball must be held, a low muddy hut with a small front garden and an orange cat dozing off amidst the salad leaves, but to her great frustration, it was locked. Good thing the place was so tiny the owner couldn't be too far away. There's noise coming from up ahead, pointed out Goku. Let's go check. The noise was coming from the village's main and only square. A crowd of a few dozens people, so probably everyone, was assembled around a small stage. A two-man band was playing music, flowers were hung all around the walls. A girl stood in the middle wearing what passed for an elegant dress in these parts, and everyone looked like they were attending someone's funeral, or possibly their own. Well, here they are. We need to talk to someone, commented Bulma, but they all seem pretty busy with whatever's going on. So, much. People, slowly uttered Goku, in disbelief. Is this what you called a city? The girl laughed out loud. Silence, admonished her a nearby old woman, turning brusquely with a gloomy frown. Do you have no respect? I'm sorry. Bulma composed herself, while the boy was still confused as to what did he say that was so funny. I should not have laughed at this, huh? Wedding, finished the other, gravely. Sure, wedding. Who laughs at those, right? She confirmed grim affairs. The crone did not deign this of an answer. She merely scoffed and turned around. So, who is going to the gallows? I mean, getting married? Asked Bulma after a while. Sherman's daughter, grumbled the woman, poor girl. It seems yesterday I would babysit her when her father was away working the fields. And now she's marrying. They grow so fast, right? She's 11, bawled the old woman, and unable to hold her tears, she just started crying and noisily blowing her nose in a cotton handkerchief. Bulma asked Goku, what is a wedding? It seems like a very sad occasion. Usually not this much. Something's wrong. The woman turned around furious, hurriedly stuffing her handkerchief back in her pocket. That damn oolong. That's what's wrong, she growled. Have you never heard of him? That crook keeps kidnapping our little girls. He comes around every few weeks and threatens to raise our village if we don't give him whatever girl struck his fancy that time. Then he takes her away and we never see her again. And soon it all repeats. Now he asked for sweet little Pakawatha, poor thing. Says he wants to marry her. That's terrible, said Bulma. Could you really do nothing against him? How strong is he? Oh, very strong. He has magical powers and can transform in anything he likes, she answered, the terror audible in her voice. Can he really? Bulma was intrigued now. You bet. He becomes the most horrible, invincible things. He can become very big and very scary. And hideous, chimed in someone else. And full of spikes. And with eyes like embers. And with a roar that's like an earthquake. That is all very intimidating, intervened Goku, candidly, but what can he do? An uncomfortable silence spread throughout the crowd as everyone seemed stunned by the question. He can become very, very big, suggested tentatively someone. Goku seemed curious but genuinely trusting of the accounts of the villagers and probably interested in such extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, however, Bulma started having a creeping suspicion, and she did not know if it made the matter hilarious or much, much more tragic. Has he ever hurt anyone? She inquired. No, answered one of the villagers, completely baffled at the suggestion. Who could possibly dare confront him? Destroyed any property? Not really. Did he ever, I don't know, lift something heavy? Did he? Asked someone, and soon the whole crowd was murmuring and mumbling. Bulma sighed, shaking her head. Then she drew a long breath and spoke as loud and clear as possible to be heard by the entire square. Attention everyone, I think I have a solution to your little kidnapping problem. Silence fell on the crowd, and all faces turned towards her. However, I will not give it to you for free. All I ask is a certain item that I know is in possession of one of you. Would you be willing to give it to me? Whatever, screamed someone, we'd do anything to get rid of him. No one protested at that, so they probably all agreed. Perfect. Remember, you promised, begun Bulma. In exchange for this little object that you surely would have no use for, I will tell you my little theory about what Oolong is doing and how to get rid of him and his tyrannical ways forever. So listen up. When the large silhouette of a man in a threatening dark suit of armor walked into the village, the silence was total. The warrior looked around, then stepped quickly forward amidst the crowd, which quietly parted, allowing him to walk towards the center, where the girl in a wedding dress was waiting. I'm sorry that this is going to be a bit rushed, a cavernous voice came from inside the helm. But let's try at least to make it cheerful, yes? No one seemed to listen. Everyone kept staring, without saying a word, and they didn't seem neither cheerful nor scared. In fact, they seemed outright furious. Before the man could reach the girl, the crowd closed in front of him. A few men stared at him with a grimace, arms crossed. For some reason, they had brought pitchforks, which were now leaning on their shoulders. Hey, guys, I'm sure you don't realize this, but I can't reach the bride this way. He turned around. The crowd was closing behind him as well. This was not going according to plan. I'm sorry, he said, his voice now reduced to a mere whimper. Maybe I'll get the bride another time. Now I should really go. Grab him, roared one of the men, and suddenly the crowd went wild. Screaming, insulting, they started spitting and tossing stones towards the suit of armor. Various rocks hit him, and instead of making a clanking sound, they made a wet thud, like smacking on flesh. Oolong screamed in pain and disappeared in a puff of smoke, to reappear transformed into a bat, but it was too late. The crowd was already pressing on him. Over him, there was no room to fly. Someone grabbed his wings and started to pull. He turned again before they could rip them, and now he had reverted to his true form, a small pigman in a military suit. Bring him to the barn, screamed again the ringleader, that Oolong now vaguely recognized as the one who would have become his father-in-law today had things not gone so very wrong. Next to him were two people that Oolong was sure he'd never seen in the village, a girl with short blue hair, who would have been quite to his liking had she been a bit younger, and a boy with messy hair and a monkey tail. The boy just looked a bit disappointed as he was easily overpowered by the crowd and dragged away. The girl instead rushed next to the leader, Sherman, was that his name? And whispered something in his ear. Don't hurt him, ordered the man, obviously repeating the girl's suggestion. We need T.O., get him T.O., tell us where the other girls are. Don't hurt him yet. Yet, noticed Oolong, as cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. They dragged him inside a barn, on a chair that was prepared in advance with leather straps, and bound him. He could have transformed into an insect and escaped, but with that much people around, someone would have stomped on him for sure in the confusion, by accident or on purpose. He considered a mouse or another small animal until he saw the orange cat that was hissing threateningly at him from an old lady's arms. Anything bigger would be easily caught. "Form a circle," ordered the girl, who had now stepped into the barn with a very bossy attitude, dropped sandbags around the chair to form a barrier, and close all windows and doors. "Kids, go around the chair and have your glass jars ready. If he becomes an insect, capture him immediately. You too, toss the mosquito net on top of him. It must be impossible for him to transform into something and run away." The girl clearly had thought this through. The net prevented him from flying away, and when Oolong managed to touch the floor with his feet, he suddenly felt something sticky under them. They had poured molasses all around the chair, making the surface an inescapable trap for anything small enough to try and go that way. "Bring me the tools." A briefcase appeared and was handed to the girl, who now moved decisively towards him. Oolong did not like at all where this was going. "The girls are fine," he screamed as loud as possible so that everyone could hear him. "They are kept in my house, hidden in a cave under the North Mountain. You can find the entrance by following the stream that comes down from the mountain and turning away from it when you meet a tree split through its trunk. The cavern is walled, and there's a door with an electronic lock. The passcode is 56,183. As he spat everything out, Oolong's words sounded more and more like a plea. There was a moment of silence, and the pig could swear he heard someone mumbling in disappointment. "You, and you, with me," finally ordered Sherman. "Let's go get the girls. Write the instructions down and bring a rifle in case this guy has accomplices." The three men left at a speedy pace. Oolong sighed in relief. In this situation, cutting his losses had been the right choice. Maybe they would even be a bit more clement now. He turned to see the girl still coming closer with her briefcase. "Hey, what are you doing? I told you everything. I swear. Everything." "Oh, I know," the girl said nonchalantly, "but this is not for that." The briefcase clicked open. It revealed a full set of chronometers, thermometers, calibers, dynamometers, and other high-precision measurement tools. These good people called the cops from the closest city, but even with a plane, it will take them at least 4 hours to arrive and arrest you. In the meanwhile, to kill the time, you're going to transform for me, precisely in the ways that I will tell you to. And we're going to do some science." She pulled off a devilish grin. "This is going to be fun. I can't believe that old lady. Even after all I did for their village, I still had to give her a vacuum cleaner from my portable house to convince her to give me the Dragon Ball. Apparently, simply telling them that they had been duped like a bunch of idiots by a random jackass wasn't heroic enough to deserve a reward." Bulma kept mumbling under her breath, annoyed, as she fiddled with the control panel of the airplane. The cockpit's glass darkened a bit at the turn of a knob, making the blinding light of the scorching desert sun somewhat more tolerable. "No point in getting angry. The Dragon Ball is still much more valuable, is it not?" suggested Goku. "Yes, of course you're right," sighed the girl like always. Goku didn't react at that, showing neither annoyance nor coyness. The difficulty of reading him was one of the things that bothered Bulma the most. "Do you believe more in magic now that you could perform some other experiments?" he asked a moment later. "Well, I have to resign myself to the evidence." Bulma frowned a bit, and her hands clenched the control stick slightly harder. He was definitely using magic. I can't really even try to explain it away. But on the other hand, studying him gave me some ideas about what magic should be. Not a full theory, mind you, but some general directions. Actually, do you mind listening to my reasoning and giving me your opinion? "It's fine. Tell me." "Okay." The girl stopped a moment, collecting her thoughts. The first thing that bugged me was, what even is magic? What is there in common between all these phenomena that makes them a single thing rather than a bunch of different laws? And the answer I came to is, they all have to do with the mind shaping reality directly. The Nyoibo responding to my will. That pig person transforming into what he wants. And of course, if they work, the Dragon Balls turning the wish of the user into reality. Confirmed Bulma. It makes sense, right? But it's also very vague, so I am not sure how to try and falsify it. I guess a form of magic that worked without any sentient being involved at any point would disprove it. I could see if using your voice recording to order your stick to extend works even without you being present. I don't think that would work, intervened Goku. I know it doesn't work even if I say it myself, but am too distracted to really think about it. Which fits with the theory. Oolong said the same thing, that he has to make a conscious effort to keep his form, to the point where he can only last for 5 minutes before he has to revert. It's possible that this could be overcome with better discipline and mental fortitude, but it goes to show anyway that there's an effort involved in maintaining magic, not just summoning it. So you think the substance of the mind can alter the world, but only through certain specific items or techniques that we call magic? Yes. And mind you, it creeps me out to just say this out loud because until yesterday, I never believed there was a specific substance of the mind at all, or a soul. But I guess it's a possibility on the table now. What else? Not much. The pig had limits on how big or small he could become. I suspect these are more limits of his knowledge and imagination than of the magic itself. He did not seem very well versed in his own art. It beggars belief that not only he conceived such a stupid scheme, but that it actually worked for so long. So you think someone else might be more powerful just by learning to use those abilities better? Who knows? If it's really just a matter of state of mind, it's possible. We should test a bit with your pole, see how long or short you can get it, and how that relates to your expectations of how much you think a pole can be long or short while still counting as a pole. You could have done more experiments if you'd brought him with us. Bulma laughed. Goodness, no? I may have liked the idea of experimenting more, but I know better than carrying around a little creep like that right next to me, especially considering how hard his transformation skills would make it to keep him in check. Hell, he was kidnapping little girls and keeping them prisoner in his house. Even though it turned out he never hurt them and they were all quite fine, that twerp deserves all he's getting. He's lucky I was there to stop the villagers from outright lynching him. In fact, Bulma went back to focusing on piloting the little airplane again, checking the route against a digital map to make sure of their direction. The landscape under them was flat and barren, just a vast dried-out desert with the occasional rock formation, and provided no points of reference. Goku stuck his face back against the cockpit window, looking below. It was the first time he experienced flight, without the notion having ever even crossed his mind before. He was starting to feel a little sorry that Mutan's weird cloud did not manage to carry him. So, I was thinking, started Bulma, there are 2 Dragon Balls left. One of them is on Mount Frypan, and honestly, I've read up a bit on it, and it looks like a pretty awful place. The mountain is constantly on fire, and it's guarded by some local crazed warlord known as the Ox King. Everyone says he's really strong, and I don't think we can just waltz in and get lucky like we did with Oolong. I will not fight to steal any Dragon Balls from a legitimate owner, said Goku, frowning. I did not mean to ask, but apparently this guy has attacked people who were just passing by on suspicion that they were thieves, so it's dangerous anyway, and you might have to fight in self-defense. Still, I like to plan a bit better, so maybe we should leave that one for last. I'm correcting the route and going towards the other one, which should not be anywhere special. That makes sense. Where are we going then? First, a little town south of this desert to refuel and stock on some other necessities. Then we stop for the night, and in the morning we travel 500 more kilometers down to the site of the other ball, explained Bulma, pointing to the spots on the map. We should get there before noon tomorrow. This airplane thing is fast, commented Goku, looking down to the ground that was quickly zipping by. Yeah, you can say it out loud, laughed the girl. Good thing too I thought of bringing this capsule along. Can you imagine traveling by car across that desert? It would have been a huge pain. And who knows what dangers lurk inside it, too. The hideout was quiet, except for the buzzing of the AIC keeping the desert heat outside. Curtains were drawn, keeping the air cool and in half-darkness. Long hair tossed all around, mouth half open, gaze fixed on the ceiling, and a sword carelessly tossed next to him on the floor. The bandit lay spread out on a couch. He was not asleep. This was a state going beyond that. One of complete, utter, boredom-induced apathy. Poor, he asked, any prey in sight? Nope, said happily a squeaky voice from another room, like yesterday, and the day before. The voice paused a bit. And the last 2 months. The bandit groaned loudly. A blue cat floated in from the door and hurried next to him. What's wrong, Yamcha? He asked, you sound frustrated. I am frustrated, Poir, my loyal friend. The great Yamcha cannot just wither away in this forgotten hole in the middle of nowhere. Action calls me. Adventure. Greatness. He jumped up from the coach, grabbed his sword, and randomly swung it around a couple times. Poir floated back by a few steps for safety. I don't mind staying here, it said, its little eyes fixated on Yamcha. I get to spend time with you. I am happy you feel like that. But I'm sorry, this is not enough for me. I barely even make a living here. Whose plan was it to just wait in the middle of a freaking desert for someone to pass by and rob them, anyway? Yours, pointed out Poir. You said at least out here you would not be likely to run into girls and be embarrassed by them. Well, I don't know what I was thinking then. I should overcome my fears, not succumb to them. I can conquer my shyness and make it big with my strength and skill. Pack up, Poir. We're leaving. We'll go make a living in the great urban jungle of West City. West City, said the cat, in a worried tone. There will be a lot of girls there. Yes, of course. That is the whole point. Grab your things. I will stuff everything useful into storage capsules and leave the rest of this junk here. And so determined, Yamcha started going through the vast amount of used clothes, worn-out weapons, and looted goods strewn around the floor of the house, and kept in chests and drawers, tossing some in a tall heap that constituted everything useful, and others in another, completely indistinguishable heap that constituted the rest of this junk. During this process, Poir would only stare and float around in mild distress. A lot, he repeated feebly. I'll have a couple kilos of those cabbages. Put them in the refrigerating capsule. Thanks. Also 5 kilos of potatoes. Sure thing, miss. That's a lot of greens you're buying. Well, I have a kid with me. Wouldn't want to stunt his growth. Oh, I see. The grocer smiled. Guess it will be hard to get him to eat him, right? Wrong. Not only he gobbles them down happily, you wouldn't believe how much he bothers me about healthy eating. His grandpa apparently taught him how a martial artist takes care of his body like a temple and keeps all his nutrients balanced. He's dragging me down this hole by nagging me so much, lunch and dinner. Bulma sighed. I miss fries, she concluded longingly. The grocer laughed. Well, if you want to indulge into sin, he said, lowering his voice, I believe I have some bags of crisps for sale. Yes, please, exclaimed the girl, give me 20 of those. They kept chatting about as she loaded the provisions. She would drag out one of her storage capsules, make it puff out into a big box to stuff with food, then re-encapsulate it and label it with a marker to remember what contained what. Meanwhile, the grocer was keeping a meticulous bill and promising generous bulk discounts if she bought just some more. At this rate, he might have to close down shop for the next 2 days waiting for restocks, as he basically would have nothing left to sell. Not that he'd complain about that. Bulma went through a shopping list, striking out things as they got loaded. Right, she asked, next I'd like some carrots. The man stopped dead in his tracks and gave her a rather gloomy look. We don't sell carrots here, he said, gravely. I'm sorry, are you giving me the you outsiders should not get involved in the business of our town look over freaking root vegetables? Said Bulma in disbelief. The man shook his head. If it's root vegetables you're interested in, we've got onions, turnips, burdocks, and parsnips. Not carrots. Well, that's rich. I'm going to bring my very abundant money somewhere else, I suppose. What kind of grocery store does not stock on carrots? You won't find them anywhere else, no matter how much you're willing to pay. In this town, we don't like carrots. The curtain behind them tingled, and a breeze entered in the shop. Is that so? Asked Bulma, defiantly, her hands on her hips. And for what incredibly stupid reason would that be? The grocer did not answer. All color faded from his face. Bulma heard a click behind her, and the cold metallic circle of a gun tip pressing against her back. Because we're the ones running the carrot racket here, rich girl, said a sneering voice. Now come out slowly, hands high, and don't try anything funny. In the middle of the road, in front of the grocery store, ignoring the odd look from the occasional passerby, Goku was practicing one of his favorite exercises, debate push-ups. Debate push-ups, seen from the outside, were basically the same as regular push-ups. The only difference was that, during each series of 10, Goku would argue internally in favor of one side of a given argument, and then he would switch sides and play devil's advocate for the next 10, and so on. It was good training for both body and mind, and it would often help him gain insight in his own opinions and reasons to hold them. Today, his topic of choice was the validity of subjective experience in grasping the essence of objective reality and whether such a reality existed at all, a topic on which Bulma's ideas about the scientific method, if a bit rough around the edges due to her pragmatic nature, gave him a lot new material to chew on. He had just begun to have fun exploring the ramifications of the concept of falsifiability when he realized something was wrong. Bulma was coming out of the shop, but she wasn't alone. Two men and a giant rabbit were right behind her. The giant rabbit wore sunglasses. One of the men was holding what he had learned to recognize as a gun against Bulma's back. "Goku," she called, "don't you think you could have done something when you saw two men with guns enter the shop?" "What?" he asked. "You had a gun too when we first met. Isn't that normal?" "No." "Okay, less chatting with your friend," ordered brusquely the bandit, keeping her hostage. "So, what do we do with her, boss?" "Well, she claimed to be very rich," said the rabbit. "Let's go through her stuff to find anything of value, and then ask her who is her family. Then we will demand a ransom." "Huh. I don't think my parents even know what cash is," said Bulma, sarcastic, "so I really hope you're willing to accept credit cards." The rabbit seemed more amused than annoyed. He circled around the girl, then looked her up into her eyes. "How very brave, girl," he said. "I wonder if you realize your own situation. You don't act like someone with a gun to their back." "I have my reasons. Do you see my friend? The kid in the blue GI with the monkey tail?" "I see him," confirmed the rabbit, sounding bored. "What of it?" "See, I can guarantee you that in a few seconds he will intervene, and he will either kick your ass to the moon and back, or talk you into thinking everything you've ever believed is wrong. Not sure which one is worse yet." "Huh, kick my ass," the rabbit laughed. He seemed to find this funny. His henchmen, not so much, but after an appropriately encouraging glance, they joined in the fun too. "Honey, you don't get it. Nobody can kick my ass," he patiently explained once the hilarity died down. "As it happens, I possess a very special power, a magical ability bestowed upon me by fate to defeat my enemies and strike fear in their hearts." The explanation was getting heated up. The rabbit rose a fist to the sky, triumphant. "For you see, I have been blessed by the most mystical gift of the rabbit god, the ultimate leporine enchantment. Know and fear, for everyone who happens to touch my body will be turned into a carrot." "How do you mate, then?" asked Goku, out of the blue. The rabbit and his gang stood still, completely muted. Bulma, instead, started laughing loudly. "I'm sorry. I don't think I've heard you right," said the rabbit. "How do you mate? I've seen rabbits in the woods, and they definitely touch each other. Now, I realize that you are bigger, but I was just wondering if—" "Enough!" screamed the rabbit, stomping his foot on the ground. Goku stopped, clearly still unsure of what had he said that was so wrong. Bulma kept laughing and laughing, so much she was basically bent over herself. The goons guarding her didn't seem too worried, and in fact were sort of chuckling themselves. "Stop laughing," ordered the boss, walking to her. "I'm sorry," she said, almost crying. "I can't. Give me a second and—" "I said stop laughing, you bitch." There was a slapping sound, and suddenly there was silence. Goku could not believe Bulma would just calm down so quickly. He looked and realized she wasn't there anymore. He blinked, did a double take. Bulma was not there. Firmly clasped in the boss rabbit's hand was a carrot. "That's better," he sneered. "Now that's a good girl." "Turn her back?" asked Goku calmly. He walked towards the group of the three bandits, slowly, and finally stopped while still keeping some distance. He grabbed his pole and unsheathed it, then held it in front of his body, slightly reclined, in a defensive position. His mind was racing, flooded with adrenaline and worry. Was Bulma still conscious? Was she trapped in the carrot? Or was she rather effectively dead? Would she be Bulma again once the carrot was turned back? How could one even be said to be the same after their body was transformed into a carrot and then back? What would happen if the carrot was bitten or damaged in any way? "Don't be ridiculous," said the rabbit. "You're just a kid, and there's three of us, and we have guns. Boys, shoot him dead. The bandits rose their guns and pointed them at Goku. Except Goku was not there anymore. He was already halfway to the first bandit when they finally started firing, panicking. He timed his steps so that he could push on his right leg at the best moment and jump to narrowly dodge the bullet shower. He could see them, the little pointy bits of metal flying through the air. They would probably pack a punch, but they were slow. Compared to his sight, at least. He realized one moment later he had missed some of the second bandit's bullets, falling right into his blind spot. He was mid-air, and there was no time to land again. He quickly whirled his arm and stick, gaining momentum to spin away from the trajectory of two of them. The third could not be avoided, so he took it with his arm, focusing on stiffening his muscle as much as possible. When it hit, it hurt like hell, but he was not wounded. Rather, the bullet bounced off, and with the spin of the arm, its trajectory was aimed straight at the first bandit's leg. When it hit, and he screamed in pain, Goku was already upon him. At this point, he was not worrying about anything. He was pure instinct again. The bandit was falling, and Goku put his body between himself and the other enemy, so that he would create an opening. The other hesitated an instant, shifting the gun from left to right, expecting the kid to appear from either side. Instead, Goku jumped on top of the falling body and came upon the second bandit from above. He was too slow to even raise the gun before Goku was already upon him. An axe kick straight to his head finished the affair. In less than 5 seconds from when the order was given, the rabbit's henchmen were laying on the ground, bleeding or unconscious, and Goku was neither shot nor dead. "Turn her back, now," he repeated. "Don't dream it, kid," screamed the rabbit. Now he was definitely scared, and as a result clenched the Bulma carrot even tighter in his hand. "This is my ticket out of here after all. Let me go, or I will eat her. If I let you go, I will never see either you or her again," said Goku, calmly. "Turn her back." And he pointed his pole at him, holding it with a straight arm. Theory: magic is a state of mind shaping reality. Its persistence is dependent on that state of mind. You have no choice. The rabbit now was shrieking as he hurriedly walked, stumbled backwards, away from the kid. "Kill me, and she'll never turn back." Prediction: if the consciousness holding the state of mind that sustains the magic ceases to exist in this plane of reality, the effect will fade. "That's a lie," said Goku, and he imagined his stick extending quickly right to the length necessary to pierce through the rabbit's eye socket and plunge straight into his brain, and it instantly was so. When Bulma came to her senses, her first feeling was one of warm wetness on her fingers. She immediately worried it was her blood, but quickly she realized it was actually someone else's. Specifically, that of the rabbit boss, whose corpse was strewn next to her. The blood was pouring out of its broken skull. She got up, shaken. Her legs felt weak. She looked for Goku, and sure enough, there he was, standing a few meters from her, frozen, and the tip of his stick red and dripping. She understood what happened and walked to him. "Hey," she called out, "you all right?" "I killed him," stated Goku matter-of-factly. His voice was cold and trembled a bit. "I thought it was the safest way to get you back at the moment. But I was wrong. I thought about it. There were a lot of ways in which I could have been wrong, and you would have remained a carrot forever. I took a tremendous risk. But it did not matter at that moment. I killed him because I wanted to kill him." She put a hand on his back. "Goku," said Bulma, "right now I'm a bit too shocked to think about this too hard. We will have time later. But let me tell you, I'm not such a saint I would cry over the death of some jerk who wanted to kidnap me and turn me into a carrot when all you wanted to do was protect me. So, if that makes you feel better, thank you. Really. The only person I killed before him," he continued, without looking her in the eyes, "was my grandpa." Bulma did not know how to respond to this. She immediately felt like drawing back from him, but did not do it. She hoped he didn't even notice the intent. It was clearly not what he needed right now. "There is no other explanation. Grandpa had told me that there was a big monster who rampaged on the nights of full moon. But I never saw it. Every time I would see the damage, it was some night when I did not remember anything, not even going to sleep. One day he told me, and he was bruised and bleeding, but he said he was fine, to just never go out with the full moon, because it was dangerous." Goku started shaking. He had tears in his eyes. "But one night, I went out anyway. because I thought I wanted to see it. And then I don't remember anything. And the next day, he was dead, squashed by a giant foot. Except I feel like I do remember something. I have dreams about it. I remember being angry and huge and powerful and his bones, under my foot, cracking. Hey, it's all right. It's all right. Bulma got down on the ground and hugged him. It was not really all right. She did not know if she should feel terrified of this little boy who could squish her skull with one hand and apparently was a werewolf or something worse. It seemed like it would have been the sensible thing. But what the heck? Had she been sensible, she would not have gone on this trip to begin with. And this boy had just saved her life. It's like there's something in me that is just always angry, said Goku, anguished, that wants to kill everyone. And usually I control it and almost forget it exists, but when I fight, it just pours out. And if you're right, and magic depends on the state of mind, then it can't be the moon that transforms me into that thing that killed my grandpa. It must be me, my mind, that really wants to be that thing, big and savage, and destroy the entire world. Goku, you're being unreasonable, snapped Bulma. It does not work like that. Mine was just a theory. Think about it for a moment. Maybe my theory is simply wrong. Maybe whatever triggers this transformation is not magic at all, and there is something else at play. And maybe whatever determines that form is just an unconscious, deeper, more animalistic part of your mind. But we all have one. Well, I must teach you evolution one day or another. But basically, we are all related to other beasts after all. She tapped his forehead with her index finger. But the part that really matters is here, country boy, prefrontal cortex, and all the works. Everything in your brain that thinks and analyses and reflects on itself. And yours works brilliantly. So don't lose faith in it. Whatever the other parts of you want, this is the one that holds the reins, as your grandpa taught you. This is what makes you human. Goku's expression relaxed into a neutral one as his mind slid into ruminating about this. I understand your intent, he said, but really, you mean that it is what makes me capable of moral judgment. Unless you would suggest that among the many sentient creatures who possess consciousness and speech on this planet, only humans have such an ability, which would strike me as quite speciesist. And in fact, I am not entirely sure I am fully human myself. And here we go. See, you've gone back to being your regular self. But yes, of course you're right. Like always. And anyway, you only have a monkey tail. I was just nearly killed by a giant rabbit who could transform people into carrots. At this point, by my standards, you're human enough. This actually elicited a small laugh from Goku, the first one Bulma had ever seen. She kept hugging him and patting his back, and they stayed for a while there, sitting in the middle of a road, with the brained corpse of a giant rabbit next to them. As the people of the town started peering out of their houses again and begun passing the news that the bandit threat was finally over. Tonight's a full moon, though, finally said Bulma, after a long silence, so you're definitely sleeping inside. That evening they erected their usual capsule house just at the outskirts of the town, despite repeated offers from some of the best hotels to host them as thanks for getting rid the area of the formerly infamous rabbit gang. Part of it was that Goku would have probably felt even worse than he already did, being rewarded for killing someone. But it was also that, given what she'd just learned, Bulma felt safer keeping Goku in a more controlled environment. There was a room inside the house that had no windows. It was meant as a storage space, but they emptied it and Goku agreed it was best if he spent that night in there, so that no light from the moon could reach him. The boy went to bed early. Bulma instead stayed up until late. She was too excited and shaken by the whole day to sleep easily anyway, so she decided to spend the time researching the location of the Dragon Ball they were going after now. All maps only showed another half-desert area where the radar pointed, and information about local fauna and criminal activity suggested it was not especially dangerous. However, when she checked the area with satellite imagery, she frowned upon discovering that, approximately at those coordinates, there was a castle. So the Dragon Ball was likely to be in someone's hands. It could still be bought or earned somehow, so this was not necessarily reason for despair, but Bulma had a nagging worry. She decided to look a bit deeper into the data at her disposal. Tracking back the owner of the castle seemed impossible. She could find no records of its existence until a few years ago, and even those were nebulous at best. Then she connected the Dragon radar to her laptop with a cable. While the radar's display could only plot the present location of the Dragon Balls, its memory still held historical data from the last 6 months, recorded at a frequency of once per minute. Bulma loaded the data in a visualization program and started plotting the position of the Dragon Ball against time, overlapped on a map of the area. It was constant until a while back. Before that, however, it had moved in a perfect straight line, as if it was carried by airplane. And before that, it had traveled in an irregular fashion that followed perfectly the road network. Bulma checked the dates. The last time this Dragon Ball had moved by car was on the same day in which she got her second one, 2 days before meeting Goku. It was then that it had taken a quick trip via airplane, and then had been holed up in the castle and left there, obviously to look more inconspicuous. Shit, muttered Bulma, biting her thumb. Someone else was looking for the Dragon Balls, and they had a radar too. Chapter 4. The Dunce and Future King. The woman's fingers moved nimbly on the metallic keypad, rapidly pressing a 5 digits code. The keypad emitted an electronic buzz so cacophonic, it was like the security system itself was looking down in spite at the fleshy human who dared get the password wrong. The woman sighed and checked her watch. It was past midnight, barely. She typed a different code, and this time there was a pleasant blip, and the door happily slid open. She entered the vast throne room, walking speedily but with some care, because the stone tiles floor was somewhat uneven and the lighting was poor, especially there at the back. This was, of course, because His Majesty thought that flaming torches made for a far more dramatic source of light than electric lamps. Your Majesty, Lord Pilaf, the woman saluted, reporting. I apologize for the mishap with the access code. At ease, my. Pilaf was sitting on the throne in formal attire, blue and red striped cap and all. We were just discussing the new security measures with Shu, here. Shu was, of course, the anthropomorphic dog in a ninja suit that stood next to the throne. He was fidgeting nervously with his paws and shifting from one foot to the other, a bit uncomfortable. Yes, Lord Pilaf, he said, as I was saying, I think changing all the passwords daily is the best we can do if we want to reinforce security. Weekly would have been fine in normal circumstances, but well, with our rivals gathering more and more Dragon Balls by the day, it seems sensible to just make sure. Mai raised an eyebrow. Really, Shu? Frankly, I felt it was already enough as it was. Now we have 5 different passwords, 2 for the residence wings, 1 for the throne room, 1 for the machine floor, and 1 for the underground treasure room. And I have to learn new ones every day. It kind of defeats the purpose if the turnover is so quick we need to write them down on paper to remember them. You could do as we do, Mai, intervened Pilaf, with a self-satisfied smile, and write them down on the palm of your hand instead. Shu took a positively horrified expression, and Mai sent him an eloquent look, but neither of them commented this out loud. Anyway, said Mai, I feel like we are focusing way too much on the defensive here. What good is a daily password, instead of a weekly one, if we never move to strike our enemies? They have the initiative and are clearly making use of it. Tomorrow they could just come smashing through the walls of our castle, or hack into our security systems, or who knows what else. We can't just stand waiting. We need to act. She paused for a second. Your Majesty, she added, with a small bow. Pilaf nodded, making a display of having followed Mai's arguments very carefully. You are right, Mai, of course, and we greatly value your advice. We called this meeting exactly to discuss this matter. Shu, could you give us the situation report? Sure, Lord Pilaf, said Shu. The radar currently shows only, 3 bright spots on the map. One corresponds to our Dragon Ball, sitting in the treasure room. Another is located on Mount Frypan, probably inside the infamous Ox King's castle. Finally, the third spot is approximately 500 kilometers to the north of here. It stands still at night, and at day it's moving, and has been for quite some time, steadily, towards, well, us. So they now have 5 Dragon Balls. Mai frowned. Not bad considering that we're the ones who should have a castle, lots of military hardware, and a radar. Well, they obviously have a radar too, and probably, better than ours. Our resolution is only 5 meters, so we can't really distinguish their balls. They keep them all together in some container. I also can't say anything sure about their weapons, but they seem to at least have a lot of different vehicles. They've been moving by road and air. Also, they stop every night in a different place, so they have some kind of portable base. Mobile and always on the offensive. They know what they're doing. Lord Pilaf, may I ask your permission to act? Pilaf leaned forward, curious. What do you have in mind, Mai? A preemptive strike. At their current distance, if I take a plane, I can reach them before dawn. I don't expect them to have strong defenses, considering their mobility. I'll scout their base, and if the situation allows for it, I will break in and steal the Dragon Balls. Mai. Pilaf's expression darkened. We don't do that. The woman blinked. I'm sorry. We don't use that word. A king does not steal from his subjects. I apologize, Your Majesty. She immediately corrected herself. I will confiscate the Dragon Balls for the greater glory of your kingdom. That's better. However, Mai, you are loyal but rash. We do not believe we should spring into hostile action so quickly. We don't know how dangerous they are, said Shu. That is true, Shu, but we were thinking of something else. It would be a proper display of our magnanimity as a sovereign if we were to offer these misguided subjects of ours a chance to negotiate, see the errors of their ways, and contribute willingly to the reign of their one true king. It is after all possible, if unlikely, that news of our Majesty have not reached them yet. Your Majesty, said Mai, with all the calm she could muster, I strongly advise against that. Your advice has been noted, but our decision is final. Shu, arrange for an invitation to be sent to the current location of the 5 Dragon Balls. They are to come here for a dinner and an audience with us tomorrow, so that their fealty may be discussed. As you command. The dog bowed quickly. I just have put together a new drone that I wanted to test on the field. And he bolted away. Mai kneeled and kept her head low. I will follow your orders, she said, but I feel I cannot guarantee our safety if we reveal to our enemy so many of our secrets and give them access to our base of operation. My dear Mai, this is much simpler than you are making it to be. We have our security systems. We will be playing in our home field. There are no risks for us. Pilaf rose from the throne and advanced to her, smiling. He probably wanted to make it a slow, solemn walk, but his legs were too short and the steps in front of the throne way too tall for that to work properly. They will see the light, and if not, they will either have to leave the Dragon Balls unguarded in their current base or bring them here. And in either case, you will have our permission to confiscate them, as well as to punish their felony, however you see fit. Mai smiled. As you order, Your Majesty. When Goku woke up at dawn and was readying himself to go do his morning training routine, he found Bulma awake in the kitchen, at the table, busy with tools, wires, circuit boards, and the remains of what must have been one of the house's appliances. Good morning, Bulma. Greeted her Goku. You woke up early. Bulma lifted her head. No, I'm going to bed late, she said, and dove back into the bundle of cables she was trying to untangle. The boy peered curiously at the messy tangle of electronics that she was working on. He thought he recognized one discarded piece, a rectangular door of sorts with a thick glass. Was that the thing you always used to cook dinner? He asked. The wavy oven. Microwave oven, yes. This is both of them, in fact. I had a spare. A screw was forced and broken with a hammer's head. The splinters flew towards Goku, who nudged his head in reflex to dodge them. I'm glad you decided to get rid of it, approved the boy. All those meals and boxes that you kept making with it did not look very healthy. I'll be happy to share my steamed vegetables and roasted meat with you. That is definitely not why I did it, Bulma said with a sigh. But well, things happened, and I needed the pieces to make some other things. Oh, why? What happened? Let's see. Do you know what electromagnetic waves are? No, but I think you mentioned that word when you explained how you could find the Dragon Balls. Right. Okay, so think of electromagnetic waves a bit like the waves you see on the surface of a lake. Except they're invisible and can travel everywhere, because the lake is everywhere. Wait, Goku frowned. If the lake is everywhere, isn't that almost the same as saying that there is no lake at all? Whatever floats your boat. It's just a metaphor anyway. Electromagnetic waves are of different types, like radio waves or light. You said they were invisible, objected Goku, but I can see light. And it does not look like a wave. Arg. Okay, so they're all invisible except light. And with light you can't see it's a wave because, well, you don't really see light. You see using light. No matter. These waves can pass right through some types of matter, or hit it, and push it. Like a punch, suggested Goku. Or just heat it up. Like a series of back-and-forth slaps, he suggested again, happy that he was finally getting the hang of this. Yes, you could say so. You give me a renewed appreciation for how much physics is involved in beating people up. Microwaves do the latter, to water, specifically. So that's what the oven does. It uses microwaves to make the water inside food heat up and cook it, producing them with a resonant cavity and keeping them confined with a metallic mesh cage so that they don't get out. She threw a glance at the mangled remains of the appliance, strewn all over the table. Well, that's what it did, at least. That is all very interesting, said Goku. But I still don't get what happened. You are in a bit of a frenzy. Oh, right. That. Let me have a coffee first. A few minutes passed while Bulma trafficked with a kettle and poured herself a long cup of very dark coffee. She considered offering some to Goku too, but the thought of an hyper-intelligent monkey boy with super strength high on caffeine worried her a bit. Finally, she sat down with her smoking mug. Right, she said, so, as it happens, yesterday I checked a bit of past data, and it seems someone else is looking for the Dragon Balls, with a radar like mine. A moment of silence. Okay, and, asked Goku. That's it. You don't see a problem with it. Goku thought for a bit. Well, no, he answered in the end. Two groups will be faster in finding all of them than one. And even if they don't want to give theirs to you, you can give ours to them, on condition that they return them to us if they don't work. After all, the main thing you want is to see if they work, right? True, my own wish is more of a side bonus, admitted Bulma. But don't you see the problem with letting someone else use the Dragon Balls? What if they wish to conquer the world? What if they wish to become invincible and then conquer the world? True, that would be a bad thing. But how would they know that you don't want to do that instead? Because if I wanted to, I would do it anyway without magical aid. Look, I just don't trust these people. Who knows what passes through the head of some rich egomaniac who's willing to dump vast amounts of their money and time in a wild goose chase after 7 legendary magical artifacts. Goku stared at her in silence. What? Blurted out Bulma. Honestly, I think you may be overreacting, he said. I cannot discard the possibility that you are right, of course. But if you are planning to do something that's not ethical. Yeah, I know. I'm not a thief, said the girl, with a gesture of dismissal. But I also think that you're being way too optimistic. Let's put it this way. We will try to investigate these people's motives, possibly to meet them. And if they turn out to be after world domination, or something like that, then I can agree to help you take their Dragon Balls out of their hands, agreed Goku. On one condition. What condition? You tell me what you would wish for. I still don't know, and I would not want it to be something even worse. Seriously, who do you take me for? Bulma was actually rather offended at this point, but the kid did not look too fazed. I'm sorry, I did not mean to suggest anything too bad. I trust you not to be wishing for anything outright evil. But I also cannot be sure that I would agree with your wish, or that it would not have disastrous unintended consequences. If I am to compare it to someone else's. Fine, I'll tell you, sighed Bulma. Promise not to laugh. Deep breath. I am going to ask for a boyfriend. There was a long pause of silence as Bulma tried to look just about anywhere else than at Goku, and he stood a bit perplexed. A boyfriend? I mean, I thought I was. He started. Not that, the other interrupted him. Yes, I mean, you are a boy, and you are sort of a friend at this point. But that's not what that word means. A boyfriend is more like someone you are together for, you know. Oh, mating? Suggested Goku, in a flash of insight. Well, not right away. Thank you very much, snapped back Bulma. But if you ask the dragon for a person, won't he just create one? Is that okay with you? I thought about that, you know. I'm going to be very specific. He only has to make me meet someone who already exists, not create them. Fair enough. Well, that sounds pretty innocuous, I guess. Though if you ask me, I would say with such a great power at your disposal, you would have a moral obligation to use it for something more worthwhile. Yes. Well, we don't even know for sure if it's a great power at all. So perhaps better not to raise our hopes up or find out some horrible side effects after we asked it to destroy hunger and illness forever. Yes? Bulma was annoyed and her cheeks slightly flushed. Now that you made me tell you my intentions and have dismissed them as innocuous, we can focus back on the main issue. How do we find out what these people want? Goku shrugged. We asked. Very funny. It's not like they will suddenly come to our doors and just tell us where and when to meet them. Attention, inhabitants of this base. The recorded voice came from outside. It was loud, but the audio was crackling. Goku and Bulma exchanged a quick look, then ran outside to find a drone with a big speaker hanging from its bottom floating just in front of their temporary house. This is an emissary of King Pilaf the Great, first of his name, master of the one-star Dragon Ball, speaking to you. We are aware that you are in possession of a great deal of the remaining Dragon Balls. The king summons you at his castle for a dinner tonight, so that you can share in his vision and offer and do tribute the Dragon Balls already in your possession to help it come to fruition. You are to make every effort to be present. Failure to attend would greatly displease His Majesty, King Pilaf. And having delivered its speech, the drone speedily hovered away. Well, Bulma blinked a couple of times, still stunned that happened, I guess. We are going, right? Asked Goku. Sure. Let me just finish the work I was doing before you got up, and then we'll be ready to go. The castle was a massive construction with a square central body, a dome above it, and cylindrical towers all around. For such a huge building, it also felt eerily quiet. No signs of bustling activity, guards, servants, or any such things. It looked rather incongruous, slapped in the middle of an empty land, with no roads leading to it, no city around it, and basically looking empty. It was almost as if it had been materialized from a capsule the way their house was every night, thought Bulma. Except no capsule could carry something this big. The house was already skirting the mass limit. Something of this size was out of the question. She and Goku walked up to the front door. Bulma carried only her usual side bag she used for her capsules and other necessities. The boy, on the other hand, had a large sack thrown across his shoulder. The door was a wooden portal so huge no single person could have pushed it open, or at least, no one who wasn't as ludicrously strong as Goku. Two heavy door knockers hung from it. She wondered how they could possibly be heard in such a huge, empty building, but still tried using one. Though she tried to look casual while doing it, even the brass loop was hard to lift, and she had to make some serious effort. When it hit, it rung with a resounding metallic note and an electric buzz. Apparently knocking also closed a circuit, so this was just a very fancy and dramatic doorbell. The door opened on its own, turned around by invisible engines, probably embedded in its own bulk. Bulma had to take note of the ingenuity that went into designing this place, but couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of who would even get an architect to build something this ridiculously cheesy. The picture didn't improve as they walked inside, in a dark corridor lit only by seemingly wooden torches, that on closer inspection were in fact made of some other fire-resistant material, while the flame was fed by gaseous fuel that exuded from its porous surface, and covered in tiles that she immediately recognized as triggers, slightly disjointed from the rest of the floor. They were probably deactivated since the inhabitants were expecting guests, but she could hardly suppress the temptation to push one on purpose, just to see if a rolling boulder or some equally silly trap would pop out from somewhere. I said rich egomaniac, remember? She whispered to Goku. If you still want to hold on to the hope that these are sane people with honest intentions, I'm taking bets. Goku frowned and said nothing. Obviously, he was torn between his belief that you shouldn't let first impressions deceive you, and the distinct feeling that sometimes, however, certain first impressions are all that it takes. You can only do so much to make your house look totally like an evil lair before that actually says something about you. Bulma chuckled and tried to keep in mind every turn and twist in the corridors and build a mental map of the place. She was pretty sure they were still in the main core of the building, but vast areas of it seemed unused, and there were no doors, so either those were accessible from other paths, or the castle was just big for the sake of looking imposing. Finally, they reached a door, marking the end of the corridor. Here they met the first people they'd seen yet, a woman and a dog, standing in front of the entrance, as guards, on either side. "Shu," said the woman, "inform His Majesty that our guests have arrived." "Going now." The dog keyed in a passcode quickly, then pushed the door open, just enough to slip inside, without letting Bulma catch a glimpse of the room. The woman turned around to address the other two. "I apologize for the wait. His Majesty will receive you in a moment. I am head of the Royal Guard." "Don't worry, I understand," said Bulma, unfazed. "I am Bulma, and this here is Goku." Mai eyed the kid and greeted both with a small bow. But Bulma couldn't help notice that her eyes wandered for an instant to the sack that Goku was carrying, through which a number of bumpy spherical shapes could be spotted. Soon after, the door opened, and after exchanging a few words with Mai, Shu announced the guests. They all walked inside. The front of the room was dark, and in the back they could see a lighted table with a throne at its head. On the throne, Bulma saw someone sitting and beckoning to them with a gesture. A small, impish, blue-skinned creature in ridiculous circus-like clothes. King Pilaf. "Welcome, our honored guests." He waved his hands in a grand, welcoming gesture. "We are pleased to have you tonight at our table. Sit, and let us dine and discuss of your allegiances." "Goku," whispered Bulma, kneeling next to him while pretending to adjust his clothes so that he appeared a bit more presentable. "I think it's better if you let me do the talking here. This guy seems hung up on etiquette, and we don't want you to mess our relationship up from the get-go." "What's etiquette?" asked Goku. "Exactly. Keep your mouth shut and let me handle this." "Sit, then. Mai, please serve the wine. Shu, bring something to whet our appetite. Then you can join us at the table." The two acknowledged the orders with a quick bow and vanished in the dark. Bulma considered sitting at the end of the table opposite to Pilaf's throne, but then, seeing its ridiculous length, opted for practicality over presentation and picked a place on the side as close to their host as possible. Goku sat in front of her, dutifully silent, as it was ordered of him. He obviously did not know many of the items in front of him. Bulma had barely managed to teach him how to use anything else than chopsticks. Here there was a vast assortment of cutlery for various purposes, as well as multiple glasses. One moment later, Mai came back with a bottle of wine and poured some to Pilaf, herself and Shu. She dutifully skipped Goku, who definitely looked too young to drink, but hesitated a bit in front of Bulma, no doubt wondering about her age. "Just a bit. Thanks," she said, smiling with the confidence of a girl who's totally not just 16 years old. Mai obliged, and then sat down next to Goku. A quick taste revealed that the lie wasn't really worth it. Obviously, all the budget here had gone in building the castle. "So," King Pilaf was sipping his wine, his eyes half closed in delight. "We have heard your names, but we would like you to hear your own introduction. Who comes today before our presence?" "We will be glad to oblige." Bulma put her glass down. "This boy is called Son Goku, and I am Bulma Briefs, of the Briefs family, from West City." Pilaf frowned. "Is that a name we've heard?" "Most likely, Your Majesty," she smiled. "My family owns Capsule Corporation, the largest industrial complex in the world." "Oh my God, you are the daughter of Dr. Briefs." Shu dropped some of the dishes he was bringing to the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This earned him a stern look from Pilaf. He mumbled some excuses, bowed down as low as he could, pulled out a rag and started cleaning up. "Yes, that is quite impressive." Pilaf kept fiddling with his glass, flaunting a somewhat bored expression. "That person right there, who's badly mopping the floor and will now go get us more food after the one he wasted his shoe. He's our chief engineer, in charge of running all the machinery of this castle and keeping our gear in shape." "Oh, a colleague then." Bulma's approving smile almost gave Shu a heart attack. "That right there instead is Mai, whom you've already met. She's my head of security. She has a lot of first-hand military and combat experience, both with and without weapons, dozens of deployments, and 5 years as an officer in the Re." Mai loudly cleared her throat. Pilaf sort of awkwardly ended the sentence there and continued as if nothing happened. "And we are King Pilaf, last scion of the Rice dynasty. As you may see, Our circumstances at the moment prevent us from appearing before you in the full majesty of our position, but that is soon to be, subject to change. With the help of the Dragon Balls, of course, said Bulma. Of course. She winked so that only Goku would see her, but he didn't even flinch. Being proven right was no fun with this boy, decided Bulma. She needed to do something about that if they were to spend more time together. Rice Dynasty. Bulma took on a thoughtful expression. I seem to remember it dates back to something like 300 years ago. Yes. Pilaf jumped up from his chair, pointing a finger at Bulma. Finally, someone who appreciates the beauty and value of historical knowledge. You are right. We were unjustly dethroned 3 centuries ago. Since then, the current ruling Corgi dynasty has erased any trace of our glorious past. Bulma tapped a finger on the table. But if I don't remember wrong, there were some shadows hanging over that episode. This was at the time of the Demon King War, when the legendary Piccolo launched his invasion of the world. Frankly, I thought that story to be more myth than reality, but nowadays I have to reevaluate a lot my previous beliefs. It was him who killed the last Rice King. When he was defeated, however, the reign was not restored to the crown prince, due to the questionable loyalty to the people displayed by his father. They said, and I'm quoting by memory, that the king bowed before Piccolo, that he offered the throne and all of the treasury in exchange for his own life, and that he even suggested he could offer him and sacrifice the poor innocent orphans of the royal children's home. Hearing these words, Pilaf became increasingly red in the face, which, mixing with his natural skin color, really made him purple, until I slammed a hand on the table, staring at Bulma with ice-cold eyes. Those are merely lies and slander, spread by the enemies of the king to legitimate the usurper they put in his place. You tell her, Mai. Pilaf sat down, still agitated. Our independent historical research has shown all those stories to be fabrications. For example, the orphans were actually pretty awful people. Naturally, said Bulma, smiling. I did not mean to suggest anything else. After the previous mishap, the first dishes were finally served. Shu sat down eagerly after putting everything on the table and managed to find himself next to Bulma. He looked to his side more than he did at his food, shifting around restless on his seat, but a quick sour glance from Pilaf put an end to that. Everyone started eating, except for Goku. Bulma looked across the table to see him firmly resolved in keeping to his instructions not to open his mouth to the letter. When their eyes crossed, he nodded towards the food, asking for permission, and Bulma gave it with a gesture and a chuckle. He finally started digging in. Good thing, too, because she had noticed Pilaf looking slightly displeased at seeing the food served at his court be so scorned. The conversation started meandering, as both Pilaf and Bulma skirted around the obvious elephant in the room, or rather, the huge sack that Goku kept next to him, the one that blatantly contained 5 spherical objects of shape and size matching the Dragon Balls. There was some exchange of pleasantries, and Shu got his chance to discuss a bit of his work with Bulma, right before being ordered to shut up about what apparently was supposed to be top-secret research. Mai was not very talkative, and Goku obediently did not say a word throughout the dinner, and merely systematically munched through the dishes that were served. His variety of expressions during the process was an endless source of amusement for Bulma, as he shifted from diffidence, and even disdain, towards something that looked new or unhealthy, to complete amazement and delight at discovering flavors he had never tasted before. And, to be fair, that was probably the only circumstance in which anyone would have had such an enthusiastic reaction to Shu's cooking. To have your engineer be also your chef said a lot on King Pilaf's personnel shortages. In fact, hard as it was to believe, Bulma was growing more and more convinced that the entire enterprise was ran merely by these 3 people, which was beyond ridiculous for a conspiracy aiming at a coup against the throne. Well, with the Dragon Balls, less so, unfortunately. All the more reason to do everything in her power to stop these loons from actually getting them. And of course, to do everything to get their Dragon Ball in turn, all in the best interest of the world, naturally. Hopefully, once they got a chance to talk it out, Goku would agree with this. Time for the dessert. Pilaf clapped to draw attention to himself, which will hopefully make what we need to talk about all the sweeter. Shu trotted back into the kitchen and emerged with a tray carrying several crystal cups with some kind of fruit parfait and a bucket full of coconuts. Apparently, the dessert was supposed to be completed when the coconuts were opened and their fresh milk poured into the cups. With an attempt at showmanship, Shu drew a katana and tried to use it to slice one of the coconuts open. He only succeeded partially, but the crack in the shell was enough to pour the milk out. Bulma had the impression that he hadn't gotten the chance to train this whole exercise very much beforehand. "Let's talk, then," said the girl, looking back at Pilaf. "If I understand this correctly, Your Majesty plans to gather the Dragon Balls and ask the dragon to make you king in place of the current one, King Furry. Is that correct?" Pilaf smiled. "Great minds think alike. Well, I am sorry if this disappoints you, but I do not think it is a great plan. First, I have been dedicating a great deal of thought to the matter of how to correctly express and frame a wish. Can Your Majesty say the same? Have you considered the possibility that the dragon literally only teleports you to the throne room with a crown on your head, without planting into anyone the idea that you ought to be king? It would just be a very quick road to the gallows." The prospective king's smile vanished. Obviously, this thought had not passed through his mind. "Then there's the issue of whether this enterprise can succeed at all. You still only have one Dragon Ball." "That will not be a problem." Mai raised from her chair and walked up to Goku, who lifted his head to look at her, not especially threatened. She grabbed the sack lying next to his chair. "If you pay us the tribute you owe," she said, and she emptied the sack on the table. 5 tennis balls fell and bounced loudly amidst the cutlery and glasses, knocking a couple of them down. Goku avoided a spray of wine deftly by raising a small dessert plate as a shield. Mai and Pilaf's eyes were now fixated on the balls, who were idly rolling across the white tablecloth. Shu was still focused on cracking those damn coconuts. "Did you know," said Bulma, "you can keep Dragon Balls inside simple storage capsules. They still emit their signal, though. Something about the way their magic couples to the electromagnetic field." "Then give us that capsule." Mai's eyes were ice cold. "Lord Pilaf has authorized me to collect your tribute with any means necessary." "Wait, we didn't," stuttered Pilaf, who was getting closer to a pale turquoise color as the situation escalated. "Refusal to cooperate shall be considered high treason, and the punishment for high treason is death." And saying so, Mai raised her sidearm and pointed it to Bulma's head. "Now, let's stay calm," she said, almost managing to hide a slight crack in her voice. "You must understand that my family has some interests involved in this matter. We do not make weapons, but we are the main contractor for the Royal Defense Force when it comes to gear and vehicles. The current regime is one that goes to our advantage. You wouldn't imagine that I didn't inform them of my presence here, right?" Mai thought for a second, uncertain. "That would be incredibly reckless of you," she agreed. Bulma smiled innocently. "Right? And if news of this little adventure of yours reached the ears of King Furry somehow through them, well, you know how these things go. The punishment for high treason is death." Mai's eyes were now burning with fury. "Are you trying to threaten us?" Pilaf's suffocated whimper said that she was very much succeeding, too. "I am merely saying that you would be better off having us as friends than as enemies. So let's put the guns away, shall we? Goku." And she turned to the boy, who was following the scene tense, but without hinting at intervening yet. "Please help Shu. Will you?" Goku nodded and got up from his chair. Mai was disoriented for a moment, fearing an attack, but then saw he was not coming towards her. The kid reached Shu, whose katana was now stuck across a shell that it failed to slice in a single hit, and who was painfully trying to extract it. Without saying a word, Goku grabbed one of the coconuts that were still whole, held it with one hand, and retracted the other. There was a hiss and a cracking sound, like pistol fire, and the next moment he pulled back his finger, leaving a round hole, perfect like a bullet's, in the coconut shell. He handed it to Shu, who took it with shaking hands and used the hole to pour the milk out. Mai did not let much emotion show, but she slowly lowered her gun and put it back inside the holster. Pilaf was pretty much hugging his throne. "That's better." Bulma relaxed a bit herself. "You should not take my words badly, Your Majesty. We can very much come to an agreement. But I have a duty to ensure our family still keeps an equally, or more, prominent position in your new regime before I cede you the Dragon Balls. and we need to study the exact formulation of your wish for me to be sure of my investment. These matters are perhaps too tedious and long to discuss at the end of what is doubtlessly being a tiring day for us all. So what would you say that we just spend the night here and we go over it extensively tomorrow? I went to Pilaf and whispered something in his ear. There was an animated exchange and probably a disagreement. Bulma didn't hear well as they were both talking in a very low voice, but the body language was clear enough. Pilaf especially was waving around his hands with open palms in a gesture of exasperation. Finally, Mai sat down and looked rather unhappy. Whatever the argument, she had not won it. "We would be delighted," said Pilaf, adjusting himself on the throne and using his napkin to dry his sweat. "This seems to us like real progress towards a fruitful and hopefully long cooperation." "Your Majesty takes the words right out of my mouth," said Bulma with a smile. "Shu, arrange for our guests to stay in one of the rooms in the East Tower." Pilaf accompanied his orders with small pointing gestures. "Mai, take care of any necessary precautions and guide them to their rooms once all is ready. Open the doors for them. You understand," he turned to Bulma. "We can't just give you the passcodes to our security system." "Yes, obviously." A few minutes later, Shu came back to inform them that all was arranged, and the painfully prepared dessert had finally been tasted by everyone. Ironically, Bulma felt it would have perhaps tasted better without the coconut milk. Mai, blatantly not very pleased, walked to the door, ready to accompany the guests out. "Well, this is the end of a most productive evening." Bulma got up and walked to Pilaf's throne. "Your Majesty, I know this may seem a breach of etiquette, but I feel like it would be bad luck not to seal our new business agreement the way we do back in West City." And she extended her right hand towards him. "Oh, a handshake." Pilaf nodded. "Well, it is a somewhat plebeian habit, but given the circumstances, we will allow it." He extended his arm, while still sitting on the throne, and they shook hands firmly. With this, the evening was officially over. The tension dissipated as everyone was smiling, except Goku, who kept his usual neutral expression. Bulma and her companion were escorted out by Mai. In silence, they passed a couple of password-guarded doors and rose the stairs of a tower. On the third floor, they stopped and Mai opened to them a door and showed them around a nicely furnished bedroom, with 2 beds, a desk, a fridge, and an ensuite bathroom. There was a window showing the starred sky, and the only sign that this was the lair of a villainous organization rather than a luxury hotel were the iron bars crossing it vertically. Finally, they exchanged extremely forced courtesies, and she gave them a key card for their room, plus showed where they could call for help if they needed to be let out of the residence wing. Mai closed the door behind her. Bulma brought a finger to her lips, signaling Goku not to speak yet. She looked a bit around the room, extracted a capsule from her bag, popped it up to reveal a small case, and pulled a gadget out of it. She arranged the gizmo on a table and turned it on. Goku felt a sort of inaudible pressure in his ears the instant she flicked the switch. Bulma sighed. She dragged herself to one of the beds and let herself fall on it. The calm she had flaunted all evening suddenly melted away from her face. Her eyes widened and her eyelids twitched. She gripped the bedsheets, burying her fingers inside them. "That crazy bitch was about to shoot me," she screamed. Chapter 5: Dungeons and Dragon Balls. Outskirts of Kansai Town, Bulma's capsule house, yesterday. Bulma. "Yes, Goku." She had arranged the bed inside the windowless closet in which they had agreed he would stay, and now he was about to go to sleep. She didn't put him down as the type to ask to be either tucked in or told a bedtime story, though. "The house we're in, it's all a capsule, right? So if I were to cause trouble, could you just turn it back into a capsule with me inside? What would happen? Would that stop me?" Some bedtime story this would end up being. Bulma sighed. "Well, yes, it would. You would die. That's one of the 3 briefs laws of capsule statics." She sat down next to him, on the bed. "When my father created capsules for the first time, before I was born, he started experimenting to verify all their properties, and he discovered these laws. They seem to be first principles, and they're the first thing that is taught to every student in every course on capsules. It's the ABC of capsule safety, in fact. So I guess it's time to get you through them too. Law number 1. all dynamical processes in an encapsulated object come to a halt. Movement, chemical reactions, everything. The encapsulated object is effectively frozen in time. So, for example, if you encapsulated a clock, no matter how much time passes, when you pop it up it will still show the same time it did originally. There are clocks in this house, though, pointed out Goku. Yes, there are, but they're all digital, and they resync via radio signal every time I pop it up. Now, you could assume this would be a safe way to at least live until as far in the future as you like. Just freeze yourself inside a capsule and get out in a few hundred years. But here comes the biggest issue, law number 2. Law number 2 states that all living beings with a brain immediately die upon being encapsulated. This is the least understood of the 3 laws, though now that I know about the probable existence of souls, I can make guesses. Goku frowned. Has this been experimented on humans? We're not monsters, you know. We experimented on animals. It always checked out. They all died. Their body froze in whatever condition it was before the encapsulation. When restored, everything seemed perfectly fine, but brain activity just would not restart. And also, unfortunately, there were a couple accidents with workers or careless users in the early days. So yes, we do know it happens to humans too. For this reason, in fact, stay assured, there's plenty of safety mechanisms in a house like this. Thermal, humidity, and CO2 sensors that will block re-encapsulation if there's only the suspicion of there being a human being or a big animal inside the house. Finally, law number 3 states that no capsule should ever be left inside another capsule. If it does, then it will break down, and anything it contained will be lost forever. There are sensors to try and prevent that from happening as well. She patted Goku's head. But rest assured, you will not be left inside here while I re-encapsulate the house to trap you. There will be no need to do anything so drastic. You will not transform. And if you were to, well, I'd just take a plane and go observe you from a safe distance until you turn back. She smiled. And now that you've had your bedtime science lesson, you can go to sleep. My what? Good night. She turned the light off and left. East Tower, Residence Wing A, 3rd floor, 10:45 p.m. Bulma's nervous fit lasted for a while. For a few minutes, she either smashed pillows one onto each other, punched the mattress, or buried her mouth in the duvet and screamed incoherently about how she simply had had enough of this whole madness, how no boyfriend was going to be worth having a gun pointed at her in 2 separate occasions in just 2 days, and how utterly incredible was that you just had to step out of the city to find yourself in a world apparently held tight in the clutch of criminals, madmen, or both. Goku observed the outburst sitting calmly, without batting an eye, and taking in a significant amount of new vocabulary, most of it profanities. At the end of it, Bulma was exhausted, was panting, and her voice was somewhat hoarse. "Are you finished?" asked Goku. Bulma stared at him with eyes burning with anger, while standing on all 4s on the bed. "That crazy bitch," she hissed, "was about to shoot me." And she let herself fall down, exhausted. "Now I'm finished." "I'm sorry, perhaps I should have intervened," said Goku, regretful. "I know it would have hurt you if she did that." "Nah, you did the right thing. It would have made the situation more complicated. I talked myself out of it anyway." Bulma raised her eyebrow, suddenly noticing something. "What do you mean, hurt? It would have killed me. Where'd you get that idea?" Goku was confused. "Well, back when you were a carrot." "I so hate that that sentence even exists and makes sense to me. Back then, I got hit by one of the rabbit's men. They were launching these tiny metal things with their guns. See, I still have a bruise." He produced his arm as evidence. Bulma came closer to take a look. The spot that had been hit was indeed now taking a dark violet hue. "Fantastic," she said. "Apparently you're also bulletproof. Now I really want to just unload a whole cartridge on you." "You mean as a scientific experiment or as a misguided way of relieving your frustration?" "Both." She stood still for a while, staring into the void and reordering her thoughts. She had a few ideas about her next moves. It had to be all pretty improvised, as it turned out, walking straight into the home turf of the enemy just to prove a point to her scrupled comrade had not been the smartest idea. When all the cleverness you have over the naive little bumpkin who thinks someone is good and wants to go right to them is thinking someone is bad and still going right to them. Well, that isn't much in the way of cleverness at all. She had thought they'd just be fine, but under Mai's gun she had just realized how the ultimate chance of victory did not mean she couldn't end up being collateral damage. The invincible one was the kid with a monkey's tail sitting in front of her. And he could afford going through life while being innocent and trusting because he always had the option to survive the first attack and then retaliate in force. She didn't, though. Her quick wits were all that saved her back then, and now she would need to use them again to get out of this situation and possibly get the Dragon Ball. Even 1/7 of unlimited power in the hands of these people was clearly 1/7 too much as far as she was concerned. Listen, Goku. We came here. We talked with them. I nearly died. I hope you are satisfied that these are not reasonable or sane people, and that we should not trust them with the Dragon Balls. Goku reluctantly nodded. I agree. I am disappointed by the fact, but your theory was right, despite not being supported by evidence back at the time. Except knowing people better than you, Bulma said with a triumphant sneer. But well, let's move on. Per our previous agreement, that means that you have no qualms about forcefully taking the Dragon Ball from them. I would not say that. Goku was carefully thinking about his words. If all they ever have is one ball, it is useless. That much is sufficient. But this way, you are locking away forever the possibility to use the Dragon Balls for anything else. One of them will always be in the hands of this bumbling idiot and his court. So all the potential good that could be done with the Dragon Balls, remember, one wish per year, potentially for the rest of our natural lives, or unnatural ones, if we decide to wish so, is out of question too. All because of your refusal to commit a simple crime against property, stealing what will only be a useless doorstopper to them. If your own intention to keep the other 6 balls out of their hands goes through. Not to mention, we will have to defend against the threat posed by them for the rest of our lives as well. If we fail, they get the balls and their wish. Your reasoning makes sense. Goku was fidgeting with his hands, a frantic finger activity that seemed to reflect his inner one. But while I approve in general, I still do not feel like taking part in such an action personally. I am sorry, I know it is not coherent of me, but I do not feel like encouraging myself to make exceptions to rules, no matter the reason. It's all right. I did not expect that much of you, but you will not go as far as stop me from doing it, will you? Yes, it's definitely the lesser evil. Perfect. That is all I need. Now give me a minute. Bulma got up from the bed and retrieved her bag. She unhinged it from its shoulder strap and clipped it into her belt as a pouch, in a way that allowed her more freedom of movement. She popped up a capsule that turned into a huge luggage bag, grabbed her gun holster from it, and clipped that to her belt too. She picked up the Dragon Radar and turned it on in silent mode. She rummaged through the luggage a little more, grabbing some other things that she put in her bag-turned pouch, and one round device with a blinking red LED that she placed on the bedside table, then left the rest of the luggage on the bed. Finally, she retrieved out a black beanie beret and pulled it over her head. Hiding the shine of her bright blue hair might give her a little more cover while sneaking in the darkness. Okay, I am ready. I never thought I'd get to play burglar in real life, but here we are. Remember, they might come looking for the Dragon Balls, so hold the fort. Don't open the door, be on your guard, and expect unusual attacks. I don't have time to explain to you all the possible weapons they could use, so as a general rule, if you don't know what it is, don't touch it with your bare skin, don't breathe it, and don't look at it directly if at all possible. Just get rid of it. Grab this. She tossed a small earbud-like item to Goku. He caught it and looked at it from all sides. Plug that in your ear. I'll wear the companion one. You won't be able to communicate with me, courtesy of the jammer I placed earlier in this room, but you should be able to hear me talking. Listen up. If I get caught, or found, or I'm talking with anyone for any reason, don't come. But if I say the words Plan B, then I'm in trouble. Come helping however you can. How are you going to deal with the security? Asked Goku. When we came here, I had to push some buttons to open the doors. Don't worry about that. I know how to do it. And if I need your help, don't hold back. Smash through rock and metal if needed, and when you can. I know the castle is rigged with traps, so I did not want to risk it, but well, if it comes to that, she slid the key card to open the room, then tossed it to Goku, raise this place to the ground. And she disappeared in the darkness of the corridor as the door closed itself back behind her. Castle basement, machine room, 11 p.m. Your Majesty, may I speak my mind freely? Pilaf sighed. You have done nothing else since we have left the dinner table. But please, do proceed. The decision to let these people in our castle was a catastrophic mistake, and if we do not act now, it will be too late. Mai's anger and sense of urgency were so palpable, both Shu and Pilaf had stepped away from her a couple meters, just to stay on the safe side. Still, she was barely letting the tip of it show. Her attitude was still professional, her movements extremely controlled. It's just that you could see that behind her eyes, and under her skin, was boiling a violent temper pushing for her to spring into action and take the situation into her own hands. The woman is up to something, I have no doubt. She's not the type to back down or compromise this easily. She needed time, and she needed to be inside our castle, and now she is both those things. My dear Mai, what could she do? Our security is impregnable. It would have been if we didn't let our enemies willy-nilly past multiple layers of it. Shu tried to busy himself with the castle mainframe as much as possible. Not that he had anything specific to do. He just desperately wanted to avoid being dragged into this. We should just check on them. Their room is bugged, is it not? Yes, but that is just part of the problem, Your Majesty. Mai walked to the mainframe's console herself. Shu, put through the feed from the guest room. Pressing a couple buttons, the ninja obeyed. The room was instantly flooded with an unholy, ear-piercing screech. After a few seconds of suffering, Mai gave Shu a sign to cut the signal, and blissful silence returned. Well, that is suspicious. Pilaf shrugged. But, I'm sure you understand, Mai. A girl may wish for some privacy, I guess. Some privacy? That's a ultrasonic jammer. She's definitely up to something. Your Majesty, I ask for your permission to go guard the Dragon Ball, personally. Not granted. Pilaf frowned. That would be unnecessary. The Dragon Ball is well defended enough that we would know immediately if something happened to it. We are more worried about our own person. What if you are right, but their target is in fact us? We could see King Furry sending an assassin to end our dynasty once and for all. We would like you to be at our side as our bodyguard for now. I am honored by your choice, though I do not believe this to be the case. Mai avoided showing any emotion at that. But as you wish, Your Majesty. Then send Shu. No, we have our own plans for him. Shu raised his ears. Shu, can you check the situation on the dragon radar? At once, Lord Pilaf. A huge green screen lighted up, showing an outline map of the castle. Two bright dots were visible. Though our resolution is poor, the castle is big enough that we can tell the difference, approximately. Shu accompanied his explanation by pointing at the screen. This is our Dragon Ball, still held in the treasure room. This other dot corresponds to Residence Wing A, so that must be the other 5 Dragon Balls in our guest's possession, held in some capsule kept in their room. Excellent, Shu. Pilaf nodded, satisfied. See, Mai? We are in perfect control of the situation. Even if the woman tried sneaking out of her room, she could not get outside of the residence wing, let alone inside the treasure rooms, as she does not have the passcodes. Meanwhile, we can just go to their room and get their Dragon Balls for ourselves. If they're outside the room, all the better. Shu raised a trembling hand. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Do you mean I should go in the same room as, the Coconut Kid? Surely, that is the path to victory. As Mai has often reminded us, the best defense is offense. That is, all right, Your Majesty. Shu's voice took a pleading tone. But you've seen what that kid can do. How should I deal with him? Mai scoffed. How cowardly. Cowardly? You think you would do better? Is your skull harder than mine? No bickering among our subjects. Pilaf shut both up with a hand gesture. Shu, you're going, and that's final. You will be okay. You can pick up anything you need from the armory. Strength is not all that matters, and we trust your cunning and stealth. Oh, and conceal your face. It would be a problem if you were seen and recognized. The ninja sighed and bowed. As you wish, Your Majesty. He then zipped in a neighboring room to go pick his equipment for the mission. Perfect. See, Mai? All your worrying was for nothing. Pilaf gestured towards the screen. Tonight, we will acquire all but the last of the Dragon Balls. Mai didn't answer. She kept looking at the screen, where the two blips kept flashing, unmoving. East Tower, Residence Wing A, First Floor, 11:13 p.m. Moving in silence in enemy territory wasn't exactly part of Bulma's usual activities. As a result, she walked carefully every step of the way and kept listening to the slightest noise. Anything other than her heart bumping violently against her chest, at least. Which was how she actually heard it. The distinct blip of one of the security doors opening. It was muffled, as if someone pressed a hand against the board to stop the sound, but it was there. She experienced a moment of panic, then quickly shifted into problem-solving mode. As far as problems went, this was not actually too hard. Whoever was entering probably was going upstairs to try and steal the Dragon Balls. So if she just could hide, they would pass her by. She quickly seized the perfect opportunity, a closet with some cleaning tools and detergents. She squeezed herself among the brooms and closed the door behind her. "Goku, on your guard. They're coming to your room," she whispered, hoping her mic would be good enough to pick it up. Then she dared make no more sound, and in fact tried to hold her breath. As she waited in the closet, she heard clearly someone climbing up the stairs with a very light step, running past the door, going up. She would have waited more, but if the enemy had started moving, it might not be too long before they actually did something that would put an end to her plan too. She had to risk it. Bulma pushed the door open again, very carefully, then slid out of the closet and started climbing the stairs down again, this time as fast as she could. Castle basement, machine room, 11:20 p.m. The room had been immersed in a rather awkward silence since Shu had left. The only sounds were the constant whirring of the hard drives and cooling fans of the mainframe and the occasional chirping sound from the radar screen. Mai would frequently and nervously check it out, hoping to see the successful outcome of Shu's mission play out. The two dots indicating the positions of the Dragon Balls, however, obstinately refused to move. It was getting late. Shu should have had all the time to reach the room. Perhaps he was having trouble finding the balls. Could they be hidden too well? Or had something worse happened? Pilaf started walking back and forth, hands behind his back. Mai just kept staring at the screen. "May I ask your Majesty a question?" she said, suddenly. "You already have. But ask away, Mai." "Why did you tell Shu to conceal his face?" "Well, that is part of our cunning, dear Mai," said Pilaf, sounding way less convinced than his words tried to make it seem. "Plausible deniability. If he gets seen but manages to escape, we can say that he was just someone who broke into our castle without our knowledge. And we safeguard our relationship with the girl and her family." Mai squinted. "You believe her? What she threatened?" "It's a risk we cannot afford to take," grumbled Pilaf. "We should tread more carefully than we did until now. Your Majesty, you should not let yourself be intimidated. She's just a skilled bluffer, I'm almost sure of it." She bent down, on her knee, lowering her head. "You are our king, after all. You should not show hesitation or fear in front of the enemy. They are not worthy." Pilaf was taken by surprise. His cheeks got flushed. "Mai, please rise," he bumbled, waving his hands in front of him. "It's nice of you. But really, we would not be here without your valuable help and contribution. If we will sit on the throne, we will make sure you are handsomely rewarded for your loyalty." The woman raised her head. Her eye caught the palms of Pilaf's hands, that he was showing open and somewhat sweaty in his moment of embarrassment. "Your Majesty," she suddenly asked, jumping up to her feet, "may I shake your hand?" "Huh? Sure, Mai, sure. You are very kind, but—" Without waiting for much more permission, Mai grabbed Pilaf's right hand and vigorously shook it with hers. Pilaf was still confused as the woman looked at her own palm. Her eyes widened in shock and alarm. "Your Majesty," she said, "I am not the first person to do this tonight, right?" "Well, no. That woman, Bulma, wanted to shake our hand too. And for the last half hour or so, we've been counting on her not having the passcodes to enter the treasure room." Mai pushed forward her own right palm. On it, smudged but well readable, was a perfect mirror impression of a few number sequences, corresponding exactly to where Pilaf had written them on his own hand with a marker. They were even labeled with letters to indicate which one corresponded to which room. "Damn it!" screamed Maya as she stormed out of the room, leaving Pilaf standing alone, muted, in the middle of a big empty room full of whirring machines. Castle Dungeons, Treasure Room, 11:25 p.m. The door of the elevator opened, and Bulma walked in. Her radar didn't miss a beat. The Dragon Ball must be ahead of her, somewhere in a 2 meters range. The resolution wasn't enough to guide her exactly at this point, but this was close enough. Getting those passcodes had been a lucky stroke, and Bulma was rather satisfied with herself for how she had managed to improvise after noticing that something was written on Pilaf's hand at dinner. Her only regret was not being able to be smug about it in the face of those idiots. Anyway, this was just one more reason why it was so important to prevent Pilaf's rise to power. Who could possibly imagine having that kind of idiot handling state secrets? Most of the room was empty. Being a treasure room, it did not project a great image of the owner's finances, but that only made finding the Dragon Ball easier. What made it outright trivial, however, was that the Dragon Ball was placed squarely in the middle of a pedestal on a square column in the middle of the room, with a spotlight illuminating it from the ceiling. Bulma walked up to the pedestal and observed it, without touching the ball, for now. The pedestal it was sitting on was a sort of large metallic plate. It held 7 slight sockets with a spherical curvature. The ball was nudged comfortably in one of them, fitting perfectly. The plate seemed disconnected from the rest of the pedestal, as if it could move freely. A weight-sensitive alarm, perhaps? Or something more sophisticated, thought Bulma. A loud clanging sound came from above. Someone was knocking on the door of the elevator, upstairs. A voice came, muffled but understandable, through the elevator's shaft. "Bulma briefs. The game is over. Leave the Dragon Ball where it is. Take the elevator, toss any weapons you have on the ground, and come out with your hands behind your head. East Tower, Residence Wing A, 3rd floor, 11:15 p.m. Silent and almost confident that if required he could be deadly too, a black mask covering his face. Like a proper ninja, Shu stealthily walked towards the door of the room where the guests were supposed to be staying. He put his ear on it and could not hear any voices or noises. If he was lucky, the two were already in their beds. Next, he extracted a copy of the key card he had gotten from the mainframe and unlocked the door. He waited another bit to hear if someone reacted, but nothing happened. Only then he pushed the door, slowly, and opened a small gap, only a few centimeters wide. Not big enough for him, but big enough for the small cylinder he had just unclipped from his belt. He pulled a pin and made it roll on the floor inside the room. Then he closed the door. He pulled out a filtering mask and strapped it in front of his mouth and nose. He counted to 10, waiting for the sleep gas to properly fill the room and stun the occupants for good. And finally, he pushed the door open again, bursting in the room, confident that he would not meet any opposition. "Oh, it's you," said Goku, who was casually standing next to the bed. Shu froze in place. The sound that a finger could make when piercing through something hard and round rung back in his head. He drew the sword he kept on his back and held it in front of him with trembling hands. Goku seemed unimpressed and did not even bother taking a fighting stance. He walked towards the middle of the room, always keeping an eye on the intruder, though. "It is a pity that my sleeping gas did not knock you out," said Shu, puffing his chest out and holding his sword on his side, ready to slice. "I see, so that's what it was." Goku opened his left hand, showing that he was holding a capsule inside it. "Since I needed to get rid of it quickly, I put it inside the luggage and closed it back into a capsule." Shu stepped forward. "Give me the Dragon Balls." His voice was now too high-pitched to sound very threatening. "Or you will face the wrath of my blade." "I think you should not use that thing in a fight," pointed out Goku, very seriously. "At dinner you could not even use it to cut coconuts. You could hurt yourself." The dog emitted a strangled noise and started coughing. Bent on his knees, he ripped off his mask from his face, since obviously not only it served no purpose, but was now so drenched in sweat he couldn't breathe through it anymore. "Now that you've seen my true identity," he was panting and still occasionally coughing, "you have to die." At this, Goku pushed a foot forward and pulled back a closed fist. "That is not going to happen." The next few seconds were very confused for Shu. He felt himself lunging forward. He was not even sure why he was doing that, as it was obviously completely suicidal. But he also had no choice really, did he? He screamed, trying to pump himself up, and clenched the sword, prepared to swing, while in his head the hope for unexpected victory and the nice certainty of imminent death clashed and swapped places multiple times in a fraction of a second. And when the contact came, it was too fast to discern. He felt pressure applied somewhere, and he felt his balance go completely nuts, and he felt light, as if he was flying. When his senses finally managed to give him a coherent picture of reality again, he found himself lying on his back on the ground, with his sword a few meters away, stuck in the wall, and Goku sitting on his chest. The boy looked him in the eyes. His gaze was distant and cool. "Okay, so now that I have you here, please don't kill me," Shu managed to whisper. "I wanted to ask you, why do you support that Pilaf person? He does not look like he would be a very good king." "Uh." The ninja blinked, and then tried his best to sound defiant, as a captured warrior ought to. "King Pilaf is the rightful heir to the throne," he said, even though it was hard to speak with that kid sitting on top of his lungs. "I will lay down my life for him." "I see." Goku nodded. "So you believe in blood rights, or some kind of charismatic origin for power. Personally, I'm more of a social contract kind of guy, if you think about it." Goku went on to rant for a while on things that Shu did not really feel like trying to understand right now. He tried to wriggle himself free from under his captor, but the boy was strong and would use his arms to push him down in the perfect spots to inexorably pin him to the floor. He was not sure if he should believe that this guy really was as dorky as he tried to look, or if it was all just a ruse to lull him in a false sense of safety before delivering the final blow. Either way, it was not pleasant to be at the complete mercy of someone that Shu knew could smash his skull in a second. After what felt like an eternity, so probably 10 minutes or such, the boy stopped talking and froze for a moment. It was like he was listening to something. Shu looked closer and noticed a small earbud in his right ear. He must be in contact with the girl through that. "I'm sorry." Goku got up, finally freeing Shu from his imprisonment. "I have to go now. I would really like to convince you to not pursue this road, but there is no time right now." Shu was dumbfounded. He was really free to go? He recollected himself, patted his clothes to remove some dust, and went to recover his sword. Oh, right. Goku now was outside the door, but he looked back inside for a moment. "You said the gas you used was just meant to make us sleep, so it would not have done any permanent damage, right?" "What?" The ninja turned for a moment, while still pulling hard on the sword to free it from the wall. "No, nothing permanent." "Good to know." Goku tossed something inside and closed the door behind him. Shu had a second to register that that something was the capsule he had kept in his hand this whole time before it popped up into a big luggage bag, and time restarted for all things inside, including the sleeping gas grenade. A white cloud filled the room, and Shu felt his mind go blank like everything else around him. Ground floor, in front of the treasure room elevator, 11:27 p.m. Bulma briefs. "The game is over. Leave the Dragon Ball where it is. Take the elevator, toss any weapons you have on the ground, and come out with your hands behind your head." Mai leveled her gun at the elevator door and waited for an answer. This was the only way out, so all Bulma could do at this point was delay the inevitable. Luckily, it seemed like she quickly realized that. A short time after Mai had given the order, the elevator started whirring and came back to the ground floor. When the doors opened, Bulma was inside, her hands behind her head as ordered. On the floor of the elevator was a handgun. Mai did not relax. "Now slowly walk out. Don't move those hands, or I'll shoot." Bulma obeyed. She was barely outside when Mai fired, causing her to let out a small scream. Hit by the bullet, the security pad of the elevator started fizzling with sparks. The door automatically closed, following its failsafe protocol. "Shu is going to get annoyed at that," said Mai. "But it was necessary. Now you can't try any funny things to go back down or recover your gun anymore. And your mission has failed. You did not manage to get the Dragon Ball, or the alarms would be ringing." "Would they?" Bulma smirked. "Maybe I exchanged the Dragon Ball with something of equal weight." Mai smiled back. "Now I know you didn't. The alarm is not based on weight alone. It detects the signal emitted by the Dragon Ball as well. Plus, We would realize with the radar as soon as you got far enough from the original position of the ball. You're just a desperate woman bluffing to gain time. What? You don't think I have a plan B? I don't think you do, no? I think you're all talk and no substance. She waved her gun slightly, pointing at a direction away from the door towards the center of the room. Now follow me, coming into our base to steal from us. Some cheek you have. Bulma obeyed. She walked in a weird way, though, almost as if keeping her head awkwardly twisted so that I wouldn't see her right ear. Come here, she shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling it violently towards her. She twisted Bulma's head. Sure enough, she was wearing some kind of communication device. I ripped it off, threw it on the ground, and stomped it with her foot. One more backup plan down, she said, unamused. Any other surprises for me? Bulma shrugged. Insofar as you could possibly do that with your hands in the position she had hers. Just my parents and the entirety of the Royal Defense Force ready to come here and steamroll your sorry asses if you as much as lay a finger on me. Yeah, not buying that either, rich girl. Maybe you are who you say you are, but if that's it, I'm sure you didn't tell your parents anything. This is you spoiled brat's idea of a little escapade to draw attention on yourself. You hoping to go back to your parents and find them all worried for you or something. Maybe bringing along a cute new boyfriend. Bulma blushed so hard, you almost couldn't tell her lips from the rest of her face. Touched a nerve, I see. I smirked. You chose the wrong game to play, rich girl. This isn't your private school's debate club. A loud, metallic sound came from a nearby door. I turned around, alarmed. What's that? Again, the same sound. Like something small but fast smashing shoulder first into the steel plates. The plaster and concrete around it started cracking under the pressure. Bulma smiled. That's the debate club champion. The other woman looked confused, then had a moment of realization. Of course, the kid should have imagined she would fail at dealing with him. Well, I won't make the same mistake. Bulma shrugged. Suit yourself. I walked to the front of the door that Goku was trying to knock down. It was a testament to the quality of construction of this place, Bulma thought, that it had managed to withstand multiple hits from that kid without breaking. Another hit came, and I pointed her gun straight at the center of the door, approximately where she would have expected the kid's head to be, given his height. Then she used her other hand to input the passcode to the door. The door slid open as Goku was charging straight for the fourth time. He only had time to raise his eyes in surprise before I fired her gun straight at him and hit him in the forehead. Goku was knocked back a meter by the blow and landed on the floor. Then he jumped back up, with nothing but a bruise between his eyes and a rather pissed-off look. Mai's mouth was agape. What the? And in that moment of distraction, Bulma swung her bag, now unclipped from her belt, and smashed it right into the side of her head. Mai staggered and fell to the side. Thanks for giving me that opening, Goku, she said. Now let's go. That hurt, you know. Couldn't have done anything either way. Good thing it only did that. You, roared Mai, getting back on her feet. Bulma let out a scream and pushed Goku back in the corridor where he had come from. Quick, smash that keypad. Goku hit the pad with his fist, and instantaneously the door closed back, just in time to leave out the still groggy Mai, who now could only scream at them and punch the metal. What the heck? Bulma stared in disbelief. I thought that would knock her down for hours. It always works in movies. That is not how it works, said Goku. Whatever these movies are, they don't sound like a reliable source of knowledge about the human body. Says the guy who just took a bullet to the forehead and barely got phased. Let's go, before she somehow unlocks the damn thing. They started climbing up the stairs. They were at the first floor when they heard a small explosion downstairs, and a cloud of smoke rose through the stairs, signaling the door had been forcefully removed. They sped up their pace. Where are we going? Asked Goku. Our room, right? Let's pick up our stuff and then leave. The problem is I left it locked, with Shu inside. Goku was sounding a little concerned now, flooded with sleeping gas. Oh great. Bulma stopped. What then? I can beat Mai up, suggested Goku. Not while I'm around. I don't want to get caught in the crossfire, and she's smart enough to go after me if she can't beat you. Let's just leave everything and smash out of a window here. But your bag. I know. We don't have much choice. Open one of these rooms. The doors of the guest rooms were made of wood, so smashing through one of them was much easier. Goku and Bulma got inside, and on the girl's order, the first started bending and ripping out the bars at the window. Meanwhile, Bulma quickly pushed furniture in front of the broken door to work as a barricade. The dust had settled, and they could hear my storming in below. Can we go? She's almost here. Done. The window is open. How do we leave? Your stick. Follow my instructions. Goku hesitated a moment. Outside, Mai was climbing the stairs and was probably almost there. What's up? Asked Bulma. The moon, said Goku. It's not perfectly full today, but I'm not sure if. Oh, okay. Close your eyes then. I'll guide you. Grab me. They got on top of the windowsill. Goku was the one crouching down, his feet on the sill, eyes closed. Bulma was grabbing him from his back and holding tight. Outside, Mai was already banging and pushing against the flimsy barricade. Okay, now take the pole. Point its end down and forward, at an angle, then extend it down until you feel it touching the ground. Now imagine it stiffer, but not so stiff that it doesn't buckle a bit in the middle. Perfect. The barricade fell. Mai entered, gun ready to fire. Let's go. Goku gave a slight push forwards and upwards, and they were in the air. The chill of the wind against Bulma's face as they swung felt like freedom, but not safety, not yet. Now make your stick shorter. Slowly. We need to keep a bit of balance and slow down our fall. Don't lose contact with the terrain. Behind her, Mai fired out of the window, but they were already far enough that it would take a miracle for her to hit. The idea was working. They were pivoting on the stick, like a pole vaulter, except the stick was shortening and thus getting them closer to the ground while shedding away some speed. It still all happened incredibly fast, just a few seconds. But for Bulma, it felt like time slowed to a crawl. Here she was, grabbing onto this kid who was guiding their fall with his eyes closed, suspended into the air, the ground coming fast, bullets zipping around her, heart pounding in her chest. And weirdly enough, enjoying almost all of it. The ground came closer, and as planned, they weren't nearly as fast as they would have been if in free fall. Still, it was a rough tumble. They hit the ground violently and rolled for a few meters. Goku got up unharmed, and his eyes still closed, but Bulma was aching and bleeding at her knees and elbows. No serious wounds, though. Okay, now we run. She searched her pouch, drew a capsule, and threw it. It popped out to reveal a small car. Sorry about this, Goku, but it's the safest way to keep you from seeing the moon. She opened the car's trunk and guided Goku to laying down inside, then closed it. There should be enough openings to allow for some air to enter. Then she climbed onto the driving seat, inserted a gear, and pushed on the gas. When Mai finally managed to climb down the stairs and reach the castle's entrance, they were long gone. All she could do was curse in disappointment as Goku and Bulma vanished at the horizon, leaving behind a cloud of dust as their vehicle ran on the desert terrain. Chapter 6: A Game of Drones. When Shu came to his senses, he found himself in the middle of a crisis meeting. He was still groggy, so even with his eyes open, he kept laying back for a while. Oh, you're awake. Mai casually acknowledged him, then looked like she wouldn't have dedicated another second to the matter. But Pilaf in person got up and reached the ninja. We're glad that no harm has come to you, loyal Shu, he said. It would not have done for a king to lose one half of the forces under his command in a single battle. Your courage will be commended and rewarded. Thanks, Your Majesty, whispered Shu, still feeling a bit faint. It was hard fought, but I did all I could to keep the honor of the Rice dynasty high. Hard fought, Mai laughed. You fell on your bum and got yourself knocked out by your own weapon. You don't even have any wounds, meaning you were overpowered so easily that the enemy didn't even need to actually hurt you. She looked at him with contempt. But on one thing I agree, she added. You did do all you could. Shu groaned, still not in good enough shape to engage in a duel of witticisms. Not that he would have won against her anyway. He gestured that he was fine, and Pilaf, while still showing some worry, did leave him be, feeling that it would not do either for a king to appear too emotional about the health of a subject. He merely gave Mai the order to bring Shu a glass of water, and then the discussion resumed. I believe we should pursue them, Your Majesty, said Mai, whether they succeeded or not. They're a threat, and should be swiftly disposed of. Do you believe they could inform the usurper of our intentions? Asked Pilaf. That I don't think. First, because I'm sure she was mostly bluffing and she's not doing this with the knowledge or consent of her parents. And second, because they want the Dragon Balls, and right now, apparently, they have none. To denounce us would mean to lose that chance forever, because they would have to explain the king about the 7 mystical devices of infinite power. And well, you see why they might not want to do that. Wait a second. Shu jumped up, suddenly revitalized. What did you say? They don't have any Dragon Balls. I nodded. That's right. They did not seem to succeed in getting the one from the basement. I think the girl was trying to figure out how to hijack our alarms when I caught up with her. And when they escaped, they had to leave some of their stuff here. The radar shows the same blips as it did when they were in the castle. The Dragon Balls should be in a capsule around here. Did you check in on the one in the basement? Asked Shu. Not yet. I shrugged. I had to blast the lock when she got out, to make sure she wouldn't escape that way. So it needs some repairs before we can go down again. I could have destroyed the door like I did the one to the residential wing, but then the elevator wouldn't work either. Wait, cried Shu alarmed. You did what to the other door? This is of no consequence. Pilaf cut short all complaints with a hand gesture. The only result that matters is, this was a victory. Unconventional, if we want, but now we have 6 Dragon Balls out of 7 inside this castle. We only need to find 5 of them. And we know they're in this room. Well, yes. So let's focus on getting our wish granted first. Once we will have that, nothing else will matter. And we're so close. As you wish, Your Majesty. I let out a small sigh. What are your orders then? You should stay here, Mai. We have 2 important tasks for you. The first is to find the Dragon Balls that are in this room. Just check all the capsules, with due care, in case some are booby-trapped. I nodded. That sounded almost shockingly sensible, coming from him. The second is to, address the concern that girl raised at dinner. The one about the wish. Pilaf's kingly demeanor sort of drained out of him as he mentioned that. Your Majesty, said Mai, firmly, that was just an attempt at making you doubt your own destiny. Pay it no mind. Well, yes, but there may be some truth to it, muttered Pilaf. There is no harm in giving it some thought, is there? Just think and let me know how you would formulate the wish if it was you, and not us, since we are the legitimate king and all. I bowed. As you wish. And what will Your Majesty do? Here comes the importance of our in-depth study of history. The last Dragon Ball seems to be in the hands of the Ox King, a local lord who has limited power over his own territory, consisting of a mountain and the immediate surroundings. This is effectively an independent kingdom, in which the forces of King Furry have not established their domain yet. This brave, freedom-loving man and his ancestors before him have fiercely fended off all of their envoys until now. As everyone else who ever walked into their territory, from what I've read, Mai frowned, with a broadaxe. But you do not know all of the story, Mai. We searched painfully and for long the royal library, and here Pilaf pointed to the digital tablet he was holding in his left hand. And apparently his tiny kingdom has splintered from the rest of the world back at the time of the Demon King. A remarkable display of loyalty. This man's family has pledged fealty to our royal house, and thus since then refuses to submit to the order imposed by the usurper. We are sure they will be happy and grateful to know that not only we have returned, but that we require their assistance in going back to the position we deserve. Ma looked skeptical. So, Your Majesty wants to go negotiate with him in person? Precisely. Pilaf smiled, satisfied. As soon as Shu feels well enough to go. Shu let out a whimper, just to make it clear that was not the case yet. We will take one of our planes and pay him a royal visit. I am sure he will be a precious ally in the fights to come, if those people pester us again. Well, Mai said, that is certainly proactive. But what if it turns out to be dangerous? Is Your Majesty fully confident in the historical accuracy of those sources? Nonsense, Mai. Here we have a brave patriot, holding out for our own return to the throne. It is not only our right. Nay, it is our duty to let us be known by him, relieve him of the burden of kinghood, and give him back his rightful place as our vassal. We are sure he will cry his eyes out in happiness at the news. What danger could there possibly be? No one enters MA land and lives, roared the gigantic, bearded man in a horned helmet, waving his axe around threateningly. You better say your prayers. Pilaf and Shu had barely gotten down from the plane when they were greeted by the owner of the land, the Ox King himself, in all of his extremely intimidating majesty. The trip had been easy enough. As they approached Mount Frypan, the only problems had come when they got close enough to feel the heat. It was well known how 10 years before the mountain had inexplicably caught fire, turning into a gigantic smoldering mound that scorched the area for kilometers all around. At the beginning, all they felt was just a slight rise in temperature, and they could see the mountain sort of glowing in the distance. Then it got hotter, and the air current started. Powered by that gigantic fire, convection loops enveloped the whole area, causing turbulent currents that pushed the plane down. Shu had done his best to keep the attitude as much as possible, but the closer they got, the worse it became. When it started calming down, he suggested they immediately land, as coming any closer would probably mean entering the part of the loops where currents began ascending, and then touching the ground safely would become almost impossible. Pilaf agreed, somewhat disappointed at the sight of the distance that still separated them from their destination, and they landed at the periphery of a small village that looked empty. They must have been sighted and followed for some time, though, because it would have been hard to believe that the Lord of the land just happened to be exactly in that forgotten spot in which they arrived, which solved the issue of finding him, but posed another whole lot of problems, the most pressing of which being a decent risk of decapitation in the next 2 minutes. We do not come to mean any harm. Pilaf rushed to bow to the Ox King, forgetful of his own royal dignity. We are in fact the bearers of good news. That is all you thieves and scoundrels say, grunted the giant. Liars, the whole lot of you. But you never say it again after I do my thing. Shu did not feel like pointing out it would be very unlikely of them to say anything at all after he did his thing was the wisest course of action, despite having the urge to. My lord, he said, bowing lower than Pilaf and drawing from all his best servile arts. My master says only the truth. We have landed far from your palace because we did not want to alarm you. We seek an alliance, not to attack you. We're honored you managed to come and greet us immediately. What he says, confirmed Pilaf, nodding vigorously, but still never raising his eyes to meet the ones of the Ox King. Greet, huh? The man scratched his beard. I was just chopping some wood for ma daughter's bridal bed. Saw you coming down through the winds. Thought you'd crash. You thieves got guts, I'll give you that. Oh, you were chopping wood, said Pilaf, relieved. That explains the axe. Nah, that's another axe, blurted out the Ox King. This one's for thieves' necks. Blood makes the blade rusty. You need a good edge to cut trees around here. Wood's hard as steel. Pilaf gulped. How informative. The axe swung high as the giant man approached. So, you got any last words? Congratulations to your daughter? Who's the lucky boy? Tried asking Shu. Maybe some thoughts of familiar joy would remove his mind from those of murder. There's no boy, said the Ox King, without stopping his advance. Just thought a good father should think about his daughter's future and all. Putting myself bit ahead with the work. I'm that kind of man. That's very thoughtful, whispered Shu, choking. The axe now was right above their heads, in position to strike. Now you stay still, said the giant, and I can do both your heads in one clean chop. You won't feel a thing. You move or try funny things. Second one might get only half sliced, and I tell ya, not a good way to go, that one. We have come to ask your daughter's hand in marriage, screamed Pilaf. Everything stood still. The Ox King stared at the intruders, his expression unreadable as his helmet covered his eyes entirely. Shu and Pilaf, for a long minute or so, almost held their breath, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Then the Ox King lowered his axe. Well, that makes things complicated, he grunted. I never thought about that. But y'all right, people might come here for that too, not just thieving. Countless tales of her beauty travel the land, and have reached our royal ears, pushed on Pilaf, hopeful. And we thought, here, this would be a bride worthy of our royal dignity, and the perfect way to seal the alliance with our longest, most faithful vassal. Royal dignity? Vassal. The man lowered himself on his knees and sort of prodded Pilaf with a finger thicker than the poor guy's arm. "You a king too, or something?" "He sure is," jumped in Shu. "He is the one you and your ancestors long waited for, the last descendant of the Rice dynasty, the one true king, who's come back to take the throne from the furry usurper." "I know my ancestors, but I am not waiting for crap," said the Ox King. "What is this dynasty thing? You're not a real king then." "Technically a prince, we would guess," admitted Pilaf, "as we have not yet been crowned. But we heard that you fend off the emissaries of King Furry. Surely you are not a friend of the current dynasty." The man's voice seethed with rage. "Those pests. You're right, I send them away. Them thieves and scoundrels too. Come to take my money, call it taxes. Taxes, figures. This is Ma and Ma family's land. Why do I gotta pay any damn taxes on it?" Pilaf smiled and got back on his feet, looking at the man in his eyes now. "We fully agree with your fiscal policy. And were we to come to the throne, with your help and bonded to your family by marriage, we would exempt you from any tributes and allow you, in fact, to levy taxes on your own subjects." "Well, not like I got those anymore," mumbled the Ox King. "Since the mountain caught fire, they all left. Just my daughter and me now. I am sure we could do something about that too. And if you helped us, and I'm married into your family, you would grow old knowing one of your grandchildren will one day be king." "That sounds good." The man stopped a bit suddenly, as if struck by a thought. "You not lying scoundrels too? You sure you can become king?" "We have no doubt whatsoever," said Pilaf. "We only need one thing, and we believe it to be in your treasury." The Ox King clenched his axe a bit tighter. "That sure as heck sounds like you're up to some thieving." "Not at all," reassured Pilaf, suddenly dropping half the confidence he had just built up. "It is an insignificant part of your many riches, I am sure, and with it, I can grant you your rightful position in my new kingdom. In fact, it is the only thing I will ask for your daughter's dowry. Truly, it is a great deal for you." "You sound right on that," mumbled the large man, again stroking his beard. "We gotta discuss the arrangement. Come to my house, and you can meet my daughter." It was said that the Ox King's castle was a magnificent thing to behold, a massive, imposing structure, with halls so tall, the ceiling could barely be seen when they were illuminated by candlelight, and pillars so large, it would take 3 men to hug them in their entirety. None of this, of course, could be seen by Pilaf and Shu, as the castle itself was on top of Mount Frypan, and for 10 years the fire had prevented anyone from reaching it. Instead, the king now lived in a cramped house in the village at the foot of the mountain, a building so small he had to bow to pass through the door. Like for all buildings in the area, the side exposed to the fire was blackened with soot and cracked by the heat. The two followed their host in as he made room for them by pushing stuff aside, shuffling piles of boxes and hordes of weapons through the floor, and tossing away bunched-up clothes, in a house that looked very little the part of a royal palace. "Come on in, sit down." The Ox King signaled that the way was free, and carefully, Pilaf and Shu came forward, trying not to step on anything. The 3 of them sat at a table in a tiny dining room. Their host kept his head slightly tilted on one side to avoid hitting the ceiling. He sat at the table and finally took off his helmet, revealing a bush of hair as black and unruly as his beard, and 2 small eyes that almost disappeared in his massive head. "The heat burns your throat round here," he said loudly. "You gotta have something to drink." "That would please us very much, yes," said Pilaf, while Shu merely nodded. The Ox King turned around, grabbed a barrel full of water as tall as a man, and smashed it on the table. "Have as much as you want," he proclaimed gleefully. Pilaf and Shu looked at each other perplexed, then climbed on the table, trying to get some water by forming cups with their hands. The Ox King simply dove head first into the barrel, guzzling down almost half of it with grand production of gurgling noises. This lowered the level of the water so much it became impossible to reach for either of the other 2 without risking to fall inside. So they just gave up altogether and pretended to be satisfied. When the Ox King decided everyone had had enough, the conversation proper started. "So, this plan you have to become king. Tell me about it." "Well, we cannot tell you everything right now," explained Pilaf. "But thing is, there are certain items which we believe will grant their owner any wish. We are in possession of all of them except one, which we have reason to think is in your treasury. Ah, the Dragon Balls, the Ox King laughed. Thought that was just a legend. Good for you, but I don't got him. Pilaf and Shu exchanged a worried look. Are you sure? Shu insisted. We located the ball exactly in the middle of the mountain. Ah, that. Well, you know, the man started scratching the back of his neck, thoughtful. I might have one in the castle. I don't keep count of that stuff, haven't seen it in 10 years. But what you gonna do? The mountain's on fire, no one can get up there. Pilaf waved his hand, dismissively. No need to worry about that. I'm sure Shu can figure out a way. Hearing this, his companion, or subject, started flashing rapidly between being embarrassed and alarmed. It looked like a dozen different objections were fighting their way up his throat to try and reach his mouth, and after a while, their match must have resolved in a draw, because all Shu ended up doing was emitting a choking sound, shut back up, and have a kind of a nervous twitch. The Ox King scrutinized him during this whole process. You say he can, huh? He mumbled without much enthusiasm. Well, if you manage to get there, the ball is yours all right. I would be very happy to get my castle back, you know. I do not think I can guarantee that much, said Shu starting forward, to then hunch back in his place. But I'll try. Well, that's just great. You know what? I will go get my daughter, so you can meet and start getting along. After saying so, the giant man got up from the table, picked up the axe that he had left next to his seat, and left, lowering his head to pass through the comparatively tiny door. His steps got less and less loud as he got further away. Boss, I can't do that, screamed Shu, as soon as they couldn't hear them anymore. Pilaf looked back at him with a hint of annoyance. It's Your Majesty, Shu, he said. Just because we are outside of the castle and we have barely escaped death by decapitation, it does not mean you are allowed to break etiquette. The other hung his head, ashamed. I'm sorry. Well, we can understand it was force of habit from our days before we knew of our ancestry. You are forgiven. Pilaf put a hand on his subject's shoulder. And for the Dragon Ball, we have full trust in you. Before our quest started, you were already our most trusted engineer, and we were never once disappointed by your abilities. And now you have all resources that our royal means can currently put at your disposition available to solve this problem. Shu's eyes did not get much brighter. You mean the 2 caches of equipment we managed to load and take with us before leaving? Pilaf nodded solemnly. All resources. The dog sighed. While the situation was all kinds of unusual, what with the possibly not completely avoided threat of death by decapitation and the imminent axe-facilitated political marriage, this, at least, sounded like a very familiar script to him. One that he had gone through many times, back in those simpler days in which Pilaf was simply his boss and not his king, usually managing to pull through not too shabbily. I'll give it a shot, Bo. I mean, Your Majesty, he sighed, finally. Good. We leave the success of this enterprise in your hands. They fell in silence as they heard booming steps came back and get gradually closer. Finally, the door was slammed open by the Ox King's hand, large almost as much as it. Before entering, he pushed in a little girl, probably 12 years old or so, wearing an incredibly skimpy bikini and with a weird bladed helmet on her head. Come on, Chi-Chi, say hello to our guests, said the Ox King. The girl barely managed to squeak a feeble hello before blushing and running back to her father to hide behind one of his trunk-like legs out of sheer embarrassment. Why, hello, little one, said Pilaf, attempting a friendly, non-scary smile with little success. Is your big sister coming to meet us too? The Ox King looked at him and scratched his head in puzzlement. What sister you talking about? He asked. While Pilaf was engaged in talks with his future father-in-law about a marriage arrangement that seemed to get more insane by the minute, Shu was granted some time on his own to begin planning the Dragon Ball recovery operation. A moment of respite that he sorely needed. Everything that was being discussed depended on this. Without the Dragon Ball, Pilaf had no reason to tie himself to the Ox King, and the Ox King, perhaps, had no reason to leave them alive, except any sympathy that they may have managed to elicit in him thanks to their natural charm. But Shu was not in the habit of relying on that too much. In fact, he was not in the habit of relying on any kind of stroke of luck at all. He had learned to expect, not necessarily the worst possible scenario, but at the very least the most likely bad scenario, which turned out to be usually spot on when it came to his job. Unfortunately, that also made him the sort of person that you would not usually drag around in a globe-throttling adventure full of deadly dangers, as his usual approach to those had always been to never come close to them in the first place. For some reason, however, Pilaf had seen fit picking him, of all his employees, when he had decided to upgrade his status from capitalist to monarch. Shu had felt obliged to accept out of friendship, but now he started really doubting his choice. He cursed the moment he had mentioned the weekly community center ninjutsu course he attended for the sake of cracking a bit his squeaky joints in a bit of water cooler talk. It seemed to have given Pilaf weird ideas about the level of martial prowess he could contribute to the whole enterprise. With a sigh, Shu put aside those thoughts and focused on the problem at hand. Pilaf and the Ox King had left him the kitchen, so he had a chance to brew himself some coffee to relax and start thinking. The information he had available was not much. At some point, 10 years ago, Mount Frypan had caught fire. The stories mentioned some kind of spirit that had fallen from the sky, but he doubted this was how things really went. Even if magic was a thing, after all, this sounded a bit improbable to Shu. He suspected the triggering event might have been a small burning meteorite. Still, the effect did not change much. The mountain was on fire. Its flanks had been scorched of all vegetation, which had only fueled the gigantic pyre, and now its temperature was permanently above anything humans could withstand, which made its summit entirely unapproachable. Reaching the castle was out of the question, on foot or by air. Part of the issue was, of course, also that the huge fire would create strong ascending currents, making landing on the summit absolutely impossible. There was no obvious way of putting out the fire, so Shu started thinking about what caused it and kept it going. To burn for so long, the mountain must obviously provide some source of fuel. The most common possibility would be some sort of hydrocarbon seeping through the rock or a coal deposit just under the surface. Luckily, among the few tools he had managed to bring with him, he had a portable device for air quality analysis. It was nothing too precise, but it gave him a fair idea of what was in the air surrounding the mountain. Some carbon monoxide, some aromatic compounds, and some sulfur ones, which confirmed more or less his theory. The large amounts of soot that could be found deposited everywhere in the town also reinforced the hypothesis that it was really coal burning under Mount Frypan, as any and all trees had long gone from its sides. So, landing on top safely would require basically putting out the entire mountain, and putting out the entire mountain was fundamentally impossible, unless they asked the dragon to do it, obviously. But first, that would have been a grave waste of one magical wish, and second, it was not possible to do it without retrieving the Dragon Ball. Wait a moment, was it? There were not specific indications in the legends they'd read about the distance the Dragon Balls had to be from each other in order to be considered gathered enough by whatever magic animated them to allow for summoning the dragon. Perhaps bringing all 6 Dragon Balls in a plane above the castle and hovering a few dozen meters over the 7th could do the trick? Shu discarded the idea quickly, though. It could be tried if all else failed, but it was unlikely to work. Any reasonable human intuition about what it means to gather 7 small items would involve bunching them all up in less than a meter of radius, and it was unlikely that whatever magical being who had created them would think differently. Even if it were possible, that would result in summoning the dragon in an extremely precarious position, and it was unclear what the fire could do to it, or what it could do to the plane. Discard landing on top, then. Was it possible to recover the Dragon Ball without landing? Well, one could rope down a single person from a helicopter. The plane they drove to the mountain had a convenient ability to rotate its jets and switch to a hovering mode. In fact, and then after they grabbed the Dragon Ball, pull them back up. With a search radius of 10 meters approximately, owing to the precision of the radar, they hopefully could do it in a few seconds, and with enough heat-resistant equipment, and possibly a few consecutive dives, there may be a chance. Shu pulled a calculator and ran a quick estimate of the heat involved, but even with decent heat-resistant equipment, which they didn't have, right now no one probably could survive at the top of the mountain for more than a few seconds. The entire area was literally on fire. It would be like diving inside a furnace. Not to mention, you had to search the castle, and that meant moving inside a maze of rooms, corridors, and doors. Not only it ought to take longer, it probably meant you couldn't even be roped out in an emergency. If only the fire could be quenched for a while in an area surrounding the castle, then that may give a window to act. A usual way to do something like that would be to use a powerful explosive charge, powerful enough, probably, to also demolish the castle, but that may be agreed upon with the Ox King. He had done without it for 10 years. He could do without it until Pilaf became king and could give him pretty much any residence he wanted. The shockwave from the explosion should push away the surrounding air fast enough to temporarily stop the fire, and then it would take time for it to spread again to the summit. Not much time, granted, but enough to find and retrieve the Dragon Ball. But an explosion of that size would have required a few tons of dynamite, which not only they did not have with them at the moment, they just didn't have at all. Even scraping every bit of explosive and gunpowder back at the castle, all they could get together was probably a few kilograms of the stuff. As for the things they had with them now, nothing came close to being able to produce those amounts of energy, just a bag of electronic components, 3 of his surveillance drones, measurement instruments, various tools, 2 laptops, some other assorted junk, and the storage capsules they all came packed in. The engineer's eyes lingered over these items, all laid in front of him, and suddenly an idea sprung into his mind. He thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. In fact, he seemed to remember reading that it had been done in the past, though it wasn't usual practice mostly for how expensive and wasteful it would be. But expense and waste weren't constraints here. Time and a very threatening broadaxe were. Shu bolted up and ran out of the room. And, well, you understand that we assumed your daughter was of marriageable age, since you mentioned something about a bridal bed. Pilaf was explaining, as apologetic as he could possibly sound. The Ox King frowned. I told you I was putting myself ahead with the work. Did you really hear about my daughter before? Of course, the other rushed to answer. Of course I have. The famous Chibi. Chi-Chi, corrected the little girl with a small voice, sitting in a corner as she was, flushed by either embarrassment or shyness. Chi-Chi, of Mount Frypan. It's just that the accounts were so stunning. We assumed no girl could possibly get this beautiful without even hitting puberty first. To this, Chi-Chi's face only veered even further towards bright red. Well, y'all marry when she's of age, of course, in 6 years, grunted her father. We just need to stipulate the contract. For safety. The gigantic axe was leaning on his side, resting on the floor, ready to be picked up at a moment's notice. Of course, agreed Pilaf. But first, we would like to hear our would-be bride speak her mind. 6 years are a long time, and this is a very important commitment for both of us. We would not want her to be, displeased or disappointed by the arrangement later on. Why would she be? She gets to be queen. Chi-Chi, you like the prince, don't ya? I told you I'd get you married to one day, like in the fairy tales and stuff. Chi-Chi looked at Pilaf long and hard, resisting her own impulse to just lower her eyes and be generally embarrassed. Her education as sort of royalty did show after all. She looked at Pilaf up and down, searching his features, from the brightly colored skullcap, to the pointy ears, to the protruding brow, for anything that even remotely matched her own fairy tale-induced ideas of princely qualities. Well, she finally said, politely but with a rather unenthused voice, he's blue. He is right. The Ox King laughed loudly. They say nobles have blue blood. He sure shows it. Pilaf giggled along uncomfortably and silently hoped for deliverance, which, unexpectedly, arrived, in the form of Shu slamming the door open with a bang. Your Majesty, he said excitedly, I know what to do. The drones were so small that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye at their distance, but still, Pilaf and the Ox King stared at the empty sky above Mount Frypan, squinting and occasionally swearing they had seen a movement or a black speck against the backdrop of the sky, amidst the rising smoke. The Ox King had put back his helmet. Turns out it wasn't just meant to look menacing. The binocular-like prongs covering his eyes were in fact glasses, as he was short-sighted. This made the likelihood of him spotting those drones even more insignificant, but did not seem to discourage him. Shu, more pragmatically, was piloting the things by looking in a tiny screen on his controller that showed a first-person view taken from one of the cameras they carried. It was blurry and low resolution, but you could make out the mountain, the raging fire and the clouds of rising smoke, and the towers of the castle. Once he was sure the drones were hovering above approximately the right spot, he started having them ascend. As soon as they were more than 1 kilometer high above the ground, this made any already small chance that they could be seen from the ground vanish, and he said as much. Pilaf at the very least stopped looking up for a while. "Can they really go that high, Shu?" he asked, coming close. We would not like to imagine how he would react if. "They can, Your Majesty," reassured him the dog. "They're not cheap store-bought models. I built them to have the same range as a normal plane. But the problem is keeping them exactly above the castle." He kept pushing them back and forth in small course corrections as they ascended to compensate for the push of the wind, using their accelerometers to keep consistently track of their position. When he felt pretty sure that they had ascended high enough that the atmosphere would be quieter and the autopilot could be relied upon, he locked it in and invited Pilaf to follow him in their plane. "Where you going?" asked the Ox King. "To recover the Dragon Ball," he answered. "The window of time may be very small, so we can't afford to be still on the ground when the castle is hit. By the way," he added, "sorry again for any, damages." "Don't you worry." The giant made a dismissive hand wave. "Hadn't used that in 10 years, lived just fine without." "Right." Pilaf and Shu mounted both on the plane. Given the extreme lack of manpower, Pilaf had acknowledged that even his own help was necessary, despite the task not being too worthy of a king. They avoided to dwell on it too much. Shu drove the plane to an altitude that put it a decent distance above the mountain's summit, then turned it to helicopter mode and left the control stick to Pilaf. He checked the position of the drones on his remote, double and triple checked just to be sure, since they only had one shot at this, and this aspect of it was actually really sort of nerve-wracking considering their whole situation. All his engineer instincts screamed that stuff like this needed to be tested before you bet the success of your entire current project and possibly your life on it. But circumstances were what they were, and that would need to do. Shu pressed the button. Way above their heads, and a bit forward, at almost 12 kilometers of altitude, the actuators Shu had mounted on his drones clicked, pushing multiple buttons on as many capsules. An instant later, the capsules burst in a puff of smoke, completely blowing away the drones and freeing their whole content. 50 tons of rocks each, loaded quickly thanks to the Herculean strength of the Ox King inside the storage tanks. The mass limit for capsules of that class, 300 tons total, were now in free fall, in a straight line above the castle. "Will they hit?" asked Pilaf, nervous. "Almost certainly," said Shu, who had retrieved a pair of binoculars and was now checking the sky. "Since they're way too heavy and will be way too fast for the wind to move them significantly off target. I tried to compensate a bit for what I could anyway, but they won't be precise. They should still hit around the summit of the mountain anyway. The chance of any straying as far as we are is very low." "There is a chance," squeaked the other, horrified. "An insignificantly tiny one, Your Majesty. I would never risk your safety." They held their breaths as they waited for the rocks to become visible. Considering that at some point they would reach terminal velocity, it should have taken a bit under a minute for the improvised bombs to hit. "Here they come." They hit. It was a massive detonation, but from afar it did not shake the plane much. The castle, however, seemed to explode spontaneously, hit by projectiles falling too fast to be easily spotted by human eye. The towers crumbled on themselves, the walls ruined towards the outside. The terrain itself was blown to bits. A cloud of dust rose from each impact point, and hot fragments of burning coal were projected like a fountain all around. But the important thing was that it worked. When the dust started to settle, it was obvious that the summit of the mountain wasn't a burning hellscape anymore. It was merely surrounded by a burning hellscape, which also meant it would not stay that way for long. "Your Majesty should pilot the plane right above that spot." Shu had started grabbing a heat-resistant suit and the rope to hook it, while I get in gear. Eh, sure, okay." Pilaf shook himself from a moment of stupor and started pushing the craft forward. Now the raging inferno was below them, and piloting was made increasingly harder by the ascending currents. Good thing was, they didn't need to land. Well, good for the pilot. Shu was beginning to breaking out in a cold sweat at the thought of what he was about to do, even amidst all the heat. He finished zipping the suit, put on a backpack oxygen tank, a mask, and a helmet, No guarantee that the air would be breathable down there, with how much oxygen must have been eaten up by the fire, and walked to the open hatch, the ruins of the castle just under his foot, and fire all around. They were positioned right above where the Ox King had said the treasure room was. In fact, even from here, Shu could see the glint of gold and gems occasionally peering amidst the smoke and rubble. "Are you ready?" asked Pilaf, struggling to keep control of the plane. "No," answered Shu, but then a sudden current violently shook the aircraft, and down the hatch he was anyway. He fell quickly, but as his rope unwound, the winch prevented him from going so quickly that he'd smash into the ground. He descended steadily and finally touched ground on the ruins of the treasury. Now that he was here, his paralysis that prevented him from leaving the relative safety of the plane had gone. All he wanted was to finish quickly and go back to it. He pulled out a small blocky device he had rigged together some time ago, finally having a chance to test it. It was a bit the complement of their usual radar. It should give him a much better idea of where the Dragon Ball was, but could only work at an extremely short range, which was where he expected it to be here. So when the thing started blipping intermittently, faster or slower depending on the direction he walked in, it didn't come as too much of a surprise. It took a few minutes of following it around in this treasure hunt for Shu to be confident he was in the right spot. And sure enough, as soon as he moved a few pieces of ceiling, he found the ball, an orange shiny sphere that could have passed for just another gem in the middle of all the other treasure. Shu turned the detector off. It had been incredibly helpful, but now that he would carry the ball near it at all times, it would merely turn into a very annoying alarm. It was a pity he never made two of them, or Mai would have found it extremely useful too, looking for the hidden Dragon Balls left by Bulma and her friend in their room. But it was more important to have it in this situation. In fact, without it, it would have been hard to find anything at all. The smoke and dark dust made visibility rather poor all around. In fact, it was even worse than he expected it would be. The dust was outright black. At which point, Shu realized what was happening, remembered why is it exactly that you test ideas before betting your life on them, and desperately tugged the rope in the pattern that meant I found the Dragon Ball. Pull me out of here fast. 1 second later, his rope was winding up, sweeping him off the ground and pulling him speedily into the air, right towards the plane, as if he was being spirited to heaven by a very impatient god. 3 more seconds later, the cloud of cold dust that had been raised when the ground had been smashed and cratered by a hail of high-velocity rocks, and had somehow managed to survive until then, finally ignited due to some stray spark. The blast was so violent the plane was rocked back and forth, and Shu felt the heat below his feet, even through his protective equipment, and feared he'd catch fire. He didn't, but the summit of the mountain did. As they left in a hurry, Mount Frypan went back to its previous state as an unquenchable, unapproachable mountain of fire. Shu ripped his helmet off. He was laying on the floor of the plane, breathing heavily, the Dragon Ball clutched in his right hand, covered in sweat both hot and cold. "Boss," he whined, "I want a pay rise." Pilaf threw a disapproving look initially, and looked like he was about to say something, but then kept himself in check. "We agree," he answered finally. "We believe you deserved it." The celebrations for the success of the mission were many and very loud. The Ox King was overjoyed and had pulled the dinner table out of his house to have a feast in the open. His booming laughter and enthusiastic descriptions of their joint future as great allies and friends, of the new castle he was going to build at the foot of the mountain, and of the wedding ceremony between his daughter and the newly crowned King Pilaf he was planning to hold first thing in its great hall to inaugurate, it kept resonating across the landscape, drowning the constant background provided by the roaring flames. Pilaf joined him in a display of diplomatic pleasantries, despite getting sort of antsy whenever the whole marriage topic was brought up. Shu ate whatever the Ox King saw fit to offer his guests, and for the rest mostly laid back somewhere, trying to recover from the terror and exhaustion of this very long day. Chi-Chi politely attended the reception as was expected of her, but mostly kept spacing out and staring in the distance. It did not seem like anything could possibly ruin the mood, least of all, the ring of a phone coming from Pilaf's plane. "That must be Mai informing us that she found all the other Dragon Balls," Pilaf exclaimed, beaming. "Shu, go fetch her call, and put it up on a speaker for us all to hear." Shu grumbled a bit. Sheer tiredness seemed to have worn out his patience for royal etiquette a lot, but in the end he dragged himself to the plane. Sure enough, the call came from Mai's phone. He pushed a couple of buttons to answer and put it on the plane's main speaker. "Hello? Can you hear me?" Both Pilaf and Shu froze. That was not Mai's voice. In fact, it was eerily similar to another voice they heard very recently. "Good evening," said the voice, cheerfully. "This is Bulma Briefs talking. And boy, do I have a good deal to offer you." Chapter 7. The Girl with the Dragon Taboo. The phone was silent now, producing only the occasional scratching sound, but Shu and Pilaf were still staring at it, transfixed as if it had just transmitted the voice of a wandering ghost. "Is that your friend, Pilaf?" asked the Ox King, putting down his huge mug of beer. "Most certainly not," snapped back Pilaf, and then, loudly enough that the microphones would catch his words, "She is a treacherous wench who abused our trust, and whose day of reckoning will eventually come. No punishment shall be enough to satisfy our righteous anger at this knave." A giggle came from the speakers. "Keep dreaming, pipsqueak." Both Shu and the Ox King gasped in horror at the sheer disrespect. "You had your chance, and you lost it. I'm not going to make the mistake of giving you another. Any guesses as to why I am calling you from this phone?" Silence fell on the scene, as the answer to that was way too obvious and none too pleasant. "What did you do to Mai?" finally asked Pilaf. "She's fine, don't worry. We're not criminals. Unlike some other people hunting for the Dragon Balls these days, you know. She's just bound and gagged. We captured her after she barged into our base and tried to attack us." "Lies. Mai was ordered to stay in the castle, and she's a loyal, trusted subject of ours who would never—" "Uploading photo now," said Bulma, bored. Pilaf ran to the plane, where the phone was physically located. Shu was staring at the screen already and nervously biting his thumb. A picture had just arrived. It showed Mai tied to a chair, with a gag in her mouth, just as Bulma had said. She was awake and her eyes looked definitely extremely angry, but she did not struggle. Next to her was the boy with a monkey tail, the one who Bulma had brought along to the dinner at the castle, but never said a word. Shu, having experienced his strength firsthand, was not too surprised at Mai's lack of resistance. She must have realized with him keeping guard there was absolutely no point to it. "So, I expect you to believe me now," continued Bulma. Pilaf was struggling to put together a coherent sentence. "But when, how, why?" "This afternoon, with only a few weapons and a lot of guts, and heck if I know," answered the other. "Spared us a lot of trouble. Actually, since I was struggling to come up with a good plan to get my hands on the Dragon Ball you just nicked from the Ox King. Good job on that, by the way. You need to tell me how you did it." The would-be king emitted something like a choking noise. Shu reached to the console, pushed a button, muting the loudspeaker, then grabbed the microphone. When Pilaf looked at him puzzlingly, he signed to wait and let him handle this, with a small bow of the head for added courtesy. "Shu here." He introduced himself, with a bit of a weak voice. "I will continue the negotiations on His Majesty's behalf." "Shu." Bulma paused for a bit, thinking, "Oh right, the little clever guy. When this whole affair blows over, send a CV to us at Capsule Corporation. We have real use for talent, you know." I'm, Luzingated by the offer. Pilaf shot him a deadly stare, but also gravely offended that you would try to sway my undying loyalty to His Majesty's cause, he hurried to add. "Well, I had to try. The offer is always valid. You said you, had no plan, but now you have one. Well, of course, you will give us the Dragon Ball in exchange for my—" Shu frowned. "And what if we, don't agree? Will you hurt her?" "My, no. We will just hand her to the police. We have footage of her attacking us, and we also have a few other interesting stories to tell about you guys. I'm sure enough evidence to warrant an investigation from the Royal Secret Services." At this point, Pilaf was sweating cold. The Ox King joined them, but he still wasn't really getting what was going on. Chi-Chi diligently walked at his side, equally clueless. "If you won't hurt her," said Shu slowly, "what stops us from just using the Dragon Balls and having Pilaf become king right away? At which point he can simply pardon her." "Shu, don't give ideas to the malcontent," shrieked Pilaf, but the phone paused for a few seconds. Finally, Bulma spoke again. "If I don't remember badly, might damage the door to your treasure room when she captured me. That means you need to go back from Mount Frypan to your castle, then crack into the vault, and recover the Dragon Ball before you can make your wish. And that's if you already found our 5. All we need to do is go to the police in the nearby village. An accusation of high treason guarantees an emergency direct line to the king's office. And there's a Royal Defense Force base within a couple hours of flight from your castle. Are you ready to take that bet? Give us 1 minute to discuss this. Shu muted the microphone on their side and turned to the others. I don't think this, sounds like a sure plan for her. But it's a risk. She's saying the truth about the army base, at least. And opening that door will be hard, and we don't know if I found the other 5 balls before leaving. What was she thinking? Pilaf was pacing back and forth, in anger, randomly shaking his fists for seconds at a time. Now we're in trouble because of her. A king that don't protect his subjects, proudly said the Ox King, is no king at all. Sure, said Pilaf. But what should we do? We can't throw everything away now. She said she thinks we nicked the ball from the Ox King, intervened Shu. It makes sense. She saw it moving from Mount Frypan on her radar, but she doesn't know we allied with him. Your Majesty. Pilaf turned his head. Not Your Majesty, the other one. The Ox King followed suit. This woman has a very strong fellow with her. I saw him smash through a coconut shell with a single finger without breaking a sweat. Do you think you would have a chance against him? The other's roaring laughter was almost earth-shaking. What do you take me for, little ninja? I can beat that nobody like it's nothing. I trained under the great Mutant Rashi, the strongest martial artist there is. I was his second best pupil. Shu frowned. How many of you there were? 2, answered the giant man. Why? The other sighed. Never mind. You do look quite strong. So, not another word, lad. The Ox King grinned ferociously. I know what you mean. We'll go find these thieves of yours, and I'll get some rust off my axe. You get what I'm saying? Shu's back was coursed by a shiver. It was unsettling to unleash this fury on someone else, when he had feared for his life being on the bad end of it just a few hours earlier. Still, it was a plan, possibly even a good one. Then, with your permission, King Pilaf, we will agree with a rendezvous point with Bulma to give her the Dragon Ball. I will take the plane and go back to the castle, while you and the Ox King go meet them. And well, you need to just free Mai and buy me some time to retrieve the balls. That sounds like a really good plan, approved Pilaf. Go ahead. You don't need to worry, the Ox King laughed. We won't just buy time. I'll throw in a few heads into that dowry of yours. Chi-Chi, next to him, tugged gently at his leg to draw his attention. Oh right, he scratched his beard. Can't bring my daughter along though. Wouldn't want her see all that. You know, she's impressionable and all. Can I leave her with ya? Shu was a bit taken aback. It's a great responsibility, Your Majesty, but sure, you can trust me with her life. The other laughed. Oh, I don't worry about that. She knows how to take care of herself. She can kick your ass all right. Just keep her entertained so she doesn't get bored while Daddy's working. The ninja sighed. Of course she was a monster too. Guess that weird blade on her helmet wasn't just for show. It did look uncomfortably sharp. Is that okay with you, princess? He asked. The little girl nodded. Let's do it then, Shu said. Give me 1 minute. He went back to the phone, reopened the conversation, and accepted all of Bulma's conditions. A meeting place was agreed upon, at a certain distance north of the mountain. It would take some time to get there, but as it turned out, the Ox King had a car that could take them there in less than a dozen hours. That was not as fast as the plane Pilaf and Shu had come with, but it was perfect, as it would give him more time to go back to the castle and search. They didn't mention any of this to Bulma, of course, just lied about their original means of transportation and time of arrival. They agreed to meet the next day. Given the urgency of the matter, the Ox King insisted that they waste no time. His exact words involved something about his axe being thirsty for blood, and him and Pilaf immediately took the car and drove off into the distance. Shu was left alone with Chi-Chi, who was staring at him up and down, especially his ears and tail. We have to go too, he said suddenly. Is something the matter, princess? She said nothing, but looked a bit restless, clutching her hands and shrugging. The dog tried to smile. You can tell me. I will not get angry or anything, whatever it is. Mr. Shu. she finally said, looking at him with shining eyes. You look very fluffy. Can I pet you? She had zoomed through the perimeter. The base was protected by motion sensors, easily planted in the terrain, but no defenses. Could she have sneaked through instead, kept the advantage of surprise? Unlikely, and it was the middle of the day. Had she taken too long, she would have been spotted anyway. For the same reason, attacking from a distance wouldn't have done much good either. All they needed to do was grab their Dragon Balls and run. They had no reason to fight her. She went in ready to the idea that shooting the boy would not kill him, but still, it would hurt him and slow him down, so it was a tactical option. She just had not to rely on him going down permanently. Of course, since the sensors had rung the alarms, the boy would get the jump on her. That was expected. It was about taking him out, there and then, and she could have just done whatever she wanted. But the boy had expected it too. He knew the gun would hurt him and avoided being hit. One bullet he sent back. Hell, it ricocheted on his skin, and Mai was so surprised she got grazed. But she kept firing in a pattern that would force the boy to keep his distance. They were fighting inside the house, and the kid was trying to keep her at bay while not damaging the room and furniture. Guess he was worried about his little girlfriend getting angry, and that was really too much. He would have to make a mistake while balancing so much. She had managed to corner him using her guns and then a swift kick to the solar plexus. He was back to the wall, no immediate way to escape. Right in time. 3 seconds earlier, preparing for this instant, she had pulled the pin of a grenade. She threw it. It should have been over. And yet the boy had simply adjusted his speed and kicked the grenade to explode out of the window, all so damn fast she didn't even see the movement. Next, the punch had her bent over, and she let her weapon fall. She was tied, gagged, photographed, taken as a hostage. All I could think about, through the rage and humiliation, was that fight. Play it again and again in her mind. What could she have done differently? What would have made her win? For the first time in her life, she hated the answer that stared at her with mocking eyes. Nothing at all. He was too strong. She could never win, not in 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 different scenarios. He was too far above. Unable to move or talk, she only raised her eyes at the kid, that clueless kid who was guarding her with an air of innocence about him. She looked at him with pure, unadulterated hate. I will defeat you, and I will kill you. You were strong, suddenly said Goku, as if he both could read Mai's mind and was unable to understand her feelings at all. Possibly the strongest I've fought yet besides my grandpa. That little fucker. On guard, Goku, called Bulma. She was checking the horizon with a pair of binoculars just a few meters away. I see a car. They're coming. Goku walked up to Bulma, shielded his eyes from the sun, trying to peer in the same direction. There was a cloud of dust where the car was racing, but making up the occupants was difficult. I think I see someone big, he commented. Neither of them should be big. Wait a second. Yes, you're right. There's a proper mountain of a man in that car. No wonder it's a convertible. He wouldn't have fit in a normal one. Okay, no, he's not in the car anymore. He jumped down. Bulma paled. He's running towards us, and he's faster than the damn car. And he's got a weapon and a horned helmet. Goku, I read the stories. That's the Ox King. Goku extracted his pole and entered a combat stance. The giant enemy was now less than 1 kilometer away and quickly eating up that distance. How did they get him on board? The girl lowered the binoculars now. He was close enough to see with the naked eye. Goku, you can beat him, right? The boy had a deadly serious expression. His eyes were focused, his body tensed up like a bowstring before the shot. I don't know, he muttered. He's running as fast as I would. Bulma, you'd better withdraw. I can't worry about hurting you if I need to win this. Bulma walked a few steps back, then turned around. What if you lose? Then I'm afraid it won't matter either way, he concluded matter-of-factly. Hearing Goku speak that way was definitely a sign that things were extremely serious, she decided. Her brilliant plan was about to backfire spectacularly. Bulma ran to Mai and pulled her up from the chair. Her legs were tied loosely, so she could walk, at least, and ordered the woman to follow her, at gunpoint, to a far enough area in the opposite direction with respect to the one from which the enemy was arriving. Mai obeyed without resistance, but purposefully took her sweet time walking even more slowly than her bonds required. Bulma cursed her inability to do more than that, but she didn't want to get too much on Goku's bad side, since he had been very adamant about what he considered to be fair treatment for a prisoner. If he went down, though, she resolved she would not have a second thought taking my outright hostage to save her life if it came to it. He wouldn't be able to complain at that point, anyway. "You're dead," roared a voice that would have been even deeper if not for the Doppler effect due to how fast its source was coming closer. And one moment later, a giant axe slammed into the ground right where Goku was. Good thing he wasn't there anymore. Neither, basically, was the ground, as the strike disintegrated the bedrock itself up to a good meter of depth, leaving a crater in its wake. The kid had jumped sideways and pushed himself against a nearby rock, towards the Ox King, aiming carefully at the shoulder of the arm that was holding his axe, in a blind spot his weapon couldn't reach. It would have been a potentially incapacitating blow, but the man didn't fall for it, and raised his left hand to meet Goku's feet, fingers open, to grab his legs. But Goku did not just gain forward momentum from his push earlier, he had gained spin, too. He grabbed the giant finger in front of him and pivoted up towards his head. A well-placed kick hit the man's helmet and sent him recoiling back 1 meter, but did not do any further damage. Goku pulled back quickly and landed on his feet, at a safe distance, catching his breath a bit. The Ox King growled, as the helmet had been dented and turned around by the hit, and he now couldn't see anything as his oculars weren't well positioned anymore. He ripped it off his head with his free hand and threw it to the ground, then turned around to watch Goku. "You're a strong kid," he said, raising his axe again. "Where'd you learn to fight like that?" There was no room in Goku's mind for distractions, so it's not like he chose not to answer. He barely heard the question, registered it as irrelevant to the immediate needs of combat, and put it aside. His opponent was strong and resistant, but also somewhat slow both in body and in mind. That was an opening he could exploit. He remembered something his grandfather would say, that the human eye usually could barely discern movement as fast as half the time it takes to blink. The rest was all your head trying to figure out what happened in between. So he started running around, jumping in irregular patterns, but with fixed points he would return to and stay in for a long enough time that the image ought to impress itself in the brute's retinas, just before zooming around and reaching another spot, and another, and repeating the game. "I got ya," said his enemy, and he swung his axe in a large arc, hitting Goku. Except it wasn't Goku at all, just the illusion of his presence. The axe seemed to him like it was passing right through a ghost. His inertia led him to spin around, and then he saw the real Goku, and he reacted, sure he could recover his balance before he would get in range to hit him, but the kid waved his stick and screamed. "Stick, get longer." The pole extended itself suddenly, and now Goku was in range, much faster than anticipated. It hit the Ox King violently between neck and shoulder. Threw him off, even, but again, it did barely any damage at all to his massive body. Yet, even without suffering much from the hit, the man stopped, as if stunned, and stared at Goku and his magic stick. "Did you get that stick from someone called Son Gohan?" he asked. The name managed to get Goku's attention. "Yes," he answered, "he gave it to me." "How could you guess?" The Ox King frowned. "That makes no sense. He would not give it to just some kid. Tell the truth, you stole it." "I do not steal stuff," replied Goku back, with a tinge of annoyance. "He gave it to me and taught me how to use it when teaching me how to fight. He thought I would need it more than him because I was the one who went hunting the most. He was my grandpa, though I know at least I was adopted by him, so I might as well have called him my father. Did you know him?" The other blinked in disbelief. "You're Gohan's adopted son? Of all the things, but it makes sense, it makes sense. I see his teachings in the way you fight. Always a smart one. He was always tricking me, and you too." "If you wish," continued the kid, "I can give you information I could only possibly know if I did truly live with him to convince you. For example, when he bathed, I always noticed he had a scar on his left thigh. It looked like a cut, but it was healed pretty nicely." The Ox King relaxed completely and broke into laughter. "Boy, this axe gave him that scar. Bit of a drunken scuffle, nothing serious. We were just having some good fun. That is news to me. You gotta know, me and Gohan were both disciples of this master, the best martial artist there is, Newton Rashi." Would that be a bald old man with a turtle shell on his back? Suggested Goku, raising an eyebrow. The very same. You know him too? World's really small, I tell ya. Heck, if I knew you could have found him, perhaps he could have done a better job with my castle. Well, that's that now. I spent the best years of my life with your grandpa. We were great friends. Goku was about to point out that it was funny Son Gohan had never mentioned him instead, but didn't get to before Pilaf finally reached the scene with the car, breaking down right next to them. Ox King, what is going on? Pilaf, you wouldn't guess. This kid is the adopted son of my old comrade, who studied martial arts with me. Fascinating, grumbled the imp. And this changes the situation how? Well, I can't right kill him, you see. Out of respect, the man scratched his beard. But they still have your friend. Say, kid, wouldn't you maybe let her go? It is not only up to me, said Goku, calmly sheathing his stick. But even if it were, I don't know if I would do it. I still do not believe letting you gather the Dragon Balls and become king would be a good idea. Why? You want to become king instead? Far from it. I am simply unconvinced of this individual's suitability as a ruler. That would be His Majesty for you, grumbled Pilaf under his breath. No, it wouldn't, rebutted Goku. At least not until you're officially crowned. Pilaf went back to mumbling complaints, but soon his disdain found a far better and less scary target. Bulma was slowly coming forward, with Mai in tow, as she realized that the entire situation seemed to be aimed for a non-violent resolution. You, he screamed, running up to her. You peasant. You traitor. You double-crossing, sneaky, disloyal. Oh, do shut up, snapped back Bulma, rolling her eyes. If I had to begin with my complaints about you and your little posse, we'd be here all day. Let the people who actually matter talk. Goku, care explaining what is going on? Pilaf made some incoherent rage sounds, then turned to Mai and asked her if she was fine. She merely answered with a quick nod and not much fuss. The Ox King was a friend of my grandpa's, shouted Goku. He does not want to hurt me, so we may be coming to an agreement. Well, that is good, I guess, and rather lucky. Do carry on, encouraged Bulma, still from afar, and immediately retreating to a position from where she could hear the discussion without being immediately in harm's way if things went south. All right, so, Goku said, I think we're in a position of stall. The Ox King does not want to kill me. The Ox King nodded. Pilaf can't kill me. Pilaf's eyelids twitched, and he added nothing. And I certainly do not want to kill or hurt any of you. We have competing interests and need to find some sort of mutually beneficial deal we can all agree to. The Ox King scratched his head. Boy, you're making my head hurt more than your kick did. And that was some kick. Why don't you just leave us your prisoner, and we go all our ways? Like friends, you know. I already said why I can't, said calmly the kid. But more than that, while I don't like the idea of depriving people of their freedom, Mai was violent and put us into danger. She attacked us without warning, tried to steal from us, and possibly kill us. We have no reason to trust her and leave her free. Bulma suggested we could in exchange for the Dragon Ball, but I am not sure this is morally acceptable either. Not unless we have a real guarantee that she will not go ahead to hurt us or anyone else. Well, you're right on that, boy. Nobody likes a thief. The man's attention turned to Pilaf, his voice now dangerously irritable. Pilaf, you ordered that woman to steal from the boy. Not at all, replied Pilaf, apologetic. She was supposed to guard our castle and study the phrasing of our wish to the dragon. That she left on her own whim is a grave violation of our wishes, and one she will be severely punished for after returning to our service. That is slightly reassuring. Goku nodded, pensive. But then, don't you think it would be fair for you to take responsibility for the actions of your subject and repay us to free her by giving us the Dragon Ball, as we asked? He does make sense, admitted the Ox King. You didn't explain the situation well when we came here, Pilaf. There was nothing to explain. We have a birthright to our role as king, and we are but trying to fulfill that destiny. Some untoward actions might be necessary on that road, and yet we did not order our subject to do anything as underhanded as this. We would ask her why did she think it a good idea, but as you can see, right? Can't you free her mouth so we can hear what she has to say? The poor girl, shouted the Ox King towards Bulma. No, can't do, answered the girl. Sorry, but she may have intel we don't want you to know about us. I'm not going to ungag her until we come to a final agreement. That is, until you realize that your only option is giving us the Dragon Ball. But carry on. Pilaf, I see why you don't like the girl, mumbled the giant, hunching back next to his co-conspirator. She's a real pest. You think she'd have less spunk when I can split her in two like a twig? Right? Right? Said Pilaf, nodding enthusiastically. Goku merely sighed. I think she's right, though, he said, while she really could be more delicate about it. Listen, why are you even working for her? She's weak like a squirrel. I can teach you more fighting, like your grandpa did. We can just get rid of her and make our Pilaf king. What do you say? I do not work for her. Goku frowned. I work with her. I have my own motives. And I do not like killing or your apparent eagerness for using it as a solution to your problems. The strength that comes from martial arts should be used with responsibility, for self-betterment, and to pursue moral goods, not to enforce and perpetuate oppression. The Ox King sighed. You're Gohan's son, all right. Sounds like he's talking right through you right now. Where is he now, by the way? The kid winced. He's not here anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, kid. He was a good friend. I wish I could have spoken with him one last time. But for ya, he must have been much more. Yes. Goku lowered his eyes, hiding his expression from those strangers. He was. Pilaf, you see how it is. You can't really fault him. He's a really good kid. What you want to do? I will remind you, hissed Pilaf, that if I don't get to become king, your daughter that you went as far as making me sign an actual prematrimonial contract about does not get to become queen. You came asking for her hand, roared the other in protest. And you said you could become king. You didn't mention this, kid. Don't make me use my axe. No axe using, please, pleaded Goku. Well, what if we give them the Dragon Ball? Pilaf calmed down significantly upon the mention of weaponry being involved in the debate. They will only have the one, and we will have the remaining 6. We will go nowhere. What good is it even for them? To this, Goku lifted a finger. Actually, Goku, called him Bulma, alarmed. For the sake of fairness in this negotiation. She now was outright running towards him. Don't you dare. Do you know how much effort did it cost me to? You should probably know. We already have all the other Dragon Balls too, concluded the kid. Castle Dungeons, Treasure Room, 2 days before, 11:27 p.m. Bulma briefs. The game is over. Leave the Dragon Ball where it is. Take the elevator, toss any weapons you have on the ground, and come out with your hands behind your head. Well, that did it. Bulma decided she had to take the risk and hope her work was good enough to fool whatever safeties were in place. She opened her belt bag, extracted the spherical device, a modified magnetron identical to the one she had set up earlier in their bedroom, and turned it on with the flick of a switch. A faint LED glow confirmed the thing was working. Carefully, she approached the platform where the Dragon Ball was set up with both hands, and then in an extremely nerve-wracking instant, she swapped the real ball for the simulacrum. The weight was approximately the same, and hopefully, the signal meant to fool any radar was good enough to fool the alarms too. Nothing happened. Bulma sighed in relief. She slipped the Dragon Ball into her bag, now lined with metallic mesh cannibalized from the ovens she had disassembled to shield it from detection by the enemy radar, and closed it. Now came the part where she had to confront the angry armed mercenary and somehow manage not to get shot. What was worse, the communicator seemed not to work underground, so she needed to get out of the elevator before she could call help. She was not looking forward to any of that, but hopefully she could talk her way into a stall long enough that Goku would catch up. Ground floor, throne room, 1 day before, 11:45 a.m. After rummaging through all of the stuff left by Bulma Briefs and companion in their room, Mai had found only 5 capsules that could possibly contain the Dragon Balls. She handled them carefully and took them downstairs, to the throne room, the only one that she trusted as having enough empty space for what she needed to do. If one of the capsules contained the Dragon Balls, Pilaf had suggested in a rare flash of insight that one of the others, or even all of them, could be booby-trapped, and she agreed wholeheartedly that was a possibility. That would be an easy way to get a good shot at knocking down an enemy who tried stealing them. So she put as much distance as possible between her and her target area, turned on the ventilation systems to disperse any gases that may be freed by the traps, and prepared to open them. She expected any traps to be incapacitating but not lethal. After all, mistakes are always possible, and dying by falling for your own trick is not a very desirable outcome. She clicked one of the capsules and tossed it as far as she could. After the usual puff of smoke, a cache smashed against the floor, opened up, and a wardrobe worth of clothes exploded out of it. There were so many, it was hard to imagine they could possibly be justified by a trip any shorter than multiple years. I went on to try the other capsules. 3 went on with similar results. One was full of lingerie, another of books and magazines, and a third one of assorted electronic components. I weighed the last capsule in her hand. Either Bulma said the truth, and there was a 20% probability that she'd end up with this outcome, or she lied. Considering the character of who they were dealing with, the likelihood of the latter option seemed overwhelming to her at this point. She pushed the button and tossed it. 1 second later, she was looking at a collection of enough optic discs to store any movie ever produced. The Dragon Balls were nowhere to be found, and the radar still obstinately reported them as being in the castle. If the signal could be faked, she realized, that meant the one in the treasure room wasn't necessarily safe either, but she couldn't go and check since the elevator lock was still busted. Without wasting a moment, I went to grab a few weapons, some supplies, then opened up a capsule jet, jumped in, and piloted it at top speed towards the position where Shu had sent his drone to invite Bulma and Goku to the castle, hoping their base would still be there. Moving to the new location had taken a while. It was further north, closer to Bulma and Goku's base, in an unmarked spot in the middle of the wilderness. When they got there, Goku quickly dug a hole with his bare hands where Bulma directed him to. She was still supervising him, while keeping my under watch and close enough to both of them. Pilaf and the Ox King observed from afar. "I'm still not over it," she said bitter. "Why did you have to go and tell them?" "It was the honest thing to do, since we were getting to a deal," replied Goku, while going through dirt and sand like a drill, without breaking a sweat. "And we were reaching a stall, because they thought the Dragon Balls would never be used." "You mean this way, they will think that since we will use them, they will scatter around the world, and they will at least get another fair chance next year." "That's what I told them, yes." The kid raised his head from his work. His hands had just hit on a plastic container. "Won't they? With me having 1 year of prep time?" Bulma chuckled and shrugged. "I mean, they can try." "You know," Goku quickly dug around the container, freeing it from the ground. "I am beginning to question whether I should be helping you at all at this point." "Ah, don't be like that. I'm not a villain. I do not think anyone truly is. But you can act like one at times." He pulled the cache above ground and opened it. The inside was lined with more metallic mesh of the sort Bulma had taken from the ovens. In it lay 5 of the Dragon Balls, the ones they had collected and hidden there on their way to Pilaf's castle, before even entering his home turf. The 6th, that Bulma had taken from his treasury, was still in her belt bag. Dragging the balls with them, they came closer to the 2 self-proclaimed kings. "So you lied about putting the balls in a capsule," grunted Pilaf. "In fact, is it even possible?" "I do not know, and I strongly advise against it," replied Bulma. "I did not try, but if whatever binds magic to the balls is in any way similar to what binds a soul, or vital energy, to a living creature, then I think there could be a real risk of breaking them for good if you did." Pilaf gulped. "I tell you this," continued Bulma, "because in the event of you getting your hands on a ball in the future, I think it's in our common interest that you do not try. Worst case scenario, we both lose forever what we want." "We will take your advice in due consideration," he mumbled in reply. A ringing sound came from his pocket, and Pilaf picked up a cell phone. Bulma pointed to her ear with one hand while waving her gun with the other, and Pilaf put the call on loudspeaker with an annoyed moan. "Shu here," said the voice of the caller. "You will not believe it, Your Majesty, but I have managed to break into the treasury and, well, the ball has been replaced by some kind of dummy that did not, however, trigger the alarms," finished Pilaf for him. "Yes, we are aware of that." "Oh, you are?" Shu stopped for a while, surprised. "I really do not know how it was possible." The device itself is remarkably ingenious. It should not have been even possible to modify the resonance frequency of a magnetron, but apparently using capsule circuitry, whoever built this was clever enough to. Will you just stop praising the enemy? Snapped the other, irritated. Yes, we were duped on all fronts. We know. I apologize, Your Majesty. It's fine, my dear Shu. Just stand by for further orders. So now what do we do? Intervened the Ox King. You're going to free Pilaf's companion? In exchange for the Dragon Ball, replied Bulma. As agreed. That does not suffice, screamed Pilaf. What if you wish for yourself to become king instead, or something else that will get in our way? I can vouch that Bulma mostly wants to see if the dragon works, and her wish is rather inoffensive, Goku said, stepping in between the two. And if she agrees, I could actually explain. Over my dead body, she shouted. The kid sighed. It's inoffensive. And what guarantee do we have that you will not denounce us to the usurper? Inquired further Pilaf, suspicious. I'm afraid you will have to take our word for it. As I am sure the Ox King can guarantee, my grandfather was a person who took his promises very seriously, and he taught me to do the same. And after this is over, Bulma wants me to cooperate with a certain project of hers, which means I can also put as a condition that she keeps hers, too. Fine by me. The girl shrugged. It's not like I'd want to solve the issue by calling the cops either, really. It would be a bit anticlimactic. But I don't want any of you around when I summon the dragon. No telling whether the blue imp there will have a sudden impulse to just run to it and express his wish before I get mine. And Goku, you go with them to keep an eye on what they do. Pilaf's face became purple with outrage to this, but Shu's voice, from the still open call, came first, stopping it. May I suggest then that we set up, a camera or something, to record the moment Miss Briefs expresses her wish. That would work as a confirmation of it being innocuous, and it would be really useful to just capture some footage of the dragon itself. Everyone nodded to this extremely reasonable request, including Goku, except of course for Bulma. What part of over my dead body did you all not get? She shrieked. Goku, do you want me to die of embarrassment? Why is it that embarrassing? He asked candidly. We can assure you, said Pilaf gravely, that after you lied to us, stole from us, took one of our subjects hostage, and delayed our ascension to the throne by 1 year with your treacherous trickery just to pursue whatever your capricious desires are, our opinion of you cannot fall any lower, regardless of what your wish is. Bulma threw her hands into the air. Okay, fine. Just set up the damn camera. Let's do the exchange, then I want you all out of my hair. The exchange was rather unceremonious, being almost all parties involved severely displeased by at least some details of the overall agreement. Pilaf handed over the Dragon Ball reluctantly, and Bulma had to wrestle it out of his hand as he didn't really want to let it go. Mai's hands were freed, and she was pushed towards Pilaf and company, without any of her weapons or gear. Bulma made it an explicit condition that her gag be removed only once she was out of her hearing range. After her health was ascertained, and she shot her fair amount of angry looks at Bulma, they were given a capsule containing a small jet to use to get away from the place. Bulma would time 10 minutes before summoning the dragon, and Goku had to guarantee that they flew in a straight line for at least that long. It would have been ideal if he were the one piloting, but of course, he didn't know how to do that, so that wasn't an option. They decided they would simply fly straight north on autopilot. And since Pilaf refused to do any more piloting work now that he had his subject back, Mai was put in the seat for any emergencies. Bulma explained to Goku how to check that the route was correct and that she wasn't playing any tricks by looking at the compass. Worst case scenario, explained Bulma with a chillingly cheerful smile, he was surely sturdy enough to survive a fall from cruising height, which is more than could be said about Pilaf or Mai. Goku frowned at the suggestion but said nothing, and accepted that he'd at least check the direction. The company got on the jet, Mai and Goku sitting in front, Pilaf barely fitting under the hunched mass of the Ox King, which took most of the backseat space, and they flew off. 30 seconds later, according to the agreed terms, Mai's gag ought to have been removed, and Bulma wondered if that was just the wind she was hearing, or if the distance had still not been enough. She sat alone, in the middle of the wasteland, on a rock, with 7 glowing magic spheres in front of her, and a chronometer in her hand. The dragon balls were glowing softly and in sync. They also emitted a slight hum that they never did when alone, as if they were resonating together in some mysterious way. It was like the power inside them was pulsing and pushing to be freed. Bulma felt a pang of awe and fear. She had already seen and manipulated magic, but this felt a step up. This was nigh omnipotence, laying at her feet. She had not really stopped to think about it while gathering them, and now the full weight of it struck her. The chronometer buzzed. 10 minutes had passed. Slowly, Bulma got to her feet, put the watch in her pocket, and extended her arms and hands over the 7 balls. She wasn't sure this was necessary, but for such a momentous occasion, it surely felt right. "O powerful dragon Shenron," she said, loud and clear, "come forth and grant my wish." Chapter 8. How to Strain Your Dragon. The signal crossed the boundaries of space and time. It traveled through the holes in the fabric of both until it wormed its way completely out of them, in a place whose location would have been impossible to point out to any of their dwellers unless you had at least 5 index fingers able to move in 10 different orthogonal directions. Amidst the broken fragments of reality that still obstinately persisted even this far, a creature of power and dreams slept. The signal called to it, and woke it up and opened its eyes. "Damn, not again," thought the creature. The jet had been flying for a while at a moderate cruising speed, with Goku keeping an eye on the compass to make sure they were constantly heading north. Mai had not shown any signs of resistance or opposition. She had just obeyed her orders, sat on the pilot seat with her hand loosely on the stick in case of need while the autopilot did its job. In the seat behind, the Ox King and Pilaf were chattering, or at least, the former was trying to. "So what flowers you like best, Pilaf?" I ask because you got to order those things in advance to be sure you get everything perfect and all. Chi-Chi really loves daisies, you know. Pilaf shifted uncomfortably in the tiny seating space that was left to him. "Let's just go with what she wants." "Perfect. Y'all see, it'll be really good. All covered in daisies." Something started happening outside, and Goku checked the control panel's watch to find out that 10 minutes had passed. This was probably a sign of the coming of the dragon. First, the sky got dark, suddenly. Without anything blocking out the sun, the light simply drained from it, leaving a darkness deeper than any night, moonless and starless. Then clouds gathered swirling, from all directions, at blinding speed, swirling towards a center. The plane shook violently. "What was that?" asked Goku. "Turbulence. I need to disengage the autopilot." Goku said nothing, as this seemed the kind of situation when it was indeed a reasonable reaction. Mai looked concentrated. She kept a tight grip on the flying stick. "Did the ancient texts always say that this would happen?" asked Pilaf, worried. "Is this normal?" "I'm afraid since the last time the Dragon Balls were used was apparently more than 100 years ago, this is the first time anyone gets the chance to fly a plane during a summoning, Your Majesty. We're in uncharted territory." "Oh, great," grumbled the other. "Well, I trust your ability." Another shake, this time stronger. The plane tilted violently on the side. "Is the wind really this strong?" asked Goku. "You want to pilot yourself?" snapped back Mai, angry and focused. Then she jerked the stick suddenly, just as another bout of turbulence hit the plane. This time they ended up at a right angle with the ground. Pilaf let out a small shriek as he fell into the body mass of the Ox King. "I was just asking." "Well, don't. Not when I'm trying to. Hold on tight. Another one coming." The shakes got even more violent. Mai appeared to be fighting them with all her power, and the altitude of the plane lowered, but it kept getting worse. Now they were spiraling and descending in a disorderly trajectory. "I'm sorry. Something broke. I don't have control anymore," screamed Mai, frustrated. "We need to abandon craft." "With what?" "We don't have parachutes," asked Pilaf, panicked. Goku kept his cool. "We don't need them. Ox King, you can handle this altitude, right?" "Easy, boy. I jump higher than that." "Then grab Pilaf and prepare to jump down and soften the landing for his sake. I think you can amortize the brunt of the impact with your legs and arms." The other was puzzled for a while, then shrugged. "I can jump this high with Chi-Chi and Ma arms, and she don't get hurt." "Perfect. Mai, you're with me then." No, the woman kept her eyes forward. Someone has to keep the attitude of the plane at a minimum of stability, or you might get hit by a wing spinning when you jump out, and you won't be able to control your landing. My first duty is to the safety of my king. Pilaf was transfixed with gratitude. My, are you sure? Asked Goku. I can stay with you until it's convenient to jump. I don't want your help, monkey boy, she said with spite. I can do this on my own. The crash doesn't have to be fatal, and I can control it better if I have the plane all for myself. Now go. She pressed the button that unlocked the doors, and as they opened, the air pressure dropped, almost sucking the passengers out. The Ox King grabbed Pilaf. Goku jumped out by himself, and 1 second later, the plane was getting further away behind them. As they fell into the storming clouds and raging lightning, through the dark air to the ground. At the beginning, nothing happened. Bulma had started to feel a bit ridiculous, pose and all, when she realized the air was somehow chiller than it was a few seconds ago. Then it all happened very fast, and it was instantly noticeable. First, the sky darkening. Then she had a sense of vertigo at the immensity and speed of the clouds that amassed themselves, and amidst all of that, a tinge of childish exhilaration at the awareness that this was all a direct consequence of her words and actions. The Dragon Balls glowed furiously. They became so bright it hurt to look at them directly, and their blazing light made Bulma respectfully step away from them. And then a gigantic bolt of light shot out of them, aimed straight at the sky. It zoomed upwards, pierced the clouds, flew beyond them, the light twisting itself sinuously, with life and purpose. It took the shape of a bright serpent emerging from the ground and twisting and turning its coils across the sky, in loops as wide as a dozen men, swimming in and out of the clouds. Bulma gaped as the light dimmed down, revealing the scaly skin of a reptilian creature. A head formed, two swirling mustache, bright, gaudy feathers, gnarly horns. A jaw full of monstrous teeth, each big enough to crush a human skull. Red eyes without pupils, glowing under a furrowed brow. When it was finally over, the girl gazed in awe at the most enormous being she had ever seen. It was so impossibly big her brain refused to believe it could be alive, let alone floating in midair like a zeppelin without any wings. She had heard about it, and read about it, and expected to see it, after she found out that magic did exist. But somehow her brain had never processed the full entity of that revelation. Now it was undeniable, in front of her, and it sent her head spinning. She was face to face with a living, breathing, magical, wish-granting dragon, a creature so outrageous it defied every known law of nature, and that creature was looking at her and opening its mouth. I am the eternal dragon, it spoke, in a deep, powerful voice that was painfully loud even dozens of meters below its source, and I have come to grant your wish. Speak, human, and I will do as you command. Bulma opened her mouth to speak, and found that at that moment, words failed her. She had thought up so well how to phrase her wish, but now she was just so overwhelmed she couldn't remember it. One part of her mind was racing, considering all the implications of the fact that magic not only existed, but could produce effects this big. Another was reeling at the thought of truly asking the eternal dragon for something as trivial as a boyfriend, an idea that originally had started in her mind perhaps more as a joke than anything, from when she had not taken this matter that seriously, and the deeper, more instinctual part of it was just screaming to run the hell away from the giant, toothy flying snake thingy. She took a deep breath, told the first part that there would be plenty of time to play around and understand things better later, the second to take a look at that damn camera that was recording her actions to confirm that she kept her side of the deal, and the third to just shut up already if it could contribute nothing of value. She closed her eyes for a minute and recalled exactly the final formulation of the wish she had decided upon. Dragon, I will now lay down my wish. It is not to be granted until you hear again the words, please grant my wish, she said. I wish for a boyfriend. Said boyfriend must be a male human in an age range between 16 and 20 who satisfies all my internal criteria for physical attractiveness and personal compatibility up to as high a degree as reasonable, and not inferior to the bare minimum that I would consider satisfying in a romantic partner. He has to exist, and having lived and grown up naturally as a human being at the time of this wish, and he has to not be coerced into becoming such, but take the choice of his own. Free will upon meeting me. Our meeting can come to fruition through any circumstances that make it the most natural, but not later than 6 months from now. And in order for me to be sure that the meeting is not just a coincidence, but the realization of this wish, I should receive explicit notification 5 minutes earlier in a form that is only receivable or understandable by me. Please grant my wish. The ancient creature stood silent, as in meditation. Its eyes gleamed more than usual, then dimmed down again, and finally, it disclosed its fanged, grizzled jaws and spoke. "So let me get this straight," said the dragon. "You express a wish, then purposefully and methodically close all avenues through which I could have granted it. Is this your way of being a smartass?" Bulma blinked. Was the eldritch creature of infinite power bantering with her? "I am sorry," she snapped back, distinctly not sounding it at all. "But I had expected an eternal, all-powerful dragon to not be bothered by that. I am pretty sure there are other ways. Just do something. Something that is incredibly helpful and specific." Good thing the creature had slightly lowered its volume now, or the deafening boom of it would have made it hard to recognize its sarcastic tone. "Pray tell, how would you, if you were in my position, not that with your limited human brain that is easy to imagine, go about granting your own wish?" Bulma thought about it for a moment. "Find the perfect man for me, and arrange a series of casual events that through a butterfly effect of sorts leads us to meet and fall in love." That did sound a bit preposterous upon saying it out loud. "I think." "I see," commented the dragon. "I see. I had not thought of that. That is indeed very easy. I only need to find, among living male humans in your specified age range, someone whose neural and behavioral patterns match perfectly the confused, extremely detailed, and yet often contradictory idealized picture you have built up in your own mind. After that, I need to set up a chain of events that will lead him to meet you within 6 months' time, even if he lived across the world, and all of that just by influencing unliving, unfeeling things, and yet somehow while being absolutely sure that the wish will eventually be granted. Because woe on me if I were to nudge someone's free will here and there. The little missy has ethical concerns over asking an ancient deity to be her freaking dating service. But of course leading them to unfailingly do something they otherwise wouldn't have done by influencing the events outside of them is okay, because at least I didn't do anything to their brains. Never mind that the result is exactly the same. "Are you telling me," said Bulma, frowning, "that the ideal man I have wished for does not, in fact, exist?" "Probably, and if he did, it would still be impossible to arrange your meeting under such restrictive conditions. Make of that what you wish." She sighed. "And what would the alternatives be?" "I could, of course, just make you a magical construct, had you not explicitly cautioned me against them. Magical constructs are wonderful things, and I take offense at you forbidding me to create them as if you were to condemn a sentient creature to an eternity of suffering. It is, indeed, the other way around. Magical constructs are the happiest creatures that exist. They are created with the specific need to fulfill a purpose, and lo and behold, their purpose is immediately fulfilled. Unlike yours, which you humans usually can't even figure out, then begin whining about around the age of 30. "Please stop with the human hate," said Bulma flatly. "It's uncomfortable. I remember I was once requested one such construct by a man who wanted the perfect lover. Yes, you're not the first person in history to think up such a stupid wish. Imagine that. She was beautiful and happy for all her life. She was very healthy, and I could have made her immortal, of course, but obviously she just had to die when her love did, or she would have been tremendously sad. Since he wanted some variety in his relationship, she had not just one personality, but two, and would change hair color whenever she switched to help him keep track. In fact, their love was so successful, I think there still are some of their descendants around." Bulma winced. "This is really creepy. Can we stop talking about it?" "If this is any consolation to you," said the dragon, kindly, "I still do not think it would have been easy to satisfy you even so. Your internal mental picture of what you would like to be your boyfriend includes irreconcilable statements such as he should be clever and able to surprise me with his comebacks and objections to my ideas, but also he should somehow always end up agreeing with me anyway. Not even magical constructs can go against the basic rules of logic. Okay, I get it. You're not giving me my boyfriend. So please stay out of my mind now. Thank you very much, snapped Bulma. The dragon closed its jaws in what looked like a smug smile. Surely, it was just the way its skull was shaped, and it was anthropomorphizing to try and read that into a human expression. But then again, a perpetual smug smile seemed to indeed fit this creature. There was an awkward pause. Did you know, said the dragon, it is an objective fact that 7 out of the 10 most pleasurable sexual acts throughout human history have involved a magical construct. Oh, just shut up already. The fall would have already been pretty scary on its own, but in the darkness that had engulfed everything, it was like plunging into a bottomless abyss. Goku wasn't much fazed and had spread his arms and legs to offer more resistance to air and slow down slightly, while the Ox King fell feet first, hunched, with Pilaf basically cradled in his arms and too terrified to even scream. "Don't you move," he shouted when they were close to the ground. "Here we go." He lifted his arms, tossing Pilaf violently upwards over the arc of 1 second. This way, Pilaf shed a lot of his velocity in a relatively safe way. The acceleration was merely painful instead of outright deadly. 1 instant later, the Ox King landed, his feet planting themselves solidly into the ground and cracking it. He then extended his arms to catch Pilaf again, who, let alone moving, had not dared breathing during the whole thing. A few seconds and Goku touched safely the ground too, at some distance, with a light landing softened by a roll. The boy got up on his feet and looked around. "Is everyone okay?" "Yup, fine here," confirmed the Ox King. Pilaf made a retching sound. After confirming that they all were healthy, Goku raised his eyes to the sky. "You see the plane, boy?" "No, unfortunately." He squinted and kept scanning back and forth. "The clouds are too dense. It's weird. I would have imagined it should have been lower and visible by now. I don't understand why I was so obstinate about not leaving the plane. I'm sure we could have arranged something." "I dunno," the Ox King shrugged. "I'm afraid we won't see her anymore." "Pity. That's out of the question," said Pilaf, indignant. "She is not such an amateur that she would find her end just because of a little storm like this one." "Pilaf, I feel ya, but do you know how much experience she has? Over 1,000 flying hours earned during her service within the air fighter force of the Red Rib." Pilaf shut up suddenly, but it was too late. The name had already drawn the Ox King's attention. "Pilaf," he hunched down, coming face to face with him at an uncomfortably close distance. "Were you just saying Red Ribbon? You telling me that she was Red Ribbon?" "What's Red Ribbon?" asked Goku. "She used to," protested Pilaf. "She works for us now. Heck, she defected to come work for us, and even brought with her a lot of gear as a proof of her good faith. She stole from them. She keeps saying how they would surely shoot her if they could catch her." "What's Red Ribbon?" repeated Goku patiently. "A mercenary army, boy," spat the Ox King with disgust. "Scum of the earth, the whole lot of them. Thieves and murderers for money, and absolutely not to be trusted. You don't get it. She was the one who left them, and she's proved her loyalty over and over again. She came to us. She was the one who informed us of our heritage, who told us about the Dragon Balls, who spurred us to action, to reach for our own destiny. She was the one who always drove forward, the most eager to reach our objective. Without her, our own quest would not have been possible." Goku frowned. "That sounds suspicious. What did she have to gain from it?" "Nothing," Pilaf screamed. "All she wanted was the chance to follow us, to witness our expedition to seek for the Dragon Balls, and be there when I summoned the dragon and regained my birthright." "Who paid for the expedition?" asked the kid. The other's face slumped into a stunned blankness. "Well," he answered, "we did." A moment of meaningful silence descended upon all three. "I see her," the Ox King finally exclaimed, pointing at a small bright spot far in the distance that was flying stable and fast towards the horizon. "She's going back to the place where your friend summoned the dragon." "But she can't make it in time," muttered Goku under his breath. "Can she?" "Dunno, boy. What do you think? Your friend's the type who could get into chatting with a magical dragon." "So, Shenron," said Bulma, sitting down on the ground and occasionally sipping from a canned drink she had retrieved from a capsule fridge. I agree with you. I do think immortality would be nice, but I can't wish for it right now. Why? Pray tell, would that be? If the dragon had had pupils, you would have probably seen it roll its eyes. One would imagine immortality to be the first any of you frail things would ask for. And yet, can you believe it? No one ever has. They all ask for power or money or love or some other short-sighted nonsense. As if, given enough time, they couldn't get those on their own anyway. Oh, and by the way, it's Shenlong. You obviously need to get better at reading those ancient manuscripts if you make such trivial pronunciation mistakes. Duly noted. Regarding immortality, there's two reasons. The first one is that in order to wish for it, I would need to properly plan the wish itself. It's pretty dangerous, you know. I wouldn't want to be stuck with immortality but not eternal youth, or… Do you take me for an idiot? The dragon interrupted. You have been talking with me now for, well, way too long. And that should have been enough to realize that I'm not some mindless automaton, I hope. Admittedly, mindless automata usually don't have a tongue quite as sharp as yours, acknowledged Bulma. Thank you for the compliment. And so, you should realize I would not ignore all the obvious implications of a wish, or thoughtlessly grant it in a literal way to the point that it turns into a curse rather than a blessing. My creator originally asked himself that very question, and realized that only a sentient being could be a proper wish fulfiller, and one quite proud in his own work, I would add. Trust me, if I wanted to screw you over, I would, and no amount of thinking your wishes through would save you. In fact, if I wanted to screw you over, I would have taken your earlier demand for me to, and I quote, "Shut up already." The girl brought a hand to her mouth and interpreted it literally, thus immediately considering your wish granted upon my stopping talking. But that would have been what a moron would do, and as I said, I take great pride in not being a moron. So my immortality package comes all included, eternal youth and a safety mental trigger for suicide in case something goes wrong. Well, that is very nice of you, and removes my first reason, said Bulma, but not the second. See, unfortunately my using the Dragon Balls is conditional. Specifically, I promised to some friends of mine that I would not use them for anything of too much import. The camera, there, is here so that they can check I kept my word afterwards. Shenlong sighed. Listen, human, I just want to get this over with. If you asked for immortality, what would be the worst these friends could do to you? Kill you. Catch me and trap me into unescapable imprisonment, thus forcing me to choose between eternal suffering and suicide, suggested Bulma. The dragon remained silent for a few seconds, impressed. That's some friends you got there, he concluded. Well, one of them is a friend. The others are. The girl made vague gestures, looking for the right word. Acquaintances? Rivals? Mortal enemies that you blackmailed into doing your bidding? Tried Shenlong. Something along those lines. The laughter of a dragon was a thing to witness, deep and booming like a volcano eager to erupt. And you are the one who had qualms about me using a bit of mind bending to find you a boyfriend. It's very different. I gave them a choice. Granted, it was a choice between doing what I wanted and a significantly more horrifying alternative, but still a choice. You tell yourself that, but I guess that rules out immortality. Have I beaten the record for your longest summoning yet? Asked Bulma. That was 10 minutes ago. Now that you have achieved this dubious honor, do you have any intention to free me of your company? My rules say I can't go until someone expresses a wish. My creator never assumed this could possibly pose a problem. Just give me a few minutes to think, okay? The girl crossed her legs and took a thoughtful expression. What could I ask that is relatively innocuous? Anything, growled Shenlong, exasperated. For example, do you need a fresh change of panties? I could see the dragon right in front of the jet. The massive coils of the serpent rolling through the clouds were visible from kilometers away, as even in the darkness they emitted their own bright light. She quickly evaluated what would be the best place to land so that she would be close enough. Everything had gone horribly wrong. Feigning the fall and hijacking the plane had been an act of desperation. She was sure that the dragon would vanish before she got to it, having granted its wish. But now apparently things were going slowly, for whatever reason, and as long as there was a chance, she would not give it up. By now her betrayal would have been apparent, which meant her cover was blown for good. It was all or nothing. With the autopilot switched on again, the plane would keep flying in a straight line. Mai got up and winced uncomfortably while using her hand to retrieve the one emergency capsule she always kept hidden on her body, in the kind of place that amateurs like that girl would be too naive or shy to check. She removed the safety from the capsule and popped it up, revealing a suitcase. Opening it up, there were a gun, a grenade, and the pieces of a sniper rifle, as well as ammo cartridges for both firearms. She hooked gun and grenade to her belt. Then, deftly, she started mounting together the rifle's parts, screwing in the barrel, hooking the scope. The plane kept flying smoothly. There was no wind or turbulence, not even the light one she had needed to exaggerate for her little deception earlier. The shot would be hard, but not impossible, even from up in the sky. She thought about the girl who had ruined it all, the one who had come and crashed her plan and made a fool of her. Bulma briefs. She was down there right now, taking her sweet time asking the dragon to grant her wish for whatever reason. That was a mistake. In fact, Mai decided, that was the last mistake she would ever make. We could not imagine anything like that. We trusted her, screamed Pilaf, waving his little arms around like a chicken trying to fly. You're a dumbass, roared back the Ox King. You don't trust red ribbon people. Ever. I'm not letting you marry my daughter. Well, fine. We will become king anyway, and then you will see what it's like to know that your daughter could have been queen and instead is not because you wanted to make a scene. King. Huh. You're not becoming anything. If the red ribbon woman gets to the dragon and makes her wish, be sure that it'll be something so awful that you're not getting a chance ever again. Quiet. The shout was like a sonic boom that momentarily stunned both men and interrupted their fight. As they slowly turned towards its source, they saw Goku like they never had. Razor-sharp focused, with a neutral expression and eyes cold as ice, looking like they could see through them. My friend is in danger, he said calmly. I would like to think what to do about that. The others nodded and sat down, still mumbling something against each other. Goku ignored them and looked towards the dragon. That was indeed visible even from there, albeit far, just a small bright spot on the horizon. Without a jet, there was no hope for him to reach it, even by running at his top speed, any sooner than in half an hour. That wasn't practical. In order to get there in time, he needed to fly fast. As he thought about this, Goku realized there was one thing he could use. If only he knew how. Kintown, he shouted at the sky. Pilaf looked puzzled, while the Ox King blinked and then got excited. You have Mutant's magic cloud? Can you ride it, kid? Not yet, muttered Goku. Let me think. Mutant Rashi had seemed to assume that the cloud could indeed discern morality, and the cloud had rejected Goku for whatever reason. If that was how it operated, there really was no hope. But what if it wasn't? What were Mutant's exact words again? But remember, you can only ride it if you are pure of heart. To be pure of heart did not necessarily translate to morality, Goku reflected. Perhaps it was something more literal and more suited to be discerned by a non-sentient magical item. Something that could be easily mistaken to overlap with common notions of goodness in enough cases that the words would be misinterpreted. Goku focused on the notion of purity of intent. If that was how the cloud worked, it was no surprise that it had rejected him and his mind perpetually bubbling with doubts and speculations. He closed his eyes and tried to meditate away all of his other thoughts. Focus on only one, the need of the moment, the one thought that needed to take precedence, and why he needed the Kintown in the first place. Save Bulma, thought Goku, expelling every other consideration and worry from his mind. He used those words, repeated over and over, to push everything else aside. Save Bulma, save Bulma, save Bulma. The tiny yellow cloud zoomed through the sky with its characteristic whooshing sound, fled low, and ran towards Goku without hinting at braking, as if it understood his hurry. The kid jumped up with perfect timing to fall down on top of it. His feet lodged themselves firmly into the cloud stuff, as if he was standing on a pillow, and stayed there. While Pilaf and the Ox King gaped in amazement, the cloud zoomed forward, faster than any jet, with Goku perched on top, looking forward, guiding it with his mind towards the dragon and his only thought. Save Bulma. And see, the problem is, if I ask something that's too trivial, I will feel like I wasted my wish and have not gotten enough of a chance to really witness your power. Which, I am sure, is amazing, don't get me wrong, so I want a wish that does it justice. The divine creature gazed at the mortal girl from the heights of the sky and groaned in exasperation. My power may be amazing, it said, but my patience is decidedly not. Can't you just settle on something? We're getting there, said Bulma, defensive. We're brainstorming. By the way, what does it even mean to you? Waiting a little bit more? You're immortal. Why does it bother you? Shenlong hissed smoke from his dilated nostrils. Just because I have all the time in the world does not mean I can't get bored. Imagine this. You're spending your time in a timeless bliss. You have to make no effort nor work, and can simply meditate on the realities of existence in a half-dream state while suspended amidst worlds. Then suddenly you're snatched from all of this, bound to a temporary material body with all its dreadful inconveniences, and forced to entertain a spoiled brat who just can't seem to decide on what she even wants. And you can't just ditch everything and go back, because that's your job, and you're forced by your own nature to take your job very seriously. Does that sound fun to you? I'll admit it doesn't, said the spoiled brat. I am glad to know we do agree on something. The human and the dragon both sighed, each for their own reasons. There was a moment of silence. Bulma gulped down the last of the drink she still held in her hand, then crunched the can flat and tossed it back into the fridge she had gotten it from. She stared into the distance, at nothing in particular, lost in thought. There was a whooshing sound coming from afar. What was that? She asked, distracted. Would you like me to tell you? Inquired the dragon. That would count as a wish. Hell no. I'll figure it out. Probably just the wind anyway. She jumped up, extracted a pair of binoculars from her bag, and started scanning the surrounding area. The desert looked clear. No one was coming. You know, said Shenlong, if you were immortal, you would not have to worry about any dangers surprising you anyway. A much safer life. What the hell? Snapped Bulma. What's with you trying to sell me so hard on immortality? Do you get my soul if I wish for it? Or something? The dragon squinted in disgust. What would I possibly do with that? I thought I made it clear I don't enjoy your company. I'm just trying to avoid a situation where I'm left here waiting for a wish for who knows how long. Well, then leave it. In addition, I don't think I would feel good about asking for immortality just for me. I think I would consider making everyone immortal. That is crazy, for more than one reason, said the other. First, you're the one who was worried about free will and choice. Now you would thrust immortality on a whole planet full of people who didn't ask for it. What's the difference? They can opt out whenever they want. It would be a choice between immortality and death, not immortality and mortality, pointed out the dragon. Not quite the same thing. Why would anyone want to die anyway? Said Bulma, exasperated. I don't know. Ask someone who's suicidal, I guess. But you yourself have just talked about your soul and have wondered if there is an afterlife, recently. Bulma hesitated a moment. Is there? I can't tell you for free. That's vital information, and it counts as a wish. Fine. She went back to looking at the horizon with her binoculars, irritated. I'll find out by myself. You'll surely do that, eventually. Maybe sooner than you think. The dragon sounded slightly amused. But it will be too late to make any wishes at that point. Or you could just catch this fantastic chance to actually avoid that problem forever. Stop it, I said. Look at you, human. Such a simple mind. You wouldn't be so irritated if the offer didn't really tempt you. I swear, not one more word or what? You'll kill me? Well, you can't, because I am indeed immortal. And you're not. Yet. I'm not listening. It would be really quick. You get to live forever. I get to finally go back to my slumber. Win-win, really. I don't plan on going back on my word for. I'm sure there are going to be extenuating circumstances your so-called friends will be willing to consider. And immortality would be really useful. Well, I know that. What does it have to do with this? The dragon's voice lowered. What I mean, he said slowly, is that immortality would be really useful to you right now. Bulma stopped, as she suddenly got the drift. She tried to not let any reaction show, stay relaxed as if nothing was happening, and casually put the binoculars back into her bag. She wondered what had happened to Goku, how far he was, and how much of a mistake it had been to waste so much time here, enough to obviously let someone catch up. Good thing the dragon had been willing to drop a few hints to her from the height of his omniscience, if only because he was worried his permanence in the material world would drag on even longer otherwise. At least they had something they could mutually benefit from. There, trying not to shake visibly from the sudden jolt of adrenaline, Bulma drew in a short breath, then turned to talk as if what she was about to say wouldn't change her fate forever. "Dragon," she shouted, quickly, "make me ammo." The bullet crossed her skull from one side to the other, splattering her brain on the desert's dirt. Chapter 9. Snake Way to Heaven. From his vantage point on a cloud, high in the sky, surrounded by the whooshing air as he traveled faster than he ever had, Goku saw the scene play out in silence. One moment, Bulma was talking to the dragon, and he drew a sigh of relief, sure to have made it in time. The next one, a red stain appeared on the ground, and her body was falling like a rag doll, as arms and legs gave up without life coursing in them anymore. A jumble of violent thoughts, of anger, fear, and guilt as he understood immediately what had happened flooded his mind, and he lost control over his meditative state. The magic cloud gave in under his feet, and the kid fell to the ground. He caught himself just in time, stabilized himself with the help of both limbs and his tail, and managed to land on his feet, not without some pain. "Bulma." He ran to the body, but it was only to confirm the obvious. There was not much left of her head at all. The impact, whatever had caused it, had been violent and sudden. Goku imagined this must be another weapon that he was not aware of, perhaps a bigger, deadlier version of those things that shot small metal chunks at him, the guns. He moved a bit aside, and amidst the messy, bloody bits on the ground, he found indeed a bullet. It was at least 3 times bigger than anything that Mai or the goons of that rabbit guy had ever fired at him. "You must be her friend," said a resounding voice, coming from the sky. Goku raised his eyes to meet 2 glowing, red, inhuman ones peering at him from above. "I was," said the boy, in a flat, emptied voice. "What of it?" "Well, I have a proposal for you. See, I really need to just go already, and I am sure you must be devastated by her loss. It just so happens that I am absolutely omnipotent and ready to grant any wish you may have." "Are you saying that you can bring her back to life?" asked Goku. "What? Do I need to wink or something?" blurted out Shenlong, having quickly run out of patience. "Of course I can. Ask me here and now so we can get this over with." Goku felt a wave of relief overcoming him. Of course it wasn't permanent. It could be fixed. There was nothing to fear. He opened his mouth to speak. "Dragon," he started saying. 2 things hit him. The first was the sudden realization that there was something wrong with this, that Mai and whatever weapon had killed Bulma must be still out there, ready to strike, since she had not come to ask her wish yet, and that reviving Bulma in this situation would only likely lead to losing her again. The second was a sniper rifle bullet, hard, right in his throat. At first, it was a feeling of sharp pain, but it only lasted a moment. It was followed by unconsciousness, and then, suddenly, hyperconsciousness. Bulma's mind felt flooded with an array of sensations clearer, sharper than she had ever felt, and the input that these sensations arrayed to her brain, or rather, her mind, since her brain proper was still all over 1 square meter of desert on Earth, was so wildly incongruous she did not know how to process it. She felt yanked and pulled around, accelerating upwards, or possibly falling, tumbling through dimensions that escaped her ability to perceive them, shifting perspectives, landscapes that rotated themselves into completely different landscapes. She felt like she was traveling the space of thousands of galaxies in the blink of an eye, and yet not moving at all. Then it all came to a stop. "Would you like to queue, please?" Bulma looked around, shocked, and grasped her chest. She expected to feel her heart thump inside it, but she had no heart anymore. She should have been panting and wheezing, but she had no lungs. She felt like she had a body, a solid self she could touch and move, but it was nothing like before. This felt just like an empty shell for the wriggling energies of her mind, so light and agile it would conform directly to her thought, without the need to pass through the slow bottleneck of a nervous system to tell the sluggish flesh what to do. It felt like having lived all her life driving a car, and only now find out how much more natural it is to walk on your own feet. Except your feet in this example would be also several orders of magnitude faster than the car. Her thoughts process were similarly unhinged from all limitations. No more need to burn energy and fire neurons. Her thinking was fast and streamlined, like when she hit her best moments of flow while creating something. And it immediately came to the only relatively logical explanation for what had just happened to her. She was dead, and this was what came after. "Miss," insisted the voice, slightly annoyed, "would you please join the queue?" The girl turned her head to look at whoever had spoken. It was a wimpy-looking man. He wore glasses, an office suit, had a brush haircut, held a clipboard, and generally looked like the lamest, most boring, most down-on-his-luck salaryman who had ever lived. He also had a red skin and small horns protruding from his forehead, so he was most likely a demon. Bulma burst into hysterical laughter. "The queue," he repeated, diligently, waving a pen towards the girl. "It is important." "I am sorry, it's just all so different from anything I ever imagined," said Bulma, still laughing so much that she would have had to dry her eyes if she had still owned tear ducts. "I will queue. Where is it?" She couldn't see any queue, really. She looked around and found that she was standing on a road with a jagged edge, suspended like a viaduct over a seemingly infinite expanse of yellow clouds. The road was covered in a crowd so dense, she couldn't make sense of it. It looked like an amorphous, infinite sea, without a beginning or an end, composed of billions of all the most improbable creature designs she could think of, while all retained enough humanoid appearance to appear recognizable as sentient beings to her eye. The afterlife existed, and so did aliens. Quite a way to learn the answer to two of humanity's biggest questions. "You are looking at it," said the clerk. "This is the queue?" asked Bulma, stunned. "From where? To where?" "From there," answered promptly the other, pointing at an empty spot as far as the orbit of Saturn. "To there," he concluded, pointing at a building as far as the closest star system. The distances might have been a bit hyperbolic, but Bulma was still genuinely surprised that her sight could make both spots out. Her squishy human gelatinous eye bulbs wouldn't have managed such a feat. "That's going to take forever," she whined loudly. "That does not matter much anymore to you, I believe," commented flatly the clerk. "Plus, you will find out that time is a relative concept around here. Now please take your place in the queue. You will be processed and sent to your final destination as soon as possible." "Final," stuttered Bulma, but the man was already scuttling away, welcoming other new arrives and pointing them to the beginning of the queue. She had to go, or someone else would take her place. And the only thing worse than being the trillionth in a waiting list to find out where her soul would spend eternity surely was to be the 1,000,001st. To her surprise, she found out that she could walk approximately 2.3 astronomical units per second if she so wished, and so reaching the beginning of the queue was not as annoying as she feared it would be. Perhaps the wait wouldn't be so terrible either then. The clerk had been right. Distance and time did not seem to be as rigid and stuck up here as they were on Earth. And it's not like she didn't have ways to entertain her curiosity. "Hello, my friend," she said, cheerfully, to a creature that looked like a cross between a jellyfish and a sumo wrestler. "How is the weather on your planet?" The creature answered with a series of gurgles and bubbling sounds coming out of a floppy aperture corresponding more or less to its mouth. Clearly, despite her newly expanded cognitive abilities, the language barrier was still a problem. "Well, blurb glub to you too," she concluded, shrugging. She switched to just waiting. She found it was not too hard to do, as her now unimpeded thought processes could just be easily switched to contemplating any matter of her liking, and even focusing amidst a crowd of alien ghosts waiting to be judged at the gates of the afterlife wasn't hard. There were no humans in sight, but that made sense, with how many inhabited planets there must be in the universe, and how many sentient beings dying on each of them every second. There would probably be another 100 kilometers of queue behind her before someone else from planet Earth arrived. The situation certainly filled her with questions and a proportionate need for answers, but she couldn't help but also feel that this probably warranted a bit more worry than that. She had just been murdered after all, and leaving all material concerns behind her, while appealing on the face of it when flooded with these many new discoveries, didn't feel like the right thing. Besides, she would have been more inclined to do it if she had reason to consider her situation irreversible. But as it happened, she had died just in front of the one thing in the whole world that could bring her back pronto. And if Goku was not a complete idiot, and luckily, he was all but, he would come to the same conclusion. So she would only have to wait for a while, and soon she'd found herself yanked back to Earth, with a newfound knowledge of the metaphysical truths of the universe. Goku would love debating this. It should happen any second now. How much did a second last again? She really couldn't know for sure. Her heartbeat was gone, no watches to be seen, and her inner sense of time was completely messed up by the loss of the cerebral waves it relied on to tick more or less regularly. And even if she could measure a second, nothing guaranteed that a second of proper time in this far-removed metaphysical dimension had anything to do with an earthly one. She sighed and decided she should be prepared for a very long wait, or a very short one. The queue behind her was still pretty sparse, but suddenly, she noticed, it got far denser. What really struck her is that, unlike the rest, the mass of the newly arrived was all composed by individuals of the same species. Thin, tall creatures with a crystal-like skin through which their inner organs were visible were crowding more and more. Their group seemed to extend to where the eye could see. They were chattering among them. Bulma couldn't make up the words, but by how fast the exchanges were, she suspected they were still excited or scared. And why wouldn't they be? Obviously, whatever had happened to them must have been a major cataclysm. She could make out hundreds, thousands of them, perhaps more. She couldn't count. It was impossible to understand what they were saying, and yet, she couldn't help notice. There was a recurring word that they kept saying over and over, enough that she eventually caught the sound. Well, not really a word in the human sense of the term. The sound was like a whisper, a rolling of the tongue, and a hiss, in close sequence. Somehow, just listening to it sent a shiver down her back. Probably because it was something associated with so much death, she decided it could not be a good thing. Whisper, rolling, hiss. In human sounds, it probably would have been an F, an R, an AZ. FRZ, FRZ, they kept saying. Excuse me. Bulma waved her hand to draw the attention of one of the clerks, who was patiently showing the way to the new arrived. Yes, he asked, courteous. Is there anything I can help you with? Oh, well, it's nothing major, she said, dismissive. I was just wondering, how many of these people have just arrived? Seems to be a big group. How come they're all together, but I can't see anyone of my species? Oh, that. The employee checked his clipboard. It's because they all died at the same exact moment. There's 3,700,000,000 of them, more or less. Bulma chuckled nervously. Come on, she said. That's not possible. That's an entire planet worth of people. How would they die all together like this? Well, their planet was blown up, calmly replied the demon, with a smile. Happens all the time. That's the entire species behind you. The girl looked at the crowd of the crystalline creatures. Being here, she could accept that death, on its own, might not have been such a big deal after all. But genocide? Extinction? Knowing that there would be nothing after you, that the world you had grown up on and loved was now only dust and asteroids? She had studied the kind of cataclysms that could do something like that to a planet, but it always had been mere speculation. She remembered seeing a supernova shine in the sky through a telescope as a child and thinking it was very pretty. Yet perhaps she'd been staring at this, the death of entire species erased from the cosmos. Looking at it in the face, seeing the billions literally flock to the gates of heaven, really gave the measure of how much tragedy that was. That's terrible, she said, shaken. I guess that the word they keep repeating, FRFC. She couldn't figure out how to pronounce the sound and decided to add some vocals approximating the way she heard it to make it more friendly. Frazier is the name of whatever hit them then? What does it mean? Asteroid? Gamma burst? Fra? Oh no. The clerk laughed. That would be a person. Most races in the galaxy who possess the adequate phonetic apparate pronounce his name as Frisia. It was him. A moment of silence. A person, asked Bulma slowly, can blow up planets? More than one, but it's usually him, confirmed the other. He doesn't really care for people who defy him, or disobey his orders, Or just offend his sensibilities, I guess. He thought about it for a moment. In fact, I'm not sure he really needs a motive at all. He doesn't need a motive, hissed Bulma, to blow up a planet, with people on it. Well, yes. All kinds of alarms fired in sequence in Bulma's mind. Where does this individual operate? She asked. Oh, are you worried for your home planet? You're here now. It's not like it would affect you if. Please. The clerk looked at her a bit transfixed, then smiled and shook his head. You're from a place called Earth, right? He checked on the clipboard, browsing a couple of pages before finding the information he was looking for. Oh, I didn't even know there were inhabited planets in that area of the galaxy, you know? I learned a new thing today. It's really out there in the boons. No trade routes or anything passing by, so it's unlikely that you will ever draw any attention. Not a strategic location or anything like that. Though, however, good temperature range, abundance of water, lovely flora and fauna. It's a very nice piece of real estate. Don't worry, miss. Lord Frisia would never blow up such a pretty planet without good reason. The girl didn't look very reassured, but seemed to ease up a bit. Though if he found out, I'm pretty sure he would kill everyone on it and conquer it. Which for us is usually even more work, because they trickle through instead of arriving in a single batch, he added, annoyed. The girl shrieked in alarm. Are you serious? She said, grabbing him by the shoulders. Miss, please. He firmly removed her hands. You are here now. You should not concern yourself any more with things you can't change or affect in the other world. Worries are for the living, is what we say. Just relax, and if anything were to happen, think of the positives. You would get to see your friends and family sooner than anticipated. It's my planet. I need to talk with someone in charge. How can something like this be even possible? Well, you will meet King Enma soon, for the judgment, said the clerk. You could raise the matter with him, if it concerns you so much. But I would not advise that you upset him. We're talking billions dead. I sure hope he does get upset at that. How can no one have been informed or have done anything? This is absurd. The girl seemed to be a bit overloaded now, and she started mumbling and fidgeting nervously with her fingers, as if running quickly thoughts and calculations in her head, and the demon clerk took that chance to slip away. Unfortunately, given the nature of his job, dealing with people in a state of shock or with extremely unstable minds was the norm. Eventually, they would settle down and come to a more peaceable state of mind, as eternity blurred their mortal worries away from their mind, at least if they managed not to get on Enma's bad side. All problems of the material world seemed less important when put in perspective, and soon, even this new girl would learn that Lord Frisia blowing up the occasional planet was not such a big deal. After all, he thought while walking away towards a new group that had just arrived and welcoming them with a smile, it was not like it happened more than once or twice a year. It was a day of cold, sharp rain. The girl was 13. She waited huddled in a corner, in the small shelter she and her companions had carved for themselves under a bridge, as water dripped all around through the makeshift walls of plywood and cardboard. In her hands was a knife. She toyed with it, turned it around, looked at the gleam of its blade under the faint light. A creaking noise came from outside. Is that you? She asked. It wasn't. You was a small, lively black cat. This was a ragged boy of her age, clothes and hair drenched in rain, face bloodied. We have to run, he said, breathless. We tried to steal some bread from the usual place. But Master Zhang was really pissed. He said he wouldn't put it up with it anymore. He has a family to maintain. He managed to take us by surprise. He grabbed Lee and started beating him. He beat me up too. Mai rose to her feet. Calm down. Why do you say we should run? He's bringing him to the police, Mai. The boy was crying as he grabbed her wrist and pulled it. You know what they do to kids like us? He will talk, and they will come here. I don't want to lose you too. The girl contemplated the situation for a second. She was unmoved and slightly repulsed by the pathetic display of frailty in front of her. The boy liked her, and she knew it, though he would never say it out loud. But this was unsightly. Her fist clenched around the knife's handle, and she knew what she had to do. We will leave. You are right that this place is not safe anymore, she said. But first we will visit Master Zhang. You will distract him, pretending to be stealing again. And when he comes to beat you, I'll take him from behind and stab him. Forget the bread. We can take all the money in his shop, and running away will be much easier." The boy looked hesitant, scared, weak. "But he could die," he objected feebly. She glanced sideways at you, who had entered the shelter. The adorable creature walked around with her usual curious, elegant gait, holding the mangled corpse of a mouse in her jaws. "Sure he could," said Mai. "That's how the world works. Let's go." Through the scope, she saw Goku take the bullet in his neck. She saw him falter. She did not see him fall and die. "Fuck," uttered Mai through her teeth, and prepared herself for another shot by pulling the bolt mechanism. The boy tried to speak again, clenched his throat, in obvious pain, coughed blood. At least the hit had been somewhat effective. With some luck, she may have crushed his windpipe, which removed the risk of him wishing anything to the dragon. He now was coursing his neck with his fingers. Yes, the bullet had somehow jabbed itself into his flesh, like an arrow, without fully piercing his skin. What a monster! Now he was pulling it out with his bare hand. The moment he managed to rip it, he let some pain show, and Mai waited for it to shoot a second time. This one got him in his arm. The kid's eyes widened, but now he knew what to do, and managed to rip off the second bullet before Mai had time to reload and fire a third one. When she did, he jumped aside at the last moment and dodged. Her mistake. She had been too perfect for her own good. The timing of her shots had been too regular. All he had needed was to jump randomly at the exact right moment to avoid the hit. This time, she let a bit more time pass. Then she fired 2 shots in quick succession, chambering the round as fast as she could and sacrificing accuracy. She got him once, in the foot. Goku now was bleeding copiously, and his steps slightly less sure. The pain must be having some effect even on the little monster. She saw the kid turn towards her. By this point, he must have realized the direction the attacks were coming from, and must be racking his brain for a plan to counterattack. "Come at me, kid," thought Mai. "I've still got plenty of this stuff." The bullet was the last of her magazine, so now she needed to reload. Too bad she had such a limited capacity rifle, but she usually wasn't in the business of firing at people who survived the first hit. When she got back to looking at Goku, he was doing something weird. Standing still, his eyes closed, facing her direction. Mai had heard that some martial artists could perceive tiny changes in air pressure, vibrations, to detect hits before they touched them and react. She chuckled. If it was air vibrations he was looking for, this boy was in for a harsh lesson about the speed of sound. Her bullet would reach him before any vibration caused by it. She fired, aiming straight between his eyes, and saw him instantly thrown to the ground a few meters behind. The bullet rebounded. When he got up again, his forehead was bleeding, but it was relatively intact compared to the other parts of his body she had hit. Evidently, he was concentrated enough that he had managed to move, almost matching the bullet's speed, and toss himself backwards to lessen the impact as soon as he felt it touch his skin. Still, it had not been enough. But now the boy looked like he was getting angry. He was in the right mood. Mai smiled. The only way this would end was with one of them dead on the ground. The office's proportions were ridiculously out of scale. A ceiling loomed as tall as the sky, and above a mountain-like desk that looked like it was made of solid mahogany. If not for the fact that no trees of that plant could possibly produce logs big enough to build something of that size, were building-sized office implements, such as a stapler and a dangerously full letter tray. It would have been certainly majestic enough to be what Bulma would have expected from the court wherein all the deeds of the souls who passed on are judged, if not for being, well, an office. "Next," announced the red-skinned, bearded man sitting at the desk in an unkempt salaryman outfit. He plunged his hand into a messy bunch of documents and somehow, miraculously, extracted the right file and started skimming through it. So, Bulma briefs, from planet Earth, age of death, 16 home world orbital periods, and change. Ethical record. "Excuse me," shouted Bulma, hoping that her voice would be heard from across the immense distance that separated her from the giant's ears. He glanced downwards at her, annoyed. "What is it?" "I'm working," he said. "Well, yes, on the matter of deciding the fate of my immortal soul, so I feel like I should be involved," answered Bulma. "But never mind that. I want to make a report." The divine clerk put down his file and leaned down a bit, peering from above the top of his desk. his eyes fixated on the girl, and his forehead corrugated with a frown. A report. From you. Sure, go ahead, let's hear it. Ahem. Thanks, Your Honor. Bulma tried to assume a formal attitude. So, while queuing for this audience, I have learned that someone, in the mortal world, has the ability and the willingness to destroy an entire planet. And they appear to have just done so, as a whole species is in fact due to come to judgment right after me. I don't know what the gods' policies are with respect to the mortal realm, but surely, I would expect that an event of this magnitude should warrant some kind of action. Sure it does, growled the giant, angrily, and then, turning towards his right, Pape, Alep, you two care to tell me why no one has informed me of this matter? Two smaller demons in suits paled and begun stuttering. Lord Enma, we didn't. You know what the procedure is, roared the divine judge. We need to file an extinction report in triple copy when stuff like this happens. Bring me the forms already. Or the archives will get up in a bunch when they realize they're still tracking a race that doesn't freaking exist anymore. I don't even know why I don't send you two idiots to man the spit-roasting pits down under. Turning souls over the boiling magma may be the only thing you'd possibly be good at. Bulma was speechless. That was it? She finally managed to say. Well, yes, what else? Said Enma. But thank you. That will spare me some time. Let's say we'll strike off your record that one time you borrowed your dad's motorbike when you were 13 and crashed it against a lamppost 30 seconds later. A broken motorbike, repeated Bulma in disbelief. Someone out there destroys planets, and I get judged over a broken motorbike. That my father was too forgetful to ever notice that was missing to this day, I'll add. You get judged over what you did, miss. When Frisia's turn comes, he will be judged accordingly too. I expect that will be a very short hearing. And when will it come? Asked the girl. We don't know the damn future here, miss. In your planet's units, his natural lifespan would probably allow him a couple thousand years, a few centuries more if he starts watching better what he eats. Obviously, he has lots of enemies who would be more than happy to speed up the process. They usually get a few points from me for at least trying. Now, on to our business. When you were 6, you modded a clockwork mouse and sicked it on your mother to chase her from the kitchen and steal some cookies. Ingenious, but devious. He kept listing inconsequential sins and equally inconsequential good actions, occasionally writing something down on a form, ticking boxes, taking notes. Bulma watched and listened in bafflement as this ridiculous act of celestial bureaucracy played out, while the demon clerks zoomed back and forward with mounds of papers in their arms, carrying books and folders in what looked like the most pointless job that had ever existed, turning people's lives into scores and storing them in some forgotten celestial vault that surely no one would ever open again. Behind her, just outside the office's door, came the unintelligible wailing of an entire species who had just met its demise. This is stupid, said Bulma flatly. A gasp and a stunned silence overtook the office. The demon clerks stopped mid-step and turned their eyes to the two main actors of a play that seemed to be on a quick route to become a tragedy. Bulma looked up, defiant, into the eyes of the god of the underworld. He looked back, burning with anger. Excuse me, he growled. I said that this is stupid, she repeated calmly. I don't see in what way could this judgment be morally superior to that imparted by any fellow human of mine who were to read an abridged bullet point account of my life. Meanwhile, you're in front of one of the greatest evils that a mind could possibly imagine, and you ignore it because it's not your job. That is correct, said Enma. Now shut up and don't open that mouth to say something even stupider, because I guarantee, if you keep pissing me off and wasting my time, You what? Screamed the girl. You will send me to hell? For talking back to you? When someone is down there blowing up planets, and you won't do a damn thing to stop them despite having the power to. A light of realization dawned in her eyes. But you don't, she said slowly. That's why. The clerks turned their glance down and scampered out of the office. Woman, growled Enma. I warn you, not another word. Bulma continued, undeterred. You can't. You're not strong enough. You said earlier that you don't know the future. Heck, you have to read a file to know about my life. Your power is not infinite. In fact, it's so limited even a mortal can get the drop on you. if they're strong enough. This Frisia person can do what he wants because he can literally kill the gods. That is enough, roared the judge. His angry voice alone was like a searing hot supersonic wind. Had Bulma still possessed flesh and bones, the former would have been charred and ripped off the latter. As it was, she didn't suffer any consequences, but the feeling wasn't too different. She was wheezing in pain when she saw with a corner of her eye Enma ripping her file in half and tossing it in the trash bin. I don't need that anymore. Miss, you're going down. And for your information, you're right. Even if I could leave my post and descend into the mortal realm, I would not be able to put down someone like Frisia. But there are those who could. There are scores above me who are stronger and greater, great enough to create and destroy on scales that your puny mortal minds can barely appreciate. And you know why they don't do anything? Because for all of your little conceited ego, misbriefs, you matter nothing. You are just grains of dust in the wind of time, pointless and without consequence until they get in someone's eye. One of your lives is nothing to the truly great ones. 1. Gasped Bulma, still feeling like her skin was on fire. Or 3,700,000,000 of them. That's right. You should be grateful for what you have. Your life counts for naught. You come here, you get one shot at eternal leisure, and you wasted yours. I hope that regret will make your pain more acute in the eons to come, if such a thing is even possible. His hand hovered on a big, red button on the side of his desk. Joke's on you, muttered Bulma, with a smirk. Send me wherever you want. I'm going back to Earth soon. That is very rare, but not unheard of. But no matter how hard they try, everyone comes back here, eventually. And I have very good memory for little brats like you. The girl stood, trying not too successfully to straighten her back a bit. That's where you're wrong, she said. I swear I'm never coming back here again. So they all say, good riddance. Emma pushed the button. A trapdoor opened under Bulma's feet, and she started falling down, away from everything that is light, life, and joy, into the darkness. It was a day of hot, scorching sun. Even just standing in the open training field was almost unbearable, but Mai was preparing to fight as if it had been a fresh summer evening. She put on her gloves and bit down on her mouth guard. Her opponent was gearing up in the other corner of the square. A friend who was acting as his second made a gesture pointing at his mouth, and the other shook his head, then aimed a dangerous grin at Mai, across the ring. He was cocky, and had reason to. The matchup was as unbalanced as they come. He was 3 times her size, taller, broader, heavier, more muscular. Their training sergeant had pegged down Mai as having a problematic attitude. Too brash, he said, and aggressive, and prone to insubordination if it came to that. She knew all too well what he thought, and she didn't care. She also knew he was putting her through the grinder in the hopes that she'd either finally give up or die. She didn't care about that either. It was the day in which Commander Red came to supervise the training, to get down and meet the troops, as he put it. She saw him in the corner of her eye, amiably chatting with the training sergeant, while Staff Officer Black stood awkwardly on his side. Battles are won by making the best use of one's surroundings. The match begun, and Mai attacked quickly, bringing herself too close for the opponent to hit her back. Surprised, he tried to bear hug her, but his arms were slippery with sweat, and she managed to break free. She thrust one elbow upwards, straight towards his mouth. The hit was devastating. 2 whole teeth and various fragments of others flew out of his mouth, together with a copious amount of blood. Her follow-up broke his nose and finished the deal. The hulking man was crouching on the ground, whining in pain like a baby. The training sergeant ran towards the scene, alarmed, as soon as he realized something was wrong. Commander Red and his escort followed suit at a more leisurely pace. What just happened? Explain. It's quite simple, said Mai. I could not hope to win a fight of attrition. He had forgotten his mouth guard. So I finished this in a single strike. The sergeant's face was flushed with anger. This is unconscionable. This is cheating. Mai didn't flinch. This is winning, she replied. Commander Red broke into laughter. This is what I want from our soldiers. Guts, creativity, and no mercy. Eye on the prize, girl. I hope to hear good news from you. You'll get far in the red ribbon. Mai nodded, saluted, and hinted a smile. Staff Officer Black sent her a worried look, but said nothing. Embarrassed, The training sergeant mumbled something about acknowledging what obviously were the values of their army and maybe even a promotion. She felt satisfied. This was right, inevitable even. After all, this was how the world worked. Goku was slowly advancing in her direction now. At regular intervals, he would clap his hands so fast that they produced a powerful shock wave. The sound was like the steps of a giant advancing towards her, a regular, deafening boom getting closer. It worked as an active sonar for him and disrupted the incoming bullets' flight just enough to kick them out the supersonic regime, at which point they lost precision. Mai had missed all the shots of her last cartridge. She would try to time her shots so that they arrived right before the kid had time to clap again, when his previous one was dying down, but she also needed to not time them too precisely or they would be easy to dodge. In addition, as Goku came closer, Parallax made his sideways jumps more effective in throwing her aim off. But he had been drawn away from the dragon by a few hundred meters now, so that was all just as planned. Mai left the rifle on the side and quickly went back to the controls of the plane. In hovering mode, it was incredibly stable, and the jets did not emit much light. She had ripped off her coat and hung one half of it on either side of the plane to conceal them from Goku's view. Nothing could have been done about the noise, but there was plenty already, with all the thunder falling from the clouds and now Goku's own defense technique, so she didn't worry too much about being pinpointed with that. Smoothly, slowly, she moved the plane just a dozen meters to the left. By this time, Goku must have noticed that the onslaught had stopped for longer than usual. She embraced the rifle again, took aim, shot. The bullet whizzed past his cheek and left a red streak on his face. He had managed to dodge and disrupt it, but the unexpected change in direction had thrown him off. Again, Mai went back to the controls and repeated the procedure, this time moving a bit back to the right. The same distance she could reasonably cover on foot in that same time frame. Chamber, aim, shoot. She got one in this time, in Goku's right arm. Relentless, the little monster ripped it off, kept clapping, kept advancing. No problem. Now that she had established a pattern, it was time to break it and strike at her true objective. She maneuvered the plane at higher speed this time and circled behind the dragon, letting its blinding light obfuscate the one produced by her jets. She positioned herself diametrally opposed to where she was before with respect to Goku, in approximately the same time that her much smaller movements had taken her before. She picked up the rifle and carefully took aim. Now she had all the advantages. Goku probably still expected the next hit from a place she could reasonably reach on foot. The disruptive effect of the clapping was minimized at his back, and she could see his spine, the nape of his neck, right in her scope. Until now, her bullets had only managed to penetrate no more than 1 centimeter deep into that kid's flesh. If she could hit the right spot, that would suffice. Mai took aim for a spot right above Goku's second cervical vertebra and shot. The fall was endless and painful. It was like plunging through an ever denser mass of sharp gravel, needles, and acid rain. And yet the awareness of the pain that would come after the fall urged the mind to treasure every instant, as every instant was the least painful you'd ever experience from that moment on. The worst of it was, just like her consciousness, every feeling was heightened, unimpeded. She didn't need a body to suffer harm in order to appreciate it. It was all directly telegraphed to her mind. This was not simply the occasional physical accident that is mundane pain. This was the essence of pain. This place was pain, and she was burrowing deeper and deeper into its rotten core. A stench rose from the abyss. A stench of sulfur and blood and iron and burnt flesh and excrement and more. Bulma screamed, and her scream was a chorus with that of the trillions below her. They had ran for almost half an hour, or rather, the Ox King had. Pilaf had merely been perched on his shoulder, grabbing desperately his cape for added safety, too terrified by the speed at which the air slammed on his face to even feel the nausea from the continuous bobbing up and down and occasional sharp turns to avoid an obstacle. It sort of all came to a head when they halted, as the Ox King planted his feet in the ground and stopped with a screech and great raising of dust. "You're all right, Pilaf?" "One moment, please," he muttered, clearly not all right. He climbed down from the man's shoulder, helped by his hand, and took a moment to assess the situation. The sky was still dark. They had traveled for a while, but neither Goku nor Mai were visible, and outside of the local circle of blinding light, it was hard to even see due to the sheer contrast. More importantly, the light rose from the Dragon Balls, gathered in a nice formation of 7 on the ground. And from them, up and above, rose the dragon, asked Pilaf, gaping in awe at the sky. No, I'm just a lizard who underwent a sudden growth spurt, boomed Shenlong's voice from above. Of course I'm the dragon. Heavens, you are even denser than the girl that was here earlier. Can any of you pathetic mortals just express a wish already and let me go my own way? Pilaf looked around alarmed. Wait, the girl? The blue-haired one? Where is she? The all-powerful dragon sighed. I'm not even trying to get you to express that question as a wish. For the sake of the brevity of this conversation, she's there, at my feet. Except for the bits of her that are approximately 1 meter to the side. Pilaf lowered his eyes and finally saw Bulma's corpse and her splattered brains. What the actual fuckmai? He screamed. A loud bang echoed through the air. Someone's shooting. The Ox King looked around, concerned. Not good. The soldier woman must be around here. We need to take cover. Oh, no, you don't, roared Shenlong. You're not just going to bail on me and hide somewhere. You're staying here until you express one damn wish, and then you mortals and your petty power squabbles can all go screw yourself once and for all. I've spent more time summoned today than any time in the past, combined. This is getting physically painful, and I didn't even know I could feel pain. So you will ask me to perform a miracle for you. Understood, you pathetic blue midget? Pilaf stared at the creature in disbelief. Understood. He managed to whimper at the end. This was it. The moment he had fought so much for, delivered to him on a silver platter against the plans of both his rivals and his own ally-turned-traitor. Unlimited power, ready at his beck and call. Dragon, he started. I wish. Power he would earn literally over his dead enemy's body. For you to. Not too far, there was an explosion. Pilaf didn't hear it. He only heard his own voice as it spelled the fatal words. It was an average day. Colonel Green's code name was one of the really obvious choices. He was literally green. Many of the Red Ribbon Army soldiers were either human or some other kind of mammalian non-humans. This, however, was the first time that I met a pterodactyl serving in the force. Sadly, since he was her own one-person court-martial, the meeting wasn't likely to be especially cordial. According to Article 35 of our code, in cases of particular urgency, a superior officer can assume the full duty of assessing a case, judging the evidence, and dealing out punishment for insubordination on the battlefield. This has been invoked for your situation, Lieutenant Indigo. On my request, the old reptile put aside the files he was reading and his large beak twisted in a grimacing smile. Assume that I know everything about the case already, and assume that your life and future in this army are in my hands. Tell me your version of the facts. Mai stood on attention with a defiant look, but didn't hint at any other kind of reaction. I was ordered by Major Crimson to tell my men to retreat when I believed one last push would conquer the position we were targeting. I refused to follow his orders. I pushed through, forcing the others to back me up to avoid disrupting our formation. I conquered the objective. I won the battle. She paused for a second. I called him a feckless, lurid coward, she added. She thought she saw Colonel Green barely suppress a chuckle. There? I see. But I feel like there's more to this. We don't fight for glory, or our country, or an ideal. We are mercenaries. We fight when we're paid to do it. If your commander says to retreat, what's in it for you in disobeying? What was your real motivation, Lieutenant? Mai hesitated for a moment. Permission to speak freely, sir? Granted, of course. I believe the Red Ribbon as it is now is a waste of potential. We have immense power, great technology, brave and skilled soldiers. Yet all we do is act as the deciding factors in petty disputes between local powers, in a gray area in which the world government will tolerate our existence, if not acknowledge it entirely. A world government, I believe, we have enough power to topple. She stared straight into Colonel Green's eyes. Strength that is not used is wasted, Colonel. That is what I believe. Colonel Green broke into laughter. Of all the outcomes she considered when stepping into this office, this was not one of them. Well said, Lieutenant. You passed my little test brilliantly. You are exactly what I was looking for. By the way, I completely agree with your assessment. Major Crimson is a feckless, lurid coward, and I will see that he's removed. There are no means within the rules to do so, but when in battle, accidents happen all the time. I could not believe her ears. Colonel Green got up from his desk and walked towards her. You see, Lieutenant. He put a hand on her shoulder and leaned in so that he could lower his voice. There are people within the ribbon who think very much like you, and who share certain other objectives which might serve our purpose, and of which I will talk to you later. We used to be able to steer this organization, but after the current Commander Red took charge, well, you know him. And Staff Officer Black isn't much better, far more competent, but not nearly as willing to make the hard calls as you or me. Now, we believe it is time to act, and we have set our eyes on a prize that would make our plans come to fruition much faster. Would you be willing to help us? Mai's eyes sparkled. She straightened up. You don't even need to ask, sir. The old lizard laughed again. Wonderful. This mission will need a lot from you, but it will be best if left to someone who's as removed from any suspicion as possible. You will have to feign loyalty for a long time and be far less insubordinate for the sake of a greater good. Do you understand that? Now, I will have to order you shot for your actions. It would look suspicious otherwise, and this is all part of the plan. On the side, we will arrange things so that you can escape and steal a significant amount of valuable capsules from our armory on your way out. Then, we have tracked down a certain man whom you need to convince to fund a peculiar enterprise. The bullet missed. Barely. Goku was hurt, but 1 second later he had ripped the bullet out of his neck, right to the side of the spine, and had turned around. By this point he must have caught on that she was flying, which meant he'd take the obvious countermeasure. Mai had seen it when he first arrived, a yellow, incredibly fast cloud he could apparently ride on. Through her scope, she saw Goku shouting, calling something. The cloud came with a whoosh. At the speed that thing traveled at, she'd be exposed in seconds. She pulled the bolt again, took aim. This was going to be her last shot. It was victory or death in the next few instants. Goku took off. He had spotted her now, probably had recognized the sound of the plane that he'd never heard from outside until now. He flew in a straight line, as if all his planning and strategizing now was out of the window, and he could only pursue the simple objective of getting her. Maybe he was angry, it didn't matter. It was the perfect chance. My shot. Goku was hit right in his chest, the bullet's speed compounding with his, and the recoil alone tossed him off his little magic cloud. She had waited for him to be close. He would have a few meters to fall before hitting the sharp, hard rocks below. She readied a second shot to finish him off. The cloud made a loop in midair and pursued Goku, cushioning his fall and grabbing him just below. Mai fired frantically her second shot, but it missed and went right through the cloud, disappearing in a puff of yellow smoke. The cloud now zoomed towards her. Goku, half covered in blood but still plenty conscious, was charging in fist first, and suddenly there was no more time to try anything. She resisted the instinct to close her eyes at the last moment. The impact tore a clean hole through the hull of the plane. In a blaze of heat and fire, as the jet's reactors exploded, Mai felt yanked violently upwards, so fast that she let her rifle go, and wondered for a second if that was how it felt to die, before realizing all that had happened was that she had been pulled away. The plane was exploding below her. She was on the cloud, or rather, slightly above it, only lifted through a fold of her jacket that Goku was grabbing and kept lifted above his height. Mai screamed incoherently in rage and extracted her side arm, unloading its entire cartridge point blank on Goku. He grabbed and deflected most bullets with his free hand, then wrestled the gun out of her hand, denting the metal with his fingers clutch. Mai unclipped and armed the grenade she held at her belt, keeping it between their two bodies. With blinding speed, the kid broke her wrist by pinching it between his index and thumb, then deftly grabbed the grenade from her now limp and pained hand to toss it away, where it exploded harmlessly in midair. "Fucking die," screamed Mai, flailing with her legs in an attempt to kick him. "Or fucking kill me already." She grabbed his arm with the hand that still worked and lifted herself to try and bite him. The kid shrugged it off with a quick gesture, hitting her on the side of the neck hard enough to stun her while leaving her conscious. Mai groaned in pain, but at this point, She was too groggy to do much else. I killed your friend, she mumbled. Why don't you just kill me? He didn't answer. The most enraging thing was that it looked like he wasn't even there, his eyes lost in the distance, his mind focused on some thought other than her. She wasn't even worth his attention? Then it happened. All of a sudden, daylight burst into the sky again as the dragon disappeared in a flash. The Dragon Balls rose into the air, hovered for a moment, then rocketed off into 7 different directions. Goku stared, and his expression, for the first time since he had destroyed Mai's plane, showed something. A second later, he lost his footing and fell through the cloud. Mai was pulled by his weight and hit the vaporous yellow stuff and somehow was stopped by it. It was like laying down on a soft feather mattress, except a corner of her jacket passed right through it and was pulled by Goku's whole weight, as he was now dangling under her. She couldn't get up nor move. She was immobilized, face up, forced to look into the sky. What the hell is this? She exclaimed. I lost focus, said Goku, but you really want to kill me that much. You have nothing else in your mind, apparently. Your heart is pure. Sure I do. I want to kill you like I did your friend. And I don't know what happened to the dragon. But she can't come back now. Feel like killing me yet. She wished she could see his expression, but he was under her, under the cloud. So all she could hear was his voice, a neutral, detached tone. No. And suddenly, the weight pulling her down was gone. Mai rolled on her back and peered over the cloud, just to see him falling, spinning his body in a position of least resistance to accelerate and direct his motion, pointing as much as he could towards the place where Bulma should have been. He hit the ground running, a small, black, careless dot. Mai remained alone on the Kintown for a moment, in the vast, empty sky. There was, finally, silence. Her body was in pain, her ears ringing, her head empty after so much struggle and rage. She had no purpose, no pride, no face to present to those who had counted on her success. For the first time in her life, she felt the full extent of her weakness. Your heart is pure. She started laughing. At first a chuckle, then a loud, hysterical laugh. And as she laughed, she lost her footing on the cloud, fell through, fell to the ground, still laughing and laughing, until she hit. The only thing she could appreciate, for a while, suspended in a mere dream state, was the lack of pain. Then, as her brain got accustomed to it, and recovered from the shock, she regained consciousness, and saw Goku's eyes peering over her. Bulma screamed, Goku, you've been killed too. It's fine, answered the kid. It's okay now. I'm alive. And you're too. She stopped for a moment, trying to reorganize her thoughts, something that now felt, again, surprisingly difficult and sluggish. She got up sitting, pushing against the ground to lift herself. One of her hands felt like it was touching something warm and sticky, and as she checked, she realized she'd just plunged her fingers into her own formerly owned brains, which caused her a moment of existential confusion immediately followed by a strong need to puke. She did puke. When she finally felt like she had a grip on her physical body again, she looked around, feeling the air and all those other tiny sensations on her skin and through her body. Thank you, she said, looking at Goku. Thank you, oh my god, thank you, you have no idea what it was like. By this time, the kid had to push her away a bit to loosen her tight hug, which was getting really quite painful for his sore, bleeding body. I'm glad you're happy, he said, but it's not me you should thank. It's him. Bulma followed the finger Goku was using to point in some direction, saw Pilaf at the end, checked back the finger, followed it again, Pilaf again, put herself behind Goku, lining her eyes up with his finger as if it was a sextant, still Pilaf. Him? She asked, incredulous. Ever so grateful, aren't you? Scoffed the blue imp. Do not concern yourself. We have no appreciation for the likes of you. But let it never be said that we do not take responsibility for the misguided actions of our followers. He's a softy, is what he is, laughed the Ox King, uproariously, but I like that. Gotta be ready to know when to be magnanimous when you're a king. You regularly decapitate people with an axe for trespassing, pointed out Pilaf. The giant shrugged. Being a king ain't easy. Bulma looked at Pilaf transfixed for a second, running scenarios in her head, trying to figure out what the hell could have happened while she was dead. Then she bent herself in a perfect bow. "Thank you," she said, "Your Majesty." "Well, uh, ah," stuttered Pilaf, confused. "It's nothing, really. Let's not make this awkward." She got up. "I agree," she said with a smile. "Let's not." She asked about what had happened, and Goku and Pilaf both recounted their own experiences. They also recovered and replayed the camera's memory card, which had recorded the entire thing, including Bulma's death and resurrection. All said and done, they got a picture of the whole timeline. When asked, she told about how the dragon had considered her first wish impossible to grant in its current form, and how the entire thing had taken so long as to allow Mai to catch up in the first place. And this part of the story was found to be very funny by Pilaf. They tried a few guesses at what Mai's own intentions for a wish to express may have been, but they could come up with nothing. They assumed that given her red ribbon past, it may have something to do with granting more power or resources to them. And this could have been a covert mission for her. But then Bulma, encouraged to not speculate too much and risk closing one's mind to alternatives without adequate information, Goku agreed, and the matter was dropped. She didn't recount anything of her experience after her death, though, and any questions about that soon were understood to be a taboo. Both her first reaction after her resurrection and her current silence suggested it hadn't been pleasant, though of course, that excited everyone's curiosity even more. "What now?" asked Goku finally. "You know that the Dragon Balls work, but you didn't get your wish. I still am not sure whether I should use them to bring back to life my grandpa or for something else, and as we discussed whether there is an afterlife at all." "There is," said Bulma. "I can tell you that much. Sorry, I need time before discussing that properly. There's so much inside my head right now. I'm just trying to shut it all down." "Oh." The kid pondered for a moment. "Then we need to talk about it. It may affect my decision. Either way, if you don't mind, I will stick with you for a while." "Mind? I need you too," laughed Bulma. "We have so much work to do. I need to figure out a lot of stuff, understand how you and your power work, and also find a way to make myself immortal." "Immortal? How so?" asked Pilaf smugly. "Did you and your charming personality manage to stir so much trouble with the gods of the underworld in the short time during which you were dead? They've now sworn to throw you in hell if you so much as show up there again." "Look," snapped back Bulma. "I had a very good reason at the time." The only thing she could appreciate, for a while, suspended in a mere dream state, was the acute, burning pain. Then, as her brain got accustomed to it and recovered from the shock, she regained consciousness and saw Colonel Green's eyes peering over her. Mai blinked. "I'm still alive, am I?" "Yes, you are, Lieutenant Indigo." "Well, we should really get you a new code name now since you're not in the ribbon anymore," he added with a quiet chuckle. She was in a bed, inside some kind of mobile hospital vehicle. She tried to get up and couldn't immediately. Her right arm especially felt sluggish, dizzy, and burned ferociously at the shoulder whenever she put some weight on it. "Careful," said the pterodactyl. "That's a prosthetic arm. Some of your body was too mangled to recover. You took one serious fall, Lieutenant. I expect a full report soon." The woman lowered her eyes. "I failed," she said in a raspy, pained voice, "because I was weak. That's all the report you need. You may as well kill me now. And waste all the good work and money spent on putting you back together? Nonsense." The reptile looked at her with an inscrutable expression. "Mai, you've just entered our organization, and yet you already embody our ideals so well, perhaps too much so. You must learn to be more elastic. Strength always triumphs in the end, and yet the weak can use their own cowardly, underhanded methods to earn some fleeting, temporary wins. We would not be trying to rescue and free our maestro again if it was not so. I knew that you had been defeated, or I would not have found you bloody, mutilated, beaten to an inch of your life in the middle of the desert. That was 3 days ago, by the way, right after one of our spy satellites picked up the dragon being summoned. But I also know that whatever the Dragon Balls have been used for, it's not something that has put a final stop on our plans. And that fool, Pilaf, is not king yet. So you must have done something. I am still ready to believe in you being a potential capable member of our organization. Conditionally, let's say." Mai shook her head. "You don't get it, Colonel. That wasn't cowardly or underhanded. I was beaten, fair and square, by a straight-up monster. Then all the more reason to make a full report, said Colonel Green. That sounds like a potential danger. We believe in strength, but not all those who are strong do. And those hypocrites who don't, more than all, must be suppressed. She answered nothing to this. She finally managed to get up and take a full look at her new body. Most of it was like the old one, but where she could see her skin, it was covered in stitches and bruises, and where she couldn't, she felt them due to the continuous throbbing pain. But her right arm was cold metal now. She commanded it to move, with her thought, and it did. The fingers followed her every order with unerring precision. She realized she could probably do all that she'd ever learned to do with it. Even more, perhaps. She had a sense of touch and of pain through it too, but it was dulled, and she thought that might actually be a feature. Once she got used to it, she could react and protect it from harm without ever being paralyzed by extreme pain. She gripped the edge of the bed, squeezed hard, and realized her newfound strength when she saw that her fingers had left dents into the metal. "This is amazing," she muttered. "What is this from?" "The Ribbon Science Division, and specifically, our most genius bionicist, Dr. Jarrow," answered the colonel. "Such spare parts for wounded soldiers are now standard issue to all our units. Too bad that the good doctor himself isn't a member of our faction. He would be a great asset. But I'm afraid he's too taken with his scientific interests to be a reliable follower of any kind of higher ideal. The only thing he could earnestly put his life on the line for would be revenge on someone taking his funding from him," he concluded with a chuckle. "Where are we going now?" "I rescued you under the guise of a regular red ribbon operation," explained the other. "But of course, I can't bring you into just any of our bases with your status as a defector. We will take you to a prison facility that is entirely controlled by our own." "Oh, yes, Lieutenant, we do have that much sway. It may have been a good thing that you didn't succeed this time. By next year, we will be in an even better position and will be able to move in full daylight. We won't need any subterfuge anymore. Anyway, you'll be technically a prisoner there, but don't worry, you will have plenty of freedom. You will recover and train and have a chance to better learn about us, what we believe, and what we want. Oh, and what is your favorite musical instrument?" My blinked, confused by the sudden jump in topic. "I'm sorry, sir, what?" The colonel laughed. "For your new code name, Lieutenant. After all, as we say, he is our maestro, and we are but his instruments. Mine is piano, by the way. You can call me that from now on." She stared into nothing for a while. "I don't know. I have never spent much time thinking about music. Choose one that you believe suits me, sir." "Well, I say we go with violin, then. Feels more feminine." "Won't you run out of names at some point?" asked the newly baptized violin. "We certainly have a lot of duplicates. But since we're not the type of organization where you have frequently large assemblies of people talking all together, confusion is seldom an issue. By the way, you should know our salute before you get into the base. We'll make you fit in quicker. Bit of a ritual, builds a sense of camaraderie and all that. So, when you see someone that you know for sure is one of our members, and providing you're absolutely, positively alone or only in presence of other known members, you beat your chest with your fist, like this," he demonstrated, "and then hold it in place, with the arm horizontal, like this. One of you says, 'He is our maestro,' and the other responds, 'And we are but his instruments.' And then both, all together, the world to the strong. Let's try this." I moved her right arm, and she realized she had to exercise more care than she usually would have not to hurt her own chest when doing the gesture. Still, it came out pretty okay. "He is our maestro," said piano. "And we are but his instruments," followed suit violin. The reptile smiled. "The world to the strong," said their voices in unison. The mobile hospital van kept running on a sandy road towards the hidden prison base.